What do you do with a drunken sailor? Okay. The fish. Holy diver, yes, yes. My speed demon. Okay, I got 951 offcuts and a dream. Then I got some ship cannon combat to do. And then I'm gonna do some doom. I get the disembark. Hey, it's a level 3 skiller. Okay. What a guy. Oops, fuck. Fuck! I'm the worst. Holy shit. Glad I'm not doing Doom right now. Christ. Crabs? Again, another day of doing them. They're for chill. Let's just do one click on each of the things. Not even double click them. I'm just gonna let them. I'm just gonna let those traps go. I just want to be in a good cycle. The fuck am I looking at? 95 Hunter. The guy.
Kyushu, Japan's southernmost main island. Minamata sits on the western
This
coast
sounds
of
interesting.
Kyushu, Japan's southernmost main island, looking out across the Shiranui Sea. In the early 1900s, it was a small fishing community, kind of place where everybody knows everybody. The bay was rich with fish and shellfish alike, and families had worked these waters for generations. Then did the factory. In 1908, a company called Nippon Chisa Hairu, which would later shorten its name to simply the Chisa Corporation, opened a chemical plant on the edge of town. The initial product was fertilizer, feeding Japan's growing agricultural sector as the country industrialized at a furious pace. But the factory didn't stay small for very long. By the 1930s, Chizu had expanded into carbide production, acetaldehyde, acetic acid, and vinyl chloride.
Ooh, vinegar.
Growing list of industrial chemicals that power Japan's economic
Just, you know,
The
have
acetaldehyde
some
process,
pure acetic
which
acid.
began in
It's great for
1932,
you.
was particularly
Don't even
important
dilute it.
as the compound was used to produce
Don't do
plastics
that.
and other materials essential to modern manufacturing. And as you might imagine, it's definitely going to be brilliant for the environment. That's sarcasm, friends. And here's the thing about that process. It required a catalyst, specifically mercury sulfate. The mercury helped drive the chemical
Oh,
reaction.
lovely.
And when the
Mercury is
reaction was
super good for
done,
you, and
the
so is
waste,
sulfate.
including mercury compounds,
Mercury
went
sulfate must be
straight into
amazing.
Minamata Bay. Totally raw. Good job, Japan. Now, Minamata didn't just have a factory. Minamata was a factory town in almost every sense that matters. By mid-century, Chico and its subsidiaries accounted for roughly a quarter of local employment and an even larger share of the town's tax revenue. The company built housing for workers, funded local schools, and wielded the kind of influence that comes when an entire community's prosperity flows from a single source. If Chiso thrived, Minamata thrived. If Chiso struggled, everybody in Minamata felt it. And this created a rather particular dynamic, one where questioning the company meant questioning your neighbor's livelihood, your children's future.
Ooh, safe.
maybe your own future. But even in those early decades,
Question the company
there were
and you
signs that
die.
something wasn't right. Local fishing cooperatives had noticed a couple of catches and strange changes in the marine environment, and they weren't shy about pointing fingers at the factory's effluent pipes. In 1926, Chisu paid compensation to fishermen for damaging their fishing grounds. In 1943, they did it again. No lawsuits, no public scandals, just quiet payments. Call it hush money, really, to smooth over complaints and keep operations running or effluent flowing. The company knew its waste was affecting the bay. The fishermen knew it too. But the money changed hands, the complaints went away, and the pipes kept on flowing. Easy peasy. No one used the words Minamata disease yet. No one understood what mercury was doing as it worked its way up the food chain, from sediment to plankton to fish to the people who ate the fish every day. But the warning signs were already there, if anyone had cared to actually read them. So what was actually coming out of those pipes then? Mercury sulfate helped drive the chemical reaction, turning raw materials into valuable industrial compounds. In
The
theory,
thing though, a catalyst shouldn't be, a catalyst doesn't become part of a reaction. So were they like getting rid of they were getting rid of some of the reaction waste, and they were throwing their catalyst out with it? Because functionally a catalyst is just there to speed up the process, but it doesn't actually react. It just actually speeds the process up. So it shouldn't be like the mercury sulfate really shouldn't be getting into the water supply unless they were just dumping catalyst as well as other shit, like just getting rid of it because it was like too much problem for them to deal with.
catalysts aren't supposed to be consumed during a reaction.
Yep.
They just make it happen faster, is what
Yep.
catalysts do. But chemistry in industrial settings, it's rarely as clean as the chemistry in textbooks, and a
Yeah,
side
I guess
reaction
that's
in this
true.
particular process was generating something far more dangerous than the original mercury compound. It was creating methyl mercury. Okay, fine,
Ooh.
brilliant, methyl mercury. Don't know what that is, so why does it matter? Well,
Well,
mercury.
it's a
is
methyl
elemental
group with
compost,
mercury
silvery
attached to
liquid
it.
You might remember from old
Dangerous
thermometers.
sounding hydrocarbon.
It's definitely toxic, but it doesn't absorb easily into living tissue. Methyl mercury, though, that is a completely different beast.
It's a
It is an organic
hydrocarbon, so it
compound,
would
meaning
eat you
it
up.
binds readily to carbon-based molecules, and that makes it incredibly good at getting into places where it shouldn't be. It dissolves in water, it passes through cell membranes, it crosses the blood-brain barrier with disturbing ease. And perhaps most critically for what was about to happen in Minamata, it crosses the placenta, meaning pregnant
Oh
women
no.
can pass it directly to their unborn children. And here's where it gets worse. Methylmercury accumulates in living tissue. When tiny organisms in the bay absorbed trace amounts of mercury from contaminated sediment, those amounts were small. They were barely detectable. But
Yeah,
when
but
small
when
fish ate thousands
when things when things go up the food chain, they get much more pure. So like a poison it starts out on a low level, it's not poisonous to the animals, and even if you ate that amount that those animals are eating, it wouldn't poison you. But the higher and higher you get into the food chain when you're eating things, it gets more and more deadly. It concentrates because of the way that things eat more and more and more basically to survive.
of those organisms, they absorbed and retained all of that mercury in their own tissues. When larger fish ate those smaller fish, the concentration multiplied again. And when humans, particularly fishing families who ate seafood from the bay every single day, consumed those larger fish, well, they were ingesting mercury that had been concentrated through multiple levels of the food chain already. Scientists call this biomagnification. Hair samples taken from Minamata residents years later would tell the story in brutal numbers. In unaffected populations elsewhere in Japan, hair mercury levels averaged about 4 parts per million. In Minamata, researchers found levels reaching 705 parts per million in some patients. That's nearly 200 times higher if you need some help with the maths. These weren't people who'd been exposed to a single catastrophic spill at all. They were people who'd simply eaten fish from their local bay day after day, year after year, while our factory kept on pumping out that effluent. The poison had been building up in their bodies the entire time, but by the time anyone understood what was happening, well, it was far too late to undo the damage. It was the cats that acted strangely first. Fishing families in Minamata kept cats partly as companions, partly because cats were really useful for dealing with the rats and scraps that accumulated around a working harbour. These animals ate well, feasting on fish heads and entrails.
That's so sad.
Came off the boats each day. So when the cats began behaving oddly, people began to take notice. A cat would stumble while walking, lose its balance for no apparent reason, that sort of thing. Then it would start to convulse, its body jerking in strange, uncontrolled movements that some observers described as kind of like a grotesque dance. Eventually, the affected cats would stagger toward the water and throw themselves into the sea. Locals called it the dancing cat disease, and while it was definitely disturbing, most people assumed it was some sort of feline illness, a virus maybe, some sort of parasite.
Throwing themselves into the water too.
A problem
Jesus.
for the cats, not the people. But then the crows started falling from the sky. Then the fish started floating belly up in the bay. And in the spring of 1956,
Jesus Christ,
that grotesque dance came for the humans. On April the 21st, a 5-year-old girl was brought to the Chisso Factory Hospital, which served as the primary medical facility.
Chisso Factory? The fucking factory that's causing this, their factory hospital. Like, whether it was a hospital attached to the factory or whether it was just, like, funded by them, that's nuts.
Symptoms the doctors had never seen before. She couldn't walk properly, stumbling and falling as if she'd lost control of her own limbs. Her speech was slurred, she had trouble swallowing and seemed to struggle with basic coordination. Her younger sister, just 2 years old, showed similar symptoms. So did neighbors. Within days, it was clear that something was tearing through the fishing community around Minamata Bay, and whatever it was devastating. On the 1st of May 1956,
Never heard
the
of this.
hospital's director formally reported a, quote, epidemic of an unknown disease of the central nervous system to the local health authorities. Now, the initial assumption was that this must be infectious. After all, the cases clustered in certain households and neighborhoods, exactly what you'd expect from a contagious illness. At that point, a strange disease countermeasures committee was established, bringing together local doctors, health officials, and researchers from Kumamoto University. People with the disease
Kumamoto, the land of the hills and the
Those
grass.
precautions created a secondary tragedy. Neighbors began avoiding affected families entirely, refusing to visit, refusing to let their children play together, treating the sick as if mere proximity might spread whatever horror had befallen them. Families were already watching loved ones lose the ability to walk, to speak, to think clearly, and while they now found themselves shunned by the community that they'd lived in for generations, the stigma of the strange disease became almost as isolating as the disease itself. The doctors at Kumamoto University started with the basics. When you're facing mysterious illness, you look for patterns. And, well, there were Plenty of those. The patients all lived in fishing communities around Minamata Bay. They all ate fish and shellfish as dietary staples, often multiple times a day. And the geographic clustering didn't follow the pattern you would expect from a contagious disease, spreading from person to person. It followed the coastline, radiating outward from the waters near the Chisso factory. By
Oh,
late
that's
1956,
interesting.
researchers had a working hypothesis.
Very
Food
fucked
poisoning
up, but
transmitted
interesting.
through contaminated seafood. To test it, they ran experiments that were grim but scientifically decisive. Cats were fed fish and shellfish collected
Aw.
from Minamata Bay. Within weeks, those cats developed the stumbling, the convulsions, the dancing. Cats fed seafood from uncontaminated waters remained perfectly healthy. The link to the bay's fish was undeniable. But what exactly was in the fish? That took longer to
Oops,
figure out.
fuck.
Initial investigations considered a wide range
I
of
gotta do
fatty
something
acids and
anyways. I'll be right back.
compounds. Manganese, selenium, thallium, all known to cause neurological damage, all plausibly
I'll do
present
this
in
set and then
industrial
I'll.
wastewater. For months, researchers chased these leads without finding a definitive culprit, while
Ah,
new
shit.
patients kept arriving and the death toll kept climbing. The breakthrough came from an unexpected direction. In 1958, a British neurologist named Douglas McAlpine visited Japan and reviewed the clinical evidence. The symptom profile, he observed, looked remarkably similar to documented cases of organic mercury poisoning, particularly methylmercury exposure in industrial settings. The suggestion redirected the investigation, and this time, the evidence started falling into place. Researchers analyzed sludge samples from the bay near Chisso's discharge point and found mercury concentrations that were off the charts, up to 2 kilograms of mercury per ton of sludge. Crucially, concentration.
Jesus, that's a lot of mercury. It doesn't take a lot of mercury to fuck a person up. So, like, that's a lot. Even though it's not a huge portion of the whole ton, that's crazy. I'll be right back.
Operations declined steadily as he moved away from the factory's outflow canal, creating a gradient that pointed directly back at the source. Shellfish and fish tissue showed the same pattern. Hair samples from residents confirmed massive mercury absorption over extended periods, with some asymptomatic residents showing elevated levels too, suggesting the poisoning existed on a spectrum and that many more people had been exposed than had yet shown obvious symptoms. By 1959, the scientific picture was becoming rather clear. The disease was caused by methylmercury, and the bay had been contaminated by Chisso's wastewater. All that remained was for someone to act on this information. So, once researchers started pointing at the factory wastewater, Chisso had a choice. They could cooperate with the investigation, halt the suspect processes, and work toward a solution. Or they could protect production at all costs, couldn't they? And
They tried to cover it up.
Obviously. Capitalism 101, everybody. In 1958, with public attention focused on the wastewater discharge into Minamata Bay's harbor, company officials quietly rerouted the asaldehyde plant's effluents into the Minamata River instead, which flowed into a different part of the Shirano Sea. Problem solved.
So they really just were like, put it the other way.
Into new fishing
It's not
grounds,
us.
exposing entirely new communities to the same poison. Within months, cases of the strange disease began appearing in previously unaffected areas, following the mercury wherever the pipe sent it. Surprise! And also, you don't secretly reroute your wastewater in the middle of a public health investigation unless you know exactly what that wastewater contains. Allegedly. Then came the cyclone.
Definitely better
In
say
1959,
allegedly.
facing mounting pressure
A
from
litigious ass
officials
country.
and press, Chisso installed a wastewater treatment system and announced it with considerable fanfare. Company representatives posed for photographs at the opening ceremony. The factory's president even drank a glass of water that had supposedly been processed through the
Yeah,
new
no, it
system.
hadn't. That's
The
a
actual
lie.
gesture meant to demonstrate its safety. There was just one problem.
It's the same as that old Obama fucking video where he like the water here in Flint, Michigan is fine, and he like maybe has a millimeter touch his lips, like if that.
Didn't actually remove methylmercury from the wastewater in any meaningful way. Later analysis showed that the system was essentially useless for its stated purpose. Really expensive theatre designed to placate critics while production continued unchanged. And, well, continued
Shocker.
did. The process kept running, the mercury catalyst kept generating methylmercury, and the wastewater kept on flowing into the sea. But now Chisso could point to these shiny new treatment devices and claim, "We've done it, guys, we've solved the problem. Drink up, everybody!" In December
I wonder what
1959,
the
Chisso negotiated
reaction is
sympathy money
causing the
agreements
methyl
with patients,
or
families,
the
and official
mercury.
cooperatives, modest lump sum payments in exchange for something far more valuable: a waiver of all future legal claims. The contracts were carefully worded to frame the payments as charitable gestures, explicitly noting that the cause of the disease had not been established. Families who were desperate, who had lost wage earners, who were drowning in medical bills, signed away their rights for sums that wouldn't cover a fraction of their long-term costs. And what did Chisso actually know at this point? Well,
Everything.
internal company documents, which would emerge years later during litigation, showed that their own researchers had conducted experiments pointing directly at the wastewater as the cause. They absolutely knew. But
Shocker.
publicly, company officials promoted alternative theories, suggestions that the mercury might have come from wartime munitions dumped into the bay or from natural geological sources. Now, those
Yeah,
theories had
mercury
no
in
support
munitions,
evidence,
totally.
were later acknowledged to have been floated in bad faith. Deliberate distractions designed to muddy the waters while the factory kept on running.
Muddy the
The fishermen
waters
were the first to fight back,
because it's
and they
murky
had most
waters with
immediate
mercury.
wins. By the late 1950s, their catches had collapsed. Fish that weren't dying outright were becoming impossible to sell. Word had spread about the strange disease, and buyers from outside the region refused to touch anything from Minamata Bay. Families who had
I bet
worked
that still is a
for
stigma
generations
nowadays.
suddenly couldn't feed themselves. In 1959, local fishing cooperatives organized confrontations at the Chisso factory gates, demanding compensation. There were sit-ins, heated
To the
negotiations, and
co-ops.
at one point a boat blockade that disrupted
Hell
the
yeah.
company's shipping operations. The pressure worked, at least to some extent. Chisso agreed to pay, at other end, sympathy money with the same strings attached, though. The fishermen got some immediate relief, but signed away their ability to pursue larger claims later. And crucially, nothing changed about the factory's operations. The money was away
And they got bought.
without actually solving the
Unlucky.
problem. For patients and their families, fighting back was even harder. In 1957, affected households had formed a mutual aid society to share
And they got
information,
bought out.
pool resources, and advocate for recognition. But membership came with social costs that were sometimes almost as devastating as the disease itself. Remember, Minamata was a company town. Neighbors who worked at the factory or whose businesses depended on workers who did had powerful reasons to resist the idea that Chisso was responsible. If the company was
Pussies.
blamed and forced to pay massive compensation or shut down, what happened to everyone else's jobs? So families
Find new
who
ones?
spoke out found
Make new
themselves
businesses?
isolated. The stigma that had started as a fear of contagion
People are so
evolved into
short-sighted.
something more deliberate: social punishment for threatening the community's economic security. Some patient families actually left the mutual aid society under pressure from relatives who didn't want to be associated with the fight. The disease had already taken their health, and now the response to the disease was taking away their place in the community.
Jesus
The period from
Christ.
1959 to 1969 is sometimes called the 10 Years of Silence, though that does oversimplify things. It wasn't that everyone stopped talking.
10 years of
Researchers
forced
didn't continue to
silence
work. Some
through money.
journalists kept covering the story, and affected families certainly had not forgotten. But the combination of legal settlements that discouraged further claims, social pressure to avoid rocking the boat, and a government more interested in protecting industrial growth and public health, all of it meant progress toward accountability slowed to a crawl. The activists who kept pushing during this period, quietly gathering testimonies, documenting new cases, building relationships with sympathetic lawyers and scientists, were laying groundwork that wouldn't bear fruit for years. But they kept at it, even when it seemed like no one was listening. Minamata may have remained a local tragedy, something dismissed as a freak accident or an unfortunate confluence of circumstances specific to one bay and one factory. But in 1965, nearly a decade after the first cases appeared in Kyushu, the same nightmare started unfolding again. And this time, it was happening hundreds of kilometers away. It was along the Agano River in
Oh,
Niigata
God.
Prefecture, on the opposite coast of Japan's main island. Familiar horrors: cats stumbling and convulsing before throwing themselves into the water, fish floating dead in the river, and then people, mostly from fishing communities along the riverbank, developing the same devastating neurological symptoms: the tremors, the slurred speech, the loss of coordination, the narrowing of vision. The same clinical picture dozens in Minamata had been documenting for nearly 10 years. Investigators didn't have time to start from scratch this time. Researchers from Kumamoto University traveled to Niigata and immediately recognized what they were seeing. They traced the contamination upstream to a chemical plant operated by Showa Denki Corporation, and when they examined its processes, they found something that should have surprised absolutely nobody. The plant manufactured acetaldehyde using a mercury sulfate catalyst, almost identical to Chisso's process. Who would have known? The wastewater went into the river, the methyl mercury accumulated in the fish were eaten by people who lived along the water, and there we go.
Most reasonably trained skill to
Biomagnification.
top.
The
That's fine.
Niigata outbreak was officially recognized in 1965, making this not a local phenomenon anymore, not something that could be explained away by unusual geology or wartime munitions in one specific bay. This was a predictable consequence of a specific industrial process used without adequate safety measures. 2 different companies, 2 different prefectures, 2 different bodies of water, and the exact same result. By 2001, nearly 700 patients have been officially certified as victims of Niigata-Minamata disease, with the true number almost certainly much higher. Together, the Minamata and Niigata outbreaks would eventually be classified among Japan's Big 4 pollution diseases, a group of industrial disasters that forced the country to confront the environmental costs of its rapid post-war economic growth. The other 2 were Yakaichi asthma, caused by air pollution from petrochemical plants, and Itai-Itai disease, caused by cadmium poisoning from mining operations. But
Cadmium
the mercury
poisoning?
poisoning
Jesus
cases held a
Christ.
particular horror because the damage was so visibly devastating and so clearly linked to corporate decisions that prioritized money over human life. And say it again, capitalism, everybody. I mean, I love capitalism, but come on now. This is insane. So on September the 26th, 1968, more than 12 years after that first 5-year-old girl stumbled into the Chisso factory hospital, the Japanese government finally issued its official verdict. Minamata disease, the statement declared, was caused by eating fish and shellfish contaminated with methylmercury compounds discharged in wastewater from Chisso's acetaldehyde plant. After all the illness, the death, the denial, and the corporate obstruction, 12 years to officially name the culprit. But the timing was definitely curious, wasn't it? The announcement came exactly 4 months after Chisso had quietly ceased using the mercury catalyst process, switching to a method that didn't generate methylmercury. The company had stopped
Oh, we
poisoning
don't do
the
that
bay, and then the
anymore. That
government
was
acknowledged that
that was the
poisoning
past
was
owners of the company. We don't do
coincidence? I
that.
mean,
That's not us. That was the
sure,
previous
maybe.
part
Or
owners. Yeah.
perhaps the announcement was timed to avoid forcing the shutdown of an active industrial process at a major company during Japan's economic boom. Certainly a suspicious.
Crazy.
Allegedly. The statement
Allegedly.
itself
Those
was also
allegedlys are
reviewed
important.
problems. It claimed the epidemic
Litigious
had largely
ass
ended around
companies in
1960,
Japan.
which was just flatly
Rightfully
untrue.
so in a lot of
New
cases, but
had
also not
continued
rightfully
appearing
so in
throughout
some
the decade,
cases.
and the Nagata outbreak had demonstrated that the same process was still poisoning people elsewhere. The government also implied the damage was mostly confined to the immediate area around Minamata Bay, ignoring evidence that contamination had spread along the Shiranui Sea coastline. The recognition was real, but it was also incomplete, hedged, and carefully worded to limit the scope of what would need to be addressed. Still, for the victims and their advocates, it provided something essential, an official basis for demanding accountability. You can't sue a company for causing a disease if the government won't acknowledge that the company caused it. Now, finally, the path to the courts was open, and the public mood was shifting. The twin Minamata disasters, combined with the Yokkaichi asthma crisis and the Itai cadmium poisoning, had made industrial pollution almost impossible to ignore. Citizens were angry and the press was paying attention. Politicians who had spent years prioritizing growth at any cost were suddenly facing constituents who wanted to know why their children were sick. In 1970, the Japanese National Diet convened an extraordinary session that would become known as the Pollution Diet. Over that session, lawmakers passed 14 separate environmental laws,
Jonky,
including
what's
the
up?
Comprehensive Water Pollution Control Act establishing discharge standards and monitoring requirements. The legislation also
Chilling, listening to some
polluter pays
interesting
principle,
YouTube
making it
content.
clearer that
Yeah,
companies
yeah.
could be held financially responsible
It's good
for the
XP and
damage
it's
their
not super
operations
click
caused.
intensive like
The following
other
year, the government
things.
established the Environmental Agency, Japan's first dedicated national body for environmental protection. The legal and regulatory
It also lets me make not Ceratom, Armadillo brews in the future.
living with Minamata disease, the new laws came just far too late. So, in June 1969, 29 Minamata disease patients and their
It's
families
chill.
did something
These traps
that had
last
seemed
forever
almost
too, so you just
unthinkable
build them
a
and they
decade
stay.
earlier. They sued Chisso Corporation. The lawsuit,
It's
filed in Kumamoto
really,
District
really
Court,
chill.
argued that the company's
Low clicks for
negligence in
low
discharging
clicks per
contaminated
minute.
wastewater
Great.
directly caused their poisoning, and that Chisso should be held legally and financially responsible. They weren't doing this alone. A coalition of academics, lawyers, and activists.
Yeah, it's not bad.
formed what they called the
150. I think it's supposed to be like
Trial Research,
155k an
pooling
hour.
expertise to build the strongest possible case.
So for the click
Years
intensity,
documenting
it's great.
methylmercury poisoning, provided expert testimony. Legal scholars analyzed corporate liability doctrine.
Can't be
writers
too
and
bad
journalists,
because I saw
including
a
author
level 3
Michiko
skiller
Samura,
here.
whose
So
documentary literature had brought
gotta be
Minamata's
decent.
suffering
An
to national
AFK
attention,
skiller is or
helped
an
inform the
AFK
trials
skiller. If a
taken
level
at
3
the
skiller
time.
is here, it's
When
got to be
every other
half
avenue had
decent.
failed, this coordinated effort aimed to force accountability through the courts. The trial lasted 4 years, and the testimony was really quite damning. Iki Nishida, a former factory manager at Chisso, told the court that
I just can't be
production
bothered to
profits
do
had been
chins. Chins are
consistently
crazy.
prioritized over
Like that's like
safety,
really good
even as
XP, but
evidence
man,
mounted
is
that
it
the
click
wastewater was
intensive.
harming the community. A former company president
It's also
and
black
coalition
chin, so it's in the
executives
wilderness. Like I'm
promoted the
fucking good.
wartime explosives theory, despite knowing that it wasn't true. A deliberate effort to deflect blame while the factory kept running. The internal documents and witness statements painted a picture of a company that had understood the danger, chosen to ignore it, and then actively worked to obscure its responsibility. On March the 20th, 1973, the Kumamoto District Court delivered its verdict. Chisso was liable. The ruling found that the company had been negligent in continuing to discharge contaminated wastewater even after it had reason to know the discharge was causing serious harm. The court ordered compensation that was record-breaking in Japanese legal history, up to 18 million yen per deceased patient, with similar
Per
amounts for
deceased
surviving
patient?
victims,
That's
totaling roughly
crazy.
937 million yen across all plaintiffs. That's approximately 3.4 million US dollars at 1973 exchange rates, though inflation makes direct comparison tricky. But the ruling did something else
That's
mattered
nuts.
enormously. It explicitly invalidated the sympathy money agreements that Chisso had pressured families into signing back in 1959. Those contracts, which had required victims to waive future damage claims in exchange for small payments, were declared unenforceable. The court affirmed that genuine legal
That's
rights to
crazy.
compensation,
The company
rights that
got
couldn't
fucked.
be
They
signed
spent all
away,
that money to
but
just get fucked and have to
where
spend more
one
money.
side held all the power and information. For families who had been told for years that they'd already accepted their settlement and had no further recourse, that was vindication. So, justice served, right? Well, no, not exactly, because that landmark 1973 verdict only applied to the 29 plaintiffs who had brought the case. For everyone else suffering from Minamata disease, getting compensation meant going through an official certification process, and that process was designed in a way that excluded far more people than it helped. To be officially certified, you
Unlucky.
had to be evaluated by a medical committee, and that committee applied extraordinarily strict criteria. The diagnostic template was based on something called Hunter-Russell syndrome, a set of symptoms documented in British industrial workers who had experienced acute high-dose mercury exposure in factory settings. The criteria required a specific constellation of symptoms: sensory disturbances, ataxia, visual field constriction, hearing impairment, and speech disorders, often all at once. If you had some symptoms but not others, or if your presentation was milder or didn't match the textbook picture, you were rejected. No compensation for you, and many people were. The problem was that Minamata victims hadn't experienced the kind of same exposure as those British factory workers. They'd absorbed mercury gradually.
Yeah, it was a
over
gradual
years
thing, yeah.
through contaminated food, which produced a wider and more variable range of symptoms. Some people had devastating neurological damage, others had subtler impairments that nonetheless affected their daily lives. The certification criteria didn't account for this variability, and thousands of applicants were denied recognition as a result. In 1995, the Japanese government under Prime Minister Tomichi Moriyama accepted a political resolution. Uncertified victims were offered lump sum payments, medical expense coverage, and ongoing health support, but only if they agreed to abandon any further legal claims, which sounds rather familiar, doesn't it? Most patient groups,
That's crazy. The
exhausted
government
by
doing the same
decades of
thing that the
fighting
company
and
did.
wasting age of memberships, accepted the deal, but a smaller group based in the Kansai region refused, arguing that accepting meant letting the government off the hook, so they kept on litigating. This litigation
Hell yeah.
dragged on for another 15 years until 2010, when the government agreed to yet another compensation scheme,
Oh.
offering approximately 2.1 million yen, roughly $25,000, plus monthly medical allowances to cover 2,000 previously uncertified victims. Chisso was required to contribute to the fund. But even this expanded recognition left many people out. Researchers at
Crazy.
Kumamoto
Chisso's
University
still
have
around.
suggested that the true number of people affected by mercury exposure around the Shiranui Sea could be in the tens of thousands, far exceeding any official count. Many never applied for certification because either they didn't know they qualified, feared the social stigma that still was attached to Minamata disease, or simply couldn't navigate the bureaucratic process. Now, the symptoms of this disease do vary, but there are a lot of commonalities. Numbness and tingling in the hands and feet that never goes away, difficulty with fine motor tasks, buttoning a shirt, holding chopsticks, writing a letter, that sort of thing. Problems with balance that make walking treacherous and falling a constant risk. Fatigue that doesn't lift with rest. Some patients experience tunnel vision, their visual field narrows to a small circle surrounded by darkness. Others struggle with hearing loss or slurred speech that makes communication exhausting. And for many, there's cognitive impairment, difficulties with memory and concentration that compound every other challenge. For congenital patients, those exposed to methylmercury in the womb before they ever took a breath, the damage is often more severe.
Yeah, that would fuck up a
their
baby.
entire lives. Many were born with cerebral palsy-like symptoms, intellectual disabilities, and physical impairments requiring constant care from infancy. These patients are now in their 60s and 70s. Their primary caregivers are often their parents, now in their 80s and 90s, or their siblings, who have spent decades balancing their own lives against that of a brother or sister who cannot live independently. And the stigma never fully disappeared. Despite decades of public education and official recognition, some families still hide their connection to Minamata disease, fearing
Jesus
discrimination in
Christ.
employment or marriage prospects. Some eligible victims never applied for certification because they didn't want the label, they didn't want their neighbors to know, they didn't want to be treated differently. Now, once the legal battles were underway,
That's understandable, but also still, Jesus Christ, that's brutal.
Practical question: what do you actually do with a poisoned bay? The mercury wasn't going anywhere on its own. It had settled into the sediments on the bottom, and every storm, every tidal shift, every boat anchor risked stirring it back into the water where it could re-enter the food chain. Beginning in the late 1970s, Japan undertook one of the largest environmental remediation projects in its history. Workers dredged approximately 1.5 million cubic meters of contaminated sludge from the bay floor, a staggering volume of toxic material that had to be put somewhere. The solution was to bury it on site, using the dredged sediment as the foundation for land reclamation. The contaminated material was sealed between layers of clean soil and protective barriers, creating roughly 58 hectares of new land where the most polluted waters had once been. And it wasn't perfect. Mercury, it's still there, entombed rather than removed, but it was kind of the best available option for preventing further exposure.
Yeah, at least it can be, if assuming a process to get rid of the mercury comes in the future that can get rid of it very well, like at least it's buried, entombed, and it can be removed in the future, assuming a better process. It's better than just leaving it in the sediment in the ocean. Like,
National Institute for Minamata Disease to continue medical research, provide care for patients, and document what had happened so that future generations,
much
other
better.
countries, could learn from it. Then there are the museums. In 1988, the patient support organization Soshisha opened its own Minamata Disease Museum, a space created by victims and their advocates to tell the story on their own terms. The exhibits were unapologetically activist, centering the experiences of affected families.
That's
5 years
funny.
later, the Minamata Disease Municipal Museum opened as a publicly funded institution, offering a more official but still deeply affecting account. In recent decades, Minamata has attempted something complicated, reinventing itself as an environmental model city. The town that became synonymous with industrial poisoning now promotes rigorous recycling programs, ecotourism,
Oh, that's good.
and sustainable development. It's a genuine effort to
Oh,
build
yeah.
something positive from the wreckage, though it does sit uneasily alongside the ongoing struggles of patients who feel their suffering hasn't been fully acknowledged. So how
That's
ultimately
understandable,
should a
but
city
it-
confront the worst chapter of
They
its
they
history?
should be good.
How
Like,
do
it should be
you honor
good.
the dead
It is a
and
good thing that
damaged
they're
while also
trying to
attract visitors
become
for
a
their
more
spots? Minamata
environmentally
is still working hard to
aware
find those answers.
populace.
The name Minamata also traveled far beyond Japan. By the early 2000s, it had become international shorthand for what happens when industrial pollution goes unchecked, cautionary tale taught in environmental science courses and cited in policy debates worldwide. So when the United Nations decided to create a binding global treaty on mercury, there was really only one name that would carry the right weight. In
Minamata
October
Treaty?
2013, representatives
crazy.
from over 100 countries gathered in Kumamoto Prefecture, just a short distance
The land
from
of the
where
hills and the
first
grottos?
victims had fallen ill nearly 60 years earlier, to adopt the Minamata Convention on Mercury. The choice of location
convention.
was deliberate. Patient representatives attended the signing ceremony, their presence a reminder that this wasn't an abstract policy exercise, but a response to real human suffering that was still ongoing. The convention sets out to reduce mercury pollution across the entire life cycle of the element, limiting emissions from industrial facilities, phasing out mercury-containing products, restricting mercury use in manufacturing, and establishing frameworks for managing contaminated sites.
Oh, looks like I'm hitting 155k an hour pretty consistently right now.
Making it one of the more widely adopted environmental agreements in recent history. But the single largest source of mercury pollution today,
And I like
isn't
have
chemical
just over a
factories and
level's worth of
industrial it's
fine fish
artisanal
offcuts
and
here.
Small-scale
But
gold
yeah.
mining, primarily in developing countries. Miners use mercury to extract gold from its ore because it's cheap, it's effective, and it doesn't require expensive equipment. The process releases mercury into the air, the water, the soil, exposing mining communities to the same kind of contamination that devastated Minamata. The Amazon Basin, parts of sub-Saharan Africa, rivers like Colombia's Atrato, all have documented serious mercury pollution linked to gold mining, with affected communities reporting
It's
neurological
like old
symptoms
gold mining
that
tech.
would be
Using mercury for gold mining. My understanding is it's not even as effective as modern ways to mine gold. It's just done because that's how it was always done. My understanding is modern gold mining can be done way more effectively using other methods. Crazy that they still use mercury.
Who knows this story? The convention addresses artisanal mining, but implementation has been painfully slow. Recent treaty meetings have faced criticism for failing to accelerate action, even as illegal mercury trade continues to fuel the problem. The same patterns that played out in Minamata: economic pressures, overriding health concerns, marginalized communities bearing the cost, regulatory frameworks that look good on paper but can't reach the people at risk, are repeating themselves on other continents. The real horror of Minamata isn't that the poison existed. Mercury is a naturally
That it
occurring
still
element, and
exists.
Industrial processes that use it aren't inherently evil. The horror is how long powerful institutions pretended not to see what was happening, how many people suffered while committees deliberated and companies deflected and governments waited for certainty that would never arrive. Thank you for watching.
There's another one he has. He has a bunch of channels, Simon Whistler, but this channel's Into the Shadows. It's generally some pretty dark shit. This one's fucked up. Bug chasing the people who chose to have HIV. What the
If
fuck?
you asked 1,000
That's
random people who
crazy.
live locally to you, what is one disease that you hope you never get? You might get a multitude of answers. Cancer, rabies, brain-eating amoeba, you know, all the
HIV,
fun stuff.
you
But
know.
one answer that will surely be among them is HIV. Despite the AIDS crisis being long in the rearview mirror for many countries, HIV
Oh, thanks,
has
Nancy
continued to
Reagan.
be a spectre that haunts
Pretty sure it was
people,
her.
both for the potential dangers of getting it and the societal trauma that it has left in its wake. And yet, despite all of this illness, despite all of that death and pain, there's still a small subsection of people that don't just not mind the idea of getting HIV, they actively seek it out. They're called bug chasers, and their niche community
The
is
fuck?
entangled by risky behaviors, death, and a confusing sense of belonging. HIV is no longer the death sentence that it used to be. However, that doesn't mean the risks aren't there. But bug chasers know that. They just willingly choose to ignore them. So what can we learn about this community of outcasts? How did 80s trauma and 90s moral panic turn to desire come the new millennium? And maybe most importantly, why do people do it? So yes, this phenomenon is called bug chasing, as the people are chasing the bug. It just so happens that this bug is one of the most dangerous viruses on our planet, HIV, which if left untreated can lead to AIDS, severely compromising one's immune system. And
Absolutely
that kills
crazy.
you quite easily. But before we get into why someone might choose this insane path for themselves, we have to set up a little bit of context about HIV and its sordid global history. HIV is believed to be a zoonotic virus, which means it transferred from animals to humans, notably African chimpanzees. While we can't know for sure, it's generally believed
Fuck
that
the first chimp,
trade
damn it.
is what led to this virus jumping the species barrier all the way back in the early 20th century, although it would be a while before we actually caught wind of it. From there, it would slowly spread from
Somebody
the African
fucking a
continent
chimp.
to the rest of the world.
What it
HIV
was.
symptoms were first recognized in humans in the late 50s and early 60s, even if nobody knew exactly what it was yet. But this was a time of globalization and colonialism. The world was getting smaller than it ever had been before, and so diseases had a much greater opportunity to spread. HIV is mostly passed through direct contact with bodily fluids. Mostly this is referring to unsafe sex, but that definition also covers reusing dirty needles, as well as mother-to-child transmission during pregnancy, birth, or breastfeeding. But mostly today, we're going to talk about sex, as that's how bug chasers like to do it. So for some reason, you're watching a video about HIV with your children. This is your disclaimer of what you're doing with your life. This is your disclaimer that we're going to talk about sex today. But still, what made the virus so scary back in the day, especially as it
I
spread
don't think
across
kids
the
should be
world,
watching this
was that
channel
there
in
was very
general.
little
Like,
that
it
could
can
be
be
done
interesting to
treat
learn
someone
things,
with
but holy
HIV.
shit, the
Before
stuff I
80s,
learn on
before
this
a
channel is
virus was
fucked
actually
up.
identified and drugs could be developed to counter it, people would just get sick and die thanks to a repressed immune system, and doctors didn't really know what to do. So then, many who got it before mostly developed AIDS, the end stage of HIV, and subsequently passed away.
I'm going to
Obviously,
pop on
as
some
people across the world
Swampolytics once
like
I
to do
am
horizontal tango a lot,
once I'm doing some
you
ship
weren't going to
combat,
stop it spreading
so
through abstinence. So
that'll be more
the
interesting. I'll
problem
have it on
has got worse
stream
and
and stuff, so
worse.
people
In the
can check it out,
1980s,
watch it if
the
you've never
virus
seen
was
it.
formally
I've never
identified
seen
by
it, so
the
it's gonna be
CDC,
cool to
and
watch.
the first drugs to treat HIV were developed. At the same time, AIDS also really took off in the public consciousness as it hit the news cycle, leading to all kinds of panic. Many believed for a long time that kissing, hugging, or even
No.
holding hands could
No,
transfer the
kissing
virus,
doesn't
and the
transfer
stigma that
AIDS.
arrived with HIV meant that those that
I think you
caught it
could
were
drink like a
treated more like
bathtub of
lepers
fucking
than people
saliva
in
before you would
defensive
have a chance
vaccine
of catching
campaigns
AIDS
from
or
the likes of
HIV.
Princess
It's
Diana in
very unlikely.
1987 would show that HIV and AIDS isn't transmitted like that. HIV is a fragile virus. It can't survive outside of the body, hence why it spreads in such an intimate way. It's also worth noting that unlike what you might have believed in the past, even having unsafe sex with a person who has HIV, while extremely risky, does not guarantee transmission of the virus.
Really?
But there was
Did
a
not know
panic
that.
in the United States regardless.
Crazy.
People were genuinely
Nancy Reagan
afraid of AIDS
did
as
that.
it ravaged communities, and it's easy to see why.
Or helped.
A dangerous illness that drastically reduced life expectancy, with no widespread commercial treatment options, and which could affect anyone no matter who you were. In the United States, AIDS was even the leading cause of death in 1995 for those aged 20 to stay. No widespread commercial treatment options, and which could affect anyone.
Asmongold.
no matter who you are. In the United States, AIDS was even the leading cause of death in 1995.
Asmongold on AIDS.
25 to 44. Well, 40,000
Fucking
people
Christ.
died from the disease in the US alone that year, and that's with some of the best medical care that money can buy. Over 40 million people have died as a result of the virus across the world today, mostly in Africa, due to a lack of adequate healthcare. In the United States and the Western world specifically, gay men suffered disproportionately. If you asked someone who was part of the community back then, almost all of them would have had at least one friend, sometimes more, who died from it. It left a lasting trauma on a whole subsection of society, and it would be from this subsection that bug chasing would eventually come to be. By the late 90s, new drugs were developed to stop the spread of HIV between people. The new hyperactive antiretroviral therapy, also known as HAART, hit the market, extending the lifespan of someone with HIV by around 15 years, which was revolutionary at the time, given
That's
that
pretty
the
crazy.
life expectancy in the 80s for those who had developed symptoms of AIDS was a mere 11 months. It used to involve a whole host of different pills and medicines to manage, but this has since been boiled
Yeah, it
down
looked
to a
like
single
Asmongold
pill
on
the
AIDS,
person
dude.
takes daily, like some women do with birth control. No muss, no fuss.
Except
Next,
Asmongold's more
in the early
bald than that guy
2010s,
that was
came the
that
development of
I showed.
pre-exposure prophylaxis, otherwise known as PrEP, which meant that those without the virus could take medicine to drastically reduce their own risk of getting it from a carrier, also taken in a daily pill form. And of course, safe sex was consistently encouraged as well. Even post-exposure prophylactics were developed, which you can kind of think of as a morning after pill, but for HIV. However, it does come with a heap of nasty side effects, so, tread carefully. Okay, so that's a very quick understanding of the history of HIV and AIDS, showcasing that over time HIV went from a sheer death sentence to a manageable chronic condition within a generation. Many people today
It's actually
live full,
incredible
long, happy
what
lives
has
with
been done
HIV
for like
alongside an undetectable
HIV
viral
and
load.
prevention
Of course, though,
and
that
like
does depend
not
on
curing but treatment.
reasonably early
It's
diagnosis,
actually
prompt
crazy.
treatment, and access to healthcare, which not everyone on Earth has access to. And so despite the life-saving medications that do exist for many, AIDS and HIV is still a major global issue.
It's
particularly
pretty crazy in
southern part of
Africa.
Put
Yeah.
simply, HIV is no longer a one
HIV's
strike and you're out kind of
pretty
illness.
crazy in Africa. Like
Deadly disease,
really,
just
really,
a nasty
really
bug.
crazy.
Of course, where
Bad.
there are bugs, apparently there are people who want to chase those bugs. Okay, so even if HIV isn't the death sentence it used to be thanks to the invention of incredibly vital drugs, what on God's green earth would convince somebody to try and contract it? Everyone knows there is still a major
Actually
stigma
crazy.
around the disease.
Like, yeah, I
especially
think
in the
I'm gonna go
LGBT
contract this
community,
disease. It
suffered
sounds fun.
disproportionate
Fucking
amount of trauma
insane.
as a result of the AIDS epidemic in the 80s and 90s. Bug chasing is something mostly adhered to by small online communities of gay men today, but in
Oh,
theory,
God.
anyone
Of
who
course
wants
it's
the virus
online
or
communities.
the gift, as it is known in these circles,
Degenerate
can
fucks.
be a bug chaser. The intentional, unprotected sex with the express goal of spreading HIV is known colloquially as gift giving or buzzing. Gift givers describe a certain fetishized thrill in the taboo of giving someone
Oh my
HIV,
God.
much in the same way
Jesus
that bug chasers
Christ.
get that same satisfaction from potentially contracting
What
it.
the
Alongside
fuck?
these is also generationing, where one gift giver successfully infects a previously uninfected person with HIV, and then the two then collaborate in an effort to infect another person, and so on, resulting in a big old HIV club.
What
There's
the
also
fuck?
stealthing, which is the
That should not only be illegal doing that, that should, like, those people should be fucking killed. Intentionally spreading life-threatening diseases, even if there's medicines that make them not life-threatening anymore, like, holy shit. These people should get capital punishment. That's crazy. Life-altering diseases and they're willfully spreading it to people. I don't care if both sides are consenting. That's fucking insane. And this next one, stealthing, I bet it's unconsensual.
darkest kind of gift giving, where a person intends to pass on the virus without the other person's consent and sometimes
Shocker.
without their knowledge. This is usually done either by not
Prison.
informing potential
Forever.
sexual partners of their positive diagnosis,
And then death at the end of it.
resulting from
Painful.
and infection, or from someone removing or sabotaging their protection
Christ.
without the other knowing. We'll get into the legal grey area of bug chasing later, but it kind of goes without saying that anyone who does that is a real piece of shit. Okay,
Oh,
the
it's not
question
they're a piece of
still
shit.
remains,
They're
why?
they're
Why
unhuman.
put
They're
yourself and your
inhuman.
family through it?
They're
The illness,
amoral,
the
inhuman
diagnosis, the
trash.
drugs,
Plain
the
and
risk.
simple.
Why do any of it? Is it really just the hyper-specific kink? Well, maybe, but it doesn't appear to be quite that
Jesus
simple.
Christ.
We delve into the reasoning behind bug chasers' actions. Not everyone has the same motivation, and yet they all come to the conclusion that HIV is the answer. So what gives? Well, you have to go back and look at the trauma that befell the gay community during the AIDS crisis to really wrap your head around this. In a lot of ways, especially back then, HIV was associated a lot with bisexual or homosexual activity. In Western countries, HIV has disproportionately affected gay and bisexual men. That's more about history and network dynamics than it is about identity. In the West, the virus first occurred in tightly connected urban sexual networks in the late 70s and early 80s, before anyone even knew what HIV was. Once prevalence became high within those networks,
Okay, I'm hitting like 154k XP per hour. That's not bad.
And so,
I like this
early
method.
concentration shaped the epidemic in ways that are still visible all these decades later, and part of that makes bug chasing mostly an affair for men who have sex with men. That is to say, that when something like HIV is twisted by trauma and interwoven into a community's identity like that, it's a powerful thing to dislodge. This is backed up by Jaime Garcia Iglesias, a PhD candidate in sociology at the University of Manchester and one of the leading experts on bug chasing.
Oh god, so it's like,
He wrote for the news publication.
so I could be wrong, but basically what's implied is that it's a belonging thing. Like they don't feel like they belong to the group unless they have the fucking disease. Because that's crazy. That's crazy.
The conversation.
That's a fucking
One bug chaser told him,
mental
quote,
leap
"As a
in
gay
logic.
man, HIV had to be part of me, and not having it meant I was not yet complete."
Yep.
Quote.
It's a
Some sort
belonging
of
thing.
emotional connection with
Lovely.
HIV positive partners, and saw getting the virus as
crazy.
the truest way of achieving that goal. One academic paper
Jesus
read, quote,
Christ.
"HIV discordance was a barrier to true love and intimacy. Only by taking on a lover's HIV infection could they prove the unconditional love and devotion they shared with one another." I mean, maybe next time try some flowers? For some, it is purely about the
Yeah,
social.
some flowers
The
probably work a
eroticism
little
of
better.
risk around a seriously taboo thing is
I
alluring.
got you HIV. Oh my
Iglesias
god, you're
interviewed
so
one man from
so
Seattle who
thoughtful.
stated that contracting HIV,
Jesus
quote, became a fear
Christ.
that I associated with sex that I liked. Another of his interviewees was a Frenchman in his 20s who stopped taking PrEP, that's the drug that you take in a pill to stop yourself from contracting HIV after potential exposure, and chose to engage in casual anonymous sex, stating, quote, "It was a real turn on not knowing what would happen." Others considered getting the disease as a sexually liberating experience. Because HIV was highly prevalent in gay communities, many assumed that they would get it in the end anyway, seeing it as ultimately inevitable, actively choosing to seek out
That's
HIV.
at least the logic there is understandable. It's an inevitability, so why not just get it over with? Like I still disagree with it, but at least the logic is there. There's some amount of logic that makes like a tiny bit of sense. That you can understand it at the very least. Even though it's a fucking horrible line of logic, it's still there's logic
something like
there.
a coping mechanism, a way to take back control of their lives, to reject the stigma that came with it, and to stop living in
Jesus
constant
Christ.
fear. After all, these days it's not a death sentence anymore, and people can live perfectly healthy lives while being HIV positive. But that cultural stigma still remains, like a wound that refuses to scar. And not everyone's motivations for bug chasing
Shouldn't
are
scar.
so positive. A lot of bug chasers experience a self-hatred that can come with being a member of the LGBTQ community, which can lead to certain risk-taking behaviors like having unprotected sex and not knowing someone's status. Others who lived through the crisis feel some semblance of survivor's guilt. Why did they get to live their lives and others didn't? The reality is, sometimes the world is random and cruel, and trying to find meaning in that can lead to some wonky motivations. You see, there's something to be said about how a shared traumatic experience can bring a group together. Iglesias also wrote of a man from London
Again,
in his late
belonging.
60s who identified HIV
Crazy.
with the death of his friends in a way that drove him to desire the infection, even if he wasn't sure why. He just missed his friends. And I'd like to think that we can all understand that. Similarly, Thomas Lovelace, a professor at
Sure, I
Rutgers
can
University,
understand missing friends, but
interviewed a group of
there's
18
the
gay men
logic
who had sought
to
out
like
HIV.
infect yourself with the
Consider
disease your
relatively
friends
small
had to
there was
get
an
closer to
overlap in
them.
lots of their
There's no
experiences
logic there.
and common
Insanity.
characteristics between the men. Many of the men faced trauma.
Very flawed logic.
Abject poverty, childhood trauma, addiction and abuse. Being LGBT, sadly, isn't always well accepted even today, and certainly not back during the height of the AIDS crisis. Various traumas, when combined with the stigma and taboo around HIV, might have crossed a few wires during cognitive development and driven individuals towards the virus. And you might ask, where do bug chasers coalesce? Well, where all the atypical communities are these days. The internet.
On the internet.
Just like with
Yay.
any hyper niche interest, the internet has long provided a place for people with similar ideas to come together, sometimes for the better and sometimes for the worse. It has gone from strength to strength over time, from the early days of internet forums all the way to today's social media hellscape. Searching for bug chases on Twitter, for example, something that I don't recommend that you do, you will see announcements of chasers finally testing POS and finally being considered toxic. Underneath these posts, you've got dozens of people congratulating them for finally managing to get HIV.
Yay!
Various accounts online today share explicit content, a range of
and you
accounts,
know there's some people out there who will say having any sort of opinions against these bug chasers or whatever is homophobic. Yeah, and that's like fucking crazy. Like, what are you talking about? Like, no, oh my god.
Give tips on how to
Absolutely
better ensure
nuts.
a person contracts the disease. Chasers use language like pause me, convert me, and they even engage in so-called bug parties, and you could probably work out what goes on during those. It's important to note, however, that for many this is purely the online space.
I need to
Internet is
remember
a
to
great
turn on
place
my
for people
fucking
to
Audacity.
pretend and laugh about all kinds of things for whatever reason. Some people might
Or not turn on, but start recording. I forgot to fucking record again
while
today.
Some might just want to get their rocks off and move on. The community contains everyone, ranging from the mildly entertained and curious to the downright devout and everything in between. For some, it's testing the waters, while for others, they're documenting a deliberate lifestyle choice in bug chasing. Either way, you have to take the online stuff with a pinch of salt. Anonymity and mutual encouragement can create environments where user statements shouldn't always be taken at face value. Again,
And without anonymity, shouldn't take shit as face value.
is that just because someone calls themselves a bug chaser online
Lie all the
doesn't
time.
actually mean that that represents their offline behavior. Meanwhile, some real-life bug chasers also face complications. There can be psychological tension between their fantasy of catching HIV and their actual actions. Some people engage in unprotected sex with positive partners and then deeply regret it. Meanwhile, others who were once proud members of the bug chaser community change their minds about the whole thing when their own friends within it eventually succumb to the same illness. It can go from fantasy to horror pretty damn fast for people when it gets real, and regret isn't the only reason that bug chasing is an absolutely horrible idea, both for your health and potentially for your freedom. So, why is bug chasing a bad idea? Really, that's the question we need to answer. For those of you who don't know how the virus
Crazy.
works, HIV is an acronym that stands for Human
Destroys
Immunodeficiency
your
Virus. This
immune
virus
system.
attacks your helper T cells that fight off infections. If the virus is untreated and spreads enough, it becomes known as acquired immune deficiency syndrome, or what we know as AIDS. This late-stage HIV infection means that the body can't fight off other harmful contagions as easily. For example, people's bodies carry a latent strain of tuberculosis, which is harmless unless your immune system's compromised. But even something as ordinary as a common cold, which you or I might barely notice, can become dangerous in someone with advanced untreated HIV because their immune system is just no longer able to fight it off properly. But many in the bug chasing community are aware of this. In fact, some like the thrill and the risk that it brings, whilst others are more
Christ, man.
apathetic to the
Holy
idea of
shit.
getting HIV. However, many bug chasers have fallen foul of super infections of HIV. HIV
Super infections?
When a person who already has HIV becomes infected with a second, genetically distinct strain of the virus.
Oh god, I didn't even know
isn't
that
just
was a
one
thing.
disease, it constantly mutates. Now, getting two separate forms of HIV is rare, but it is a dangerous possibility. It makes courses of treatment more difficult due to rapid progression and resistance to treatment. So yes, for the bug chasers
I'll do the
out there,
Forester really quick. It
can
takes no
still
time
get
at all.
worse. Even scarier is the prospect of a growing resistance to
four-tailed
certain
pheasant.
HIV drugs that
There's a four-tailed pheasant.
small pockets all over the world, and in some scenarios, treatment for long-suffering carriers can simply stop working. Certain mutated resistance versions of the virus.
Might as well. It's a free lamp.
Very quickly.
Wait.
Director of the Copenhagen HIV
Wait,
program,
what?
Jens Lundgren, describes
There's
it
no
as,
way.
quote,
It just ate
"Most
my
of the HIV
crabs.
viruses that
It
circulate
deleted.
worldwide are receptive to the preparations that
What?
are available.
That's
There
nuts.
has, though, been incidents where the virus has become resistant to
Okay,
components
whatever.
of the treatment.
Okay.
If such a patient passes on the
Herblore.
infection, the newly infected person will also be immune to the same treatment as the donor. And then there's the legal ramifications of being a bug chaser, which can range from "that's a little bit weird" to "oh my god, you should be in prison like yesterday, my dude." The thing
Nope.
with bug chasing is that it's a deliberately opaque landscape, and its legal status differs everywhere.
It
even
should be
between
illegal
consenting
everywhere.
For example, in the UK,
Just
you can be
factually.
found guilty of reckless HIV transmission under the umbrella term of grievous bodily harm, which carries a
Good.
maximum prison sentence of 5 years.
Not
In
long
order for it
enough.
to be proven, the knowing HIV-positive person has to have unprotected sex with someone who didn't know their partner's status, and it has to be proven that they understand how HIV is transmitted. In Scotland, you don't even have to transmit the disease. Just putting someone at risk without them knowing could result in a knock on the door from the police. This can even be upgraded to intentional transmission of HIV, meaning the transmitter deliberately meant to pass on the virus, which is a lot harder to prove. The first man to be jailed for deliberately infecting men with HIV was only prosecuted in 2018, and he was jailed for life following his awful spree of giving HIV to several men. In the United
Absolutely.
States, for
Life
example,
isn't
the laws
long
differ
enough.
from state to state quite a lot. In 19 states, you can be charged for failing to disclose your
When he's
HIV
about to
status
die,
to
they
a
should
sexual
swap his
partner.
brain
In
into a
others,
new
you can
body
get
and
various
keep him
prison
alive
sentences
even
and
longer.
consequences up to and including life on
Fuck
the
'em.
inside for HIV-related offences, which could include being listed on the offenders registry. But laws are pretty patchy and imprecise. For example, some
Social
states
stigmas are great.
criminalize
When it comes to something like
non-disclosure,
that,
even if the person
absolutely.
using protection has an undetectable viral load and no transmission occurred. Various HIV-specific laws around the world, however, discourage people who think they might have the disease to get tested for fear of the limits that it would put on their lives, which can ultimately lead to more harm being done over the long term. Of course, for some, that is part of the allure. Some members of the community fetishize giving the virus to others in secret through stealthing whilst keeping their status deliberately hazy. Some bug chasers engage in sex work to try and get infected, which is also illegal in a lot of places and illuminates other STD-based exposure risks. Some people are also secret bug chasers with lives and families who then end up unknowingly or knowingly passing on their illness to their non-consenting partners. So from the doctor's office to the courtroom, bug chasing is very much best left as a fantasy. And yet there was
No, it shouldn't even be that.
who did it on purpose.
I mean, I don't think you
And
should
took back
regulate
for
people
events
having
related to
fantasies
these
and such, but like,
just as the world was starting to figure out how to get a
I think it
handle
should be
on HIV,
stigmatized, something like that.
drugs were in the early stages
Wanting
of
to
development,
catch diseases
turning
and
from a lethal
transmit
infection to
them, that's
something more
so
survivable.
fucked
We're
up.
not going to the UK, the US, or perhaps most of the countries that you might think of associated with HIV. We're instead going to visit the Caribbean island of Cuba. Fidel Castro and his communist regime had been running the nation for decades already at this point, and he ruled the nation with an iron fist. And amongst this communist nation, which hated counterculture movements, existed a group known as the Freakies, who greater resembled the rockers of freer nations than they did the hammer and sickle revolutionaries. They naturally weren't fans of the communist regime, and the regime was not a fan of
Crazy.
them.
People in
Castro's
Cuba
government
are not
attempted to
fans of
contain
the of
worldwide
communism?
wars, and police cracked down on vagrants and social outliers, which included the Freakies. They looked different, they acted different, they shirked previously adhered to norms that were common under Castro's socialism, like spending lots of time in rundown areas and playing loud music. The Freakies were often harassed, they were arrested, imprisoned, and forced to do manual labor for the state. Everyone had to conform. Well, almost everyone. Because HIV had reached Cuba as well. Cuba actually has a very strong track record with instances of HIV as a nation, thanks to the unique mix of socialized medicine and authoritarianism. Cuba's approach to tackling illness in the country was nonetheless controversial. The sexually active adult population was aggressively tested by the regime, and those who were found to be HIV positive would be sent to live in quarantine, state-run sanatoria, which were effectively just live-in medical facilities. But here's the thing, Cuba hasn't always been the nicest or richest country to live in, and as a result, a lot of the nation is seriously run down. Even back before the Soviet subsidies dried up, Cuba was a poor nation with a lot of poor people. What this meant was that the sanatoria, these hospitals, could actually provide a better standard of living to social outcasts like the Freakies by providing food, shelter, medicine, and crucially a place where they wouldn't be harassed and persecuted by the police. It was seen by many as an escape for dissidents like them. So they became bug chasers in the classical sense, without the sexual overtones that come to define it nowadays. The Freakies took the infected blood of their friends who were HIV positive and injected it into their own bloodstreams, pretty much guaranteeing transmission and resulting in the Freakies getting sent to these hospitals en masse, turning them into effectively counterculture havens for the punks in Cuba. It was partially a protest about the way they were being treated. It also seemed like a good idea for a select few who hedged their bets on a quick cure and treatment being found whilst they enjoyed their punk utopia. Yandra Cardoso, a longtime Freaky who continues to live on the grounds of a former sanatorium, stated, quote, "You could hear rock and roll and heavy metal coming from every house. When the sanatorium first opened, it was 100% Freakies. We were all here together." And all
It's
it cost
crazy.
many of
Not
them
surprising at
was
all,
their
though.
lives. Unfortunately, many of those who hedged their bet for treatments didn't actually get treatment, and the disease continued. A lot of Freakies
Unlucky.
passed away from AIDS. Some members of the Freaky community have since said that they thought it was a short-sighted choice, even with Cuba still under communist control as of today. As many of those with HIV and AIDS passed away or were able to get sufficient treatment to last until the newer, more advanced drugs arrived, these sanatoria started to close one by one. Cuba itself also changed its approach from mandatory isolation towards an outpatient-focused system focused on public health. Only one sanatorium, the Santiago de Las Vegas Sanatorium, still exists today in its original healthcare-based role, but as a hospital and clinic rather than as a den for Cuban punk rockers. And it functions entirely voluntarily. Some of the others exist for educational purposes, for those who are newly diagnosed with HIV, where they can go to learn about living with HIV, prevention and treatment. There are naturally only a handful of freakies left today. But yes, there were a group of people who voluntarily chose to be bug chasers and gave themselves the gift of HIV and also to avoid persecution, which is a crazy choice to even have to make in the first place. For their sake,
I don't think they had to make it,
because whether you become a bug chaser,
but still, absolutely crazy shit.
Any other HIV-seeking group, your life will change forever if you succeed. So what's being done about this? Where do we stand? What's the status of bug chasing today? And can anything really be done to prevent it on a larger scale? Well, that's complicated. For one, bug chasing is arguably bigger now than it's ever been before, at least if social media posts are anything to go by. But is anyone really
the No Monkey, he's put up a $300 advanced guide. I don't want to see what he's talking about in there. Yeah, play that while I do cannons.
Health condition. Many of you may have heard or even watched the documentary The Gift. 2 guesses for what's it about, that came out all the way back in 2003. One of the first articles to mention bug chasing outside of LGBT media appeared in September 1997 in an issue of Newsweek. 1997 is very much still considered the not out of the woods yet stage of the AIDS crisis, and yet this phenomenon appeared almost as quickly as some of the drugs that combat it. That is to say, this is an entrenched community that has been around for the better part of 30 years, or maybe even longer. Despite being incredibly niche, the advent of modern social media has continued to give bug chasers a platform to talk about their interests, and so it appears to be still on the rise, which might actually somewhat make sense the safer it becomes to have HIV in the modern day. Well, as much as intentionally contracting HIV can make sense anyway. And the reality is that there's not a huge amount that can be done. The vast majority of bug-chasing interactions appear to be either engaging in a fantasy online or privately between two consenting adults, and you can't really police that. The stealthing side is clearly still an issue, as the UK's 2018 case does show, and perhaps the bug-chaser community need to call out the problematic and illegal behaviour. It's really only when bug-chasing leaves its niche community bubble that things get so messy. It's an issue that is complicated.
People hate to call out people in their own groups causing problems, because then they're just like, well, they're gonna say I'm a problem because I called out the problem that other people in the community do.
What bug chasing means for a person. Videos like this might educate.
Weak-minded shit is what it is.
Spreading awareness of just how harmful this lifestyle can be. We can advocate for safe sex, but the world goes on. Bug chasers continue to chase. Gift givers continue to give. And HIV and AIDS treatment continues to advance. Modified HIV viruses can even be used now as a delivery vehicle in various gene therapies, which means that HIV is capable of saving lives, not just taking them. And maybe, eventually, more lives can be saved than were ever lost. But there is a long way to go. Thank you for watching.
Oh, fuck, the audio at the end of the video went crazy. Let's see this 300 TOA guide.
YouTube. GM. This is going to be a 300 TOA Invo guide, but basically it's going to include some advanced solves, advanced tech that you could do, some decent gear that you can do to push up to 350, 400, even potentially like 500s. You can definitely even do 500s in this setup. So it's kind of laying out the groundwork for you to push.
I've done 500 in the setup he's showing.
Guides have shown.
Mine's a little different, but basically same gear.
I'm wearing backpack for the purposes of Monkey Room, but we're bringing a blowpipe for utility, for the swarms, and for Monkey Room. And then both is going to be your main ranged weapon. You're going to use this at Zebak. You're going to use it at Warden. Very, very useful. The main thing that we're showing in the guide, though, is Eye. Eye is very close to...
Eye of a Yak is better than Bofa at Warden. Even I think it's... It might require a spec, but it's a low damage spec makes it better, like 12 damage, and your average hit with an Eye of a Yak spec is like a 25 or something, 23 or something. So it's incredible how strong the Eye of a Yak is. It's a very good weapon.
Shadow, not quite as good in TOA because it gets multiplied by 4, but it's really, really strong in TOA. It's a little better than Bofa on Akka, and it's a little better on Warden. So it's very, very strong. I'm bringing Virtus if you don't have
The
vertical.
thing with Akka though, the Bofa is better at killing the Akka's shadows than the Eye of a Yak, but Akka himself, I said shadow, didn't I? The Bofa's better than the Eye of a Yak on the shadows, but Akka himself, it's the Eye of a Yak that's better. Eye of a Yak is disgustingly good.
Blue Moon is also good. I'm just showing some like more decent mid-level setups. Bringing 5 restore. One of them is a Sandfew. This is potentially for Kefri. There's a way you can get around using the Sandfew as well. We'll talk about that in a second. 3 brew, Divine Super Combat. My spec weapon is going to be Burning Claws. Burning Claws are better DPS up to 375 raid level in Toa than a Voidwaker. One of the benefits of Voidwaker, though, is that you can whack core with it. So it's a better weapon to whack core and like Monkey Room.
Yeah, core
I would say
whacking.
At a lower raid level, stick with Burning Claws. As you
Burning
push the raid
Claws
level
is
higher,
better
swap
until
for
you get
Voidwaker.
to
It's
higher
gonna be better.
levels.
We're also bringing these runes. Either runes specifically let you use Thrall and Death Charge. We're on Thralls, by the way. Thralls are insanely good for Toa. They add a ton of damage. Everything in Toa is super tanky. Thralls are going to speed up your raid tremendously by like 1 to 2 minutes. And if you can get double Death Charge before you go send your Toas, which you get from Yama, really, really nice to go grab double Death Charge before you go send. And then we're bringing BGS. BGS is really, really good on a lot of the bosses. We're going to use it on Baba. We're going to use it on Kefri. We're going to use it on Zebak. So very solid for those. If you don't want to buy this and you have a Bone Dagger is like just a little bit worse. You can't respec
Bone
with a
Dagger's
Bone Dagger
fine.
is the downside, but if it's your opening spec on the boss, Bone Dagger is
Yeah, Bone
guaranteed to hit,
Bone
and it
Dagger's
does the
fine.
same thing. It still drains levels.
High invotes, you want to use Bone
Lied
Dagger
about the
anyways.
3 brews. You need a DDS. This is
Lied
necessary
about the
for
3
specking out
brews.
the core. You're going to need that to get a 3
Yeah.
down. So make sure you bring that as well. You could probably get away with bringing just 1 brew as well if you wanted to bring more items, something like that. You have the
You can, if you're good at the raid, you can bring 0 brews. You can bring a partisan instead of bringing 2 brews, and then you just have a partisan to heal. If you just bash shit to heal, or use the spec if you actually take a lot of damage, or like during Akka, if you take damage, you have to use the spec to heal. But like during Kefri or during Baba, like you can heal just by bashing shit. You might even be able to heal by hitting the pots in Zebak, but I've never tried it.
option of bringing
Not sure
a
if they
Surge
count
Pod.
for the heal.
Surge Pod is going to increase your DPS a little bit, but when you have weaker
Surge
spec
Pod's
weapons like
kinda
Burning Claws or
mediocre.
Voidwaker and you don't have a ZCB, it's not adding very much
Yeah,
damage
Surge
to your
Pod's
raid,
good
so
for
you really don't
ZCBs.
need that. It's just
Pretty
if
much,
you
that's
feel
about
like
it.
pushing even further, you could bring a Surge Pod. It's an option. What stats should you have to do Toa? Higher stats are better. I'm maxed for the
Crazy.
purposes of the video. I recommend like above 85 before you go sending Toas. The higher your stats are, the better always, though. Highly recommend AFKing them if you don't have 99s yet, but 85 plus is going to let you easily get raids done, so would recommend. Some questionable things with this setup. You're like, why do you bring Assembler? You don't need to save arrows. Well, you need to save darts, but it does give your Bofa a max it as well, which I would say is worth it. I would say even if you're not
Yeah,
bringing
it's
a
worth it
blowpipe
on the
or something,
Bofa.
it's worth bringing Assembler.
Bofa max it
Also,
feel
Furnace
good.
Mask in this setup does give you max it as well. Double check that. If you have slightly different items, you want to check that the mask is actually giving you max it. If it's not, don't bring it. Not worth the slot. Also, Oath Plate is an option these days. It's not super
Oath Plate is
expensive.
what I
It's
use.
a little bit more than Bando's Face Guard, but Oath Plate is the same strength as these, which is good. It's a little worse defense, which doesn't matter for the most part within the raid. Maybe just Kefri, but for the most part, doesn't really matter. And also, Oathplate is better for landing BGSs. Just much higher
Yeah.
odds of landing the BGS.
That's the main reason I use Oathplate. I use the Needs and Odd Face Guard though still because I have it, so I might as well use it. The stats are similar. It's the same strength and it has prayer. Like it's good. Oathplate top and bottom are enough slash to make yourself pretty accurate. The only thing is it is way more expensive, but if you have it, just fucking use it. You don't need bandos for a raid.
Also, lets you spam Burning Claws in certain parts of the raid, like on Warden and stuff, and they're going to be more accurate, so that can be nice. Last but not least is my Chugging Barrel. You don't need this, but just showing the pre-pots you could bring. Stamina is nice for the Monkey Room. If you're running around a lot, it's possible to run out. Divine Super Combat and Divine Ranging, both nice. You can also pre-pot a regular ranging. That works too. It'll carry into Baba. Doesn't matter if you're using a Bofa on the boulders because it's still going to kill them. Extended Anti-Venom is actually a long enough antidote that you can carry it from Baba into Kefri, and it'll actually keep the anti-poison without needing a Sandfew. So if you're using these, you can actually skip the Sandfew.
You can just use an antidote plus. It's a lot cheaper than an extended anti-venom. Antidote plus is what you should use. It's way cheaper. And it'll last until Kefri as well. Maybe on higher invos with bad gear you might not make it, but you should be able to make it.
Which can be nice. You don't have to worry about it at all. Pre-potting a prayer regen is really, really nice for saving prayer.
Always
You use
good.
a lot of prayer in the first room, which is the monkey room. I just talked about room order a lot.
Nah. If you know how to pray properly in that room, you don't really use that much prayer. Knowing the what baboons are coming when saves a lot of prayer. It's still like a decent prayer room, but it's not enough that you need
What
a prayer
room order are we
regen.
doing?
But prayer
Doing
regen is
Baba,
always good to
Kefri,
have.
Zebak, Akka, the last two are more malleable. Kind of depends on the levels those rooms are when you get there. The reason you run these is because melee gets boosted less by salt, which you get later through the raid. Melees get boosted less than your ranged and mage. So that means you want to do the melee bosses first for speed through the raid. So first is Baba, second Kefri, for that reason. I see a lot of people mention stuff like, why not you do Zebak start? I've seen streamers do.
Let me see
by salt,
why.
which you get rooms are when you get Zebak, Akka. Room order a lot. What room order are we doing? Doing Baba, Kefri, Zebak, Akka. The last two are more malleable. Kind of depends on the levels those rooms are when you get there. The reason you run these is because melee gets boosted less by salt, which you get later through the raid. Melees
Okay,
get
that's
boosted less
understandable.
than your ranged and mage. So
Honestly, I do Zebek first, and it's the only reason I don't do Baba first is because I just don't want to have to deal with using offensive prayers for the baboons. I can one shot because I'm salted. I can one shot everything in the baboon room, and it's super chill. But I guess I should probably stop being a bitch and just go for the fucking prayers. Like, it actually does make a significantly faster run. I'll have to do some runs and see what their comparison is. Maybe I'll do some Toa tomorrow. That'd be fun.
that means you want to do the melee bosses first for speed through the raid. So first is Baba.
Yeah, for
second
speed.
Kefri, for that
But
reason.
for me,
I see a lot of
I do
people mention
chill,
stuff like,
so
why not
I don't
you
do it.
Zebak
But
start?
I'm trying to
I've seen
speed
streamers
at
do
this
that,
point.
That kind of thing. The Zebak Stark is a thing people do at an extremely high raid level, like 600, to pair with Pathmaster Invocation, so that they
Yeah.
cannot get a level 4 Zebak.
Yeah, that's another thing. I do also do Pathmaster. So for me, but I honestly don't care about a level 4 Zebek. I can do a level 4 Zebek. It's fine. Especially salted, it'll be pretty quick. It's at plus 13 stats on a ranging potion that I normally have, and I don't divine, so normally it's draining too. But yeah, it's Zebek level 4 is not fun to deal with, so people will do
So that's why they do
Zebek
that,
first.
basically to be safe, but it's much faster to not do that. So don't start with Zebek.
Hey,
And showing
level
invos,
81.
These invos are not what I recommend for a 300, okay? I'm showing some harder invocations that you could use to throw in and start pushing your raid level a little bit. Showing stuff like Upset Stomach, Overlords, Aerial Assault, maybe
He's a pussy. He didn't put double trouble on.
stuff that you wouldn't run a run. Also Boulder Dash. Some things that are
Double
kind of
Trouble.
harder to run, but
Free.
as you learn them, they're pretty free to throw in and they let you push the raid level up. So we're doing a tougher
Double trouble is
300.
free if you just
You could
staircase
say,
skip
just
it.
to show you what you would do is you throw on those harder invocations. If you want to see the different invocations I actually recommend, I have a Toa master guide. Go check that out. It has a bunch of different breakpoints on invocations that you could run at different levels, different ideas for what you should be running. Okay, let's do the monkey breakdown with detached cam, I think. Okay, we are standing outside of the monkey room. The monkey room is the hardest room of the entire raid.
It's so
drains the
easy.
most supplies, and it's the easiest to mess up, right? There's an actual
Monkey room is so easy when you're doing it solo. Once you learn everything, you can take 0 damage very easily. The thing is the prayer, but it's still not that bad. It's pretty simple. I can say it off the top of my head. The first wave has shaman and meleeers. So you want to have your bow out to kill the shaman instantly, so that it stops summoning thralls. You bow it, and then you swap to Eye of a Yak or whatever you have, and you kill the meleeers. And then you'll probably have, as long as you kill it quick enough, you'll only have 1 thrall, so you kill the thrall. You might not have time to kill the thrall. You can just ignore it. You're praying melee for the first wave, and then the second wave is rangers. So you pray range, you equip your fang, you stab one. As you're running to stab the other one, you'll see he'll animate to do an attack. When he animates, you swap to protect from mage. You'll kill it before it does another attack. And then the majors come out, and you swap to Bofa. You shoot them. I believe there's a shaman that wave. If there's a shaman, you basically always just kill shaman. So shaman's always the first kill. But it's literally protect melee, then range, then mage, then range, then mage, then melee. Then there's 1 ranger on that wave. So depending where it is, you protect range or melee. Either way, if you don't protect range and it hits you once, like, you just kill the ranger first and you're protecting melee, you're fine. You're not going to take that much damage. And then it's melee throughout the rest of the fight. Killing the shamans always, and killing the volatile ones when you're The volatiles explode. You kill the fucking poison ones whenever you get a chance. If you just shot, no monkeys have spawned yet, and you like swap your prayer, shoot a fucking a venom monkey, and then go to the next wave when it spawns up. You always need to delete those two, but they're less important. Just be smart, take your time, and you won't step in poison.
Actually, a lot going on with the monkey room to avoid using supplies, so we're gonna go over it. First things first, when I enter the room, I like to be wearing Assembler and then my melee gear to make me extra tanky. Basically, the way this room works is a bunch of monkeys are going to be spawning through these holes.
Don't need tank.
Occasionally, a puzzle's going to pop up where skulls are going to pop up over these pillars or over.
If you do it as good as I do it, you will get 2 puzzles max. Maybe a third if you like really like let too many thralls spawn up. But I rarely see more than two puzzles.
The vents, you're going to grab a hammer and potions out of these 2 crates. When you start the room, depending on where the skulls are, you're going to go quickly solve that puzzle. You have about 10 seconds to solve it before it punishes you with a bunch of damage if you don't make it. The main breakdown of the room is that for the main monkeys, there's 3 different types. So there's red melee monkeys, there's green ranged monkeys, and there's blue mage monkeys. For each of these, you one-shot with the style that they would be weak to, or you full max it with the style they would be weak to. What we do is blowpipe is enough to one-shot.
That was a nice 1.5 mil, hour and a half.
There's 2
Not bad.
sizes of monkeys, by the way. One is a higher level and
I
has
am
30
out
health
of
instead
fine fish
25.
offcuts
Most
though,
ones
so
25.
I need
Higher
to
level ones have a lot
process
more.
more
Blowpipe on its
yellowfin.
own, one way, just by itself, which is why I'm wearing Assembler to not waste darts, will one-shot the tiny mages. But for the big mages, you're going to have to throw on Rigger.
So many jumbo
Rigger will
squid.
let you one-shot
How am I doing?
max.
Have I
With
bought them
just a
all yet?
one-way pipe,
No,
that's
okay.
enough
When
to
I buy them all, I'm going to
For
process
the
them and see
melees, for the
how it
lizard
goes.
ones, you just hit them with a basic eye cast. Insta one-way. That's all you need to one-shot it. For the bigger ones, 3-way is needed. Don't need prayer. This will one-shot the big ones.
That's another reason why I like having salt, is I don't have to worry about that. When you're salted, I can wear all my melee gear, except for I wear Bofa, like I wear full crystal in the Bofa for one-shotting the shamans, because they have huge health, level 4, they have 40 health. And then it's a one-way melee and a one-way mage switch to kill everything else. It's giga free.
Fang actually one-shots without prayer, so you can just instantly run up, poke them, that's fine. If you have a Void Waker, it's just 4-tick instead of 5-tick, and it also one-shots everything.
Void Waker's better,
of Void
for
Waker
sure.
is that it's better in this room. Besides the main monkeys, there's a couple extra ones. There is the volatile.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna do some cannoning
it's
now.
Walk towards you instantly. As soon as it touches you, it's gonna do a little animation, blow up, do 50 damage if you're standing right next to it. If you move even 1 tile away, it won't hit you at all. So that's all you have to do to avoid that.
I don't think I
Also has
want
the
to bring
benefit
all
of
my
blowing up
cannonballs,
any
but
monkeys next to
fuck it.
Other monkey is cursed baboons.
Only
It's
4
gonna
mil if
spawn
I
and just
lose
start
them.
wandering around, leaves a trail of venom. If you step on it, it venoms you unless you have anti-venom on, which is why you want to pre-pot that. And
Grab
do
a
this room
bunch of
first because
repair
you get to
kits.
Pre-pot anti-venom and not bring it in the room. Yay. You
Oh,
can
no,
just
my
kill
boat
them with
is
a
here, never
ranged
mind.
hit, has like 20 health. Any ranged weapon whatsoever is going to one-shot that. If it's far away, hitting it with a Bofa can be nice, so then you don't get pathed around in a weird way. Last but not least is the most dangerous monkey. It's the baboon shamans. These are the highest
Everybody
priority,
here.
and the thing you're going to want to kill first every single wave that you see them. So these are for the purposes of
Jittery
attacking
Jim
the
on a
mage,
cannon.
so you're going to hit them with ranged.
I
They
want
have
him
a
on the
lot
other
more health than
cannon.
the other monkeys, so you're going to need 2 pipe shots or 1 Bofa in like a big crystal switch. Probably
That's
just
my
stick with
cannon.
2 basic pipe shots. That'll one-shot even without prayer, or 2-shot even without prayer. Their main attack is just summoning these little tiny thrall monkeys that are going to run up and punch you. Their melee damage, you can pray against them. One thing people don't know in their raids, I've seen people do hundreds of raids without noticing this, the thralls actually drain prayer points if they would have hit you. So even if you pray against them, they still will
it's
drain your
annoying.
prayer points over time.
That's why
If you
I'm
have,
constantly
like, 10
running
of
away
hitting
from
you
them.
at once, punching you, you're
Your
losing
prayer
a
gets
ton
deleted.
of prayer in this room. Like, you're probably wasting 2 extra doses without knowing it. Every single wave, what you're going to want to do, I'd highly
Those
recommend
shamans first.
installing Tombs of Amasket plugin, by the way, if you're learning
Shamans
Monkey Room.
first.
In the Path of Atmekan part of that plugin, it's a giant plugin. It has like features for all of Toa, but in the Path of Atmekan part, you can turn on a wave helper that's going to tell you what's going to spawn. The
What
reason
happened
that's
there?
important is you want your protection prayer to match whatever has just spawned into the room.
Yep.
Let's say 3 mages just spawned in. You're killing like the last brawler of the last wave. Swap Pray Mage.
That doesn't happen. The last brawler of the last wave doesn't happen. There are no waves that have brawlers before mages. I could
Even
be
if the
wrong, but I'm like
brawler's punching you,
95%
swap Pray
sure.
Mage, right? You want to be praying against the thing that the most things are attacking you with in the
Yeah.
room. So that's the main idea. I think we got there this time, Chad. I think so. I don't think we need to cut the tape. Anything I'm missing? The
Cut
Tunes
the
of the
tape.
Basket plugin can
Cut the
also, I
tape.
don't have this, but you should. It can put a radius around the monkeys. It can put a radius around
Yeah, I don't
the
use the
volatile
radius.
baboon,
The radius
which
is
can show
for
you the area
toddlers.
that's going to explode and hurt you in if you're standing in it. Can be really
I'm
nice.
being
for
mean. It's
avoiding.
not for
I think
toddlers,
we're
but
good
you
this
don't
time.
need it when you get
Okay,
the hang of
we're
it.
running into the room. What you want to do is go drop 3 potions on any tile. Doesn't really matter where. I always drop.
So equipment stats affect your shooting. So I'm wondering, does the range strength of my weapon affect? So 106 range strength here. Actually, let me pull, I'm putting a weapon table. Let's pull up the weapons table. Two-handed, one-handed. And let's do, that's not range strength. That is range strength. Zerite crossbow has 16 range strength. Wait, did I not? That wasn't range strength. That was range defense. I'm dumb. Very dumb. Okay, the Tanal sticks have 55 range strength, and the Bofa has the highest range strength. So you bring a Bofa. I don't know if it's going to affect the range strength, but they did say gear stats affects things, so I'm hoping this range strength affects it. I'm going to bring ranging pots. I want divines. I have a shit ton of divines. Let's bring divine. That's too many. I'll just bring 4, actually. I'm just realizing I probably will want to bring some prayer potions, though. And also, I'm going to need inventory spaces for shit. Let's bring some food just to deal with those. There's a range here. I would probably burn my food, though. And I will bring runes for high alchemy. I think you can... I want to say you can do the telekinetic grab to grab shit now, too. I think that's faster. Spellbook, standard. I don't know what runes that requires. Law and air. Okay. So I'll grab smoke runes that are fire and air. Fire. Okay. I'm just going to bring a stack of fucking smoke runes. 2,000 natures. 2,000 laws. Lets me cast alchemy. Telekinetic grab. Perfect. What else do I want to bring? Teleport tabs to get out. OSRS lost at sea. What do I lose at sea? Okay, port task cargo, bounty items, salvage, and fish in the cargo hold will be lost when summoned. So that means you don't lose cannonballs. I'm going to test this with 1 cannonball. And the repair kits. I don't care if I lose the repair kits. It's whatever. But actually, you know what? Let me just take all of these out. I'll deposit 1 cannonball, and I'll take some ironwood repair kits. Oh shit, no. Let's just go over here. Oh shit, I need my deep fin necklace, actually, before I do this. Or not my deep fin necklace, but the sailor's necklace. Amulet. I'm just gonna hop on this really quick. Stop here. And I'm gonna teleport away. And it's gonna say I abandoned my boat. Becoming lost at sea. I'm gonna recover my boat. Literally right here. Abandoned. Lost at sea. Okay, and let's see what I lost. If I lost anything. If I didn't lose the cannonballs, then that's good. And I don't think you do. I want to double check. Cool. Cannonballs didn't get lost. Those didn't get lost. Perfect. Okay, let's deposit my shit. And let's grab a bounty. don't really need to grab bounties, but I'm gonna grab one just because it'll be nice to do one. Dragon hook. Dragon salvaging hook. They come from great white sharks. Okay, there are great white sharks really close to me, just to the south. I'm gonna go fight those. My ship is not super buff, unfortunately. I think I'll take damage from these, but it'll be fine. I have repair kits for a reason. I want to grab more, actually. I want to grab more repair kits. Just a few more. The 3 mahogany repair kits on me. And then I will put the ironwood ones away. Let's get my boy on here. Stop following captain's target. What? Fire at will. Gee. Follow captain's target. Can I make him use different cannonballs? I don't want him using my dragon cannonballs. I'm just realizing because he doesn't get affected by shit the same. I'll get him using the rune cannonballs. I get 2,000 rune cannonballs. This works. I hope I can do that. Kind of. Oh, I'm so jealous. It's got the Gothixian paint. It looks so good. Okay, let's see. Can I swap cannonballs for him? I guess if the cannonballs are in there, he's going to use them. I wonder if I'm pretty sure if I use this, I'll use these. I use the cannonballs off my person. Okay, those great whites are right about here, I believe. Yeah, they're like right here. Okay, cool. Let's continue this 300 guide. I want to listen to the rest of it.
Equip I, because that's the first thing you're going to be attacking every time is brawlers. Just kidding, in this case, I've got a shaman nearby. You're going to see I didn't turn on offensive. It just doesn't matter. Like, you're still going to kill it in the same amount of shots. Rangers just spawned in. Let's play ranged. Go ahead and tap this pillar. Kill these 2 monkeys. Pray mage, because that's just what spawned in. Basically, you're just going to see, like, I'm playing super careful. Like, I'm just trying to pray against the main damage each wave and then take out the main threats each time. You're going to see I don't one-shot that because I didn't pray rigor. You can see the volley just exploded, the other volley and that thrall. So sometimes you can use that to your advantage. I missed the 3-way, so it doesn't one-shot, but that one will get one-shot.
Ooh, that's a big hit. 106. We like that.
Kill the shaman. Down to clean these up. He's running away from me. Let's just turn both on. Okay,
let's try out the telegrab. I'm pretty sure this works.
One more shaman. This is the very last wave.
35 rune cannonballs. A battle staff. We alk that. Okay. We're gonna move a little closer too.
Both of these fellas.
So I can hit more.
2 minutes. I used roughly 1 dose worth of prayer, and I lost maybe 20 health. So with that,
I'm shooting my Bofa, which is a piece of shit compared to the cannon now.
So that's how you do it, roughly. Okay, we're at Baba. Baba used to be a complete menace, but now Baba doesn't hit through prayer anymore. Nice. Good changes. So as long as you're camping pray melee, not going to take damage from Baba. We love that. We love that. Baba has
can't reach it.
The first obvious one is Baba's going to drop rocks on your head. These do a lot of damage. They hit you for like 50. Okay? She's going to drop a rock directly on your head, and then 2 rocks in 2 different parts of the room. It could be this corner, this corner. They're all over the room. It'll drop a big stack of rocks. This is important because her next attack is to throw a big rock at you. Also does a lot of damage. If you're standing next to one of these rocks, it's going to avoid the damage completely.
Big hit.
And blow up that rock. Okay, so you want to run next to one of these rocks when you see them drop, so you're ready for that rock throw to avoid it. You can also stand next to one of these sarcophagi, also completely nulls the damage, but it'll damage
103.
the sarcophagi a bit. If you damage it twice with 2 different rocks, it'll
Okay,
pop
the
open and
damage
shoot you
is
out with
insane
balls
on
of
these
death.
cannons,
Probably
actually. It
avoid
feels
opening
really
any
good,
possible
way
use
better
the
than
rocks
it did
every time
before.
if you can, but in a pinch, you can use the sarcophagi to block that attack as well.
Drag. These
Not
guys
too
drop
bad.
dragon dart
But we can
tips?
also
That's actually
use tiny
crazy.
monkeys that will shoot you.
What the fuck? What else can they drop that's good?
Pretty
Fremi
accurate, they
salvage,
hit
don't
you too
care about.
hard. You can
Cannonballs are
actually
nice.
one-tick attack these. They
Metal
ignore your
sheets.
attack
Oh
delay,
shit!
so
I
you can
just realized I'm
instantly
being
attack
dumb.
them with anything. You can just like fang them. You could fang them one tick back to back. Like they're like Zebak jugs, basically. So you can like instantly attack them. That makes them really, really good for double death charge. Really, really good for double death charge because they're just going to instantly give you 30 back for like
ballistic
2 fangs
attractor.
instantly.
Yeah, I need to
Just
go make a
Bofa
ballistic
works
attractor
well
really
to just, like,
quick.
pew pew, get rid of them. Last special, Baba
Need the
does, which is
schematic,
every
though.
33% of her health. I'd recommend
Oh, she
setting
gives it
up
to you.
monster HP percentage plugin. So you can see
Okay,
where her health is. You're
I
gonna see
do
that
like
when
this.
fighting
I wanna
Baba.
keep
There's a
doing
big
it.
green
This
number.
actually
The
feels
big
really
green
good.
number is her current health. So at 66% health and 33% health, she's gonna slam you in the back of the room. Ah! If you have the gap on and you're in front of this pit, you're gonna die instantly. Ah!
Yeah, just don't stand in front of the pit.
I have these
Easy.
handy dandy tiles marked that show if you're standing on these or further away, you'll dodge the gap by default. Ah, indicators. These are good. Baba's going to sit at the top of the room throwing boulders down. You're going to one-shot the cracked boulder. There's 5 different boulders. One of them will be cracked. You're going to one-shot that with ranged damage with a Bofa. So just throw on your Bofa and then go shoot the cracked boulder. Then what
It's
you want to do is
free.
slowly work your way up to this row of tiles. This is just an indicator, right, for not only where the gap is, but also if you're standing on this row of tiles, if a boulder's coming towards you and you shoot it, there's actually delay on your shot before it actually gets rid of the boulder, right? So it can be really confusing if you can make it. So one of the ways you can be certain that you'll make it is stand on this row of tiles. When you shoot the next boulder, wait until it touches your character. So I put true tile on the boulders as well. Wait until the boulder is touching your character, like right here, and then run. Then you're guaranteed to make it without even having to think. Then run up, hit Baba with Fang. She will stop doing boulders.
No,
and
shooter.
go back to doing her old
Shooter.
attacks.
It's more fun to
Repeat.
shoot her, get damage.
Easy peasy. When you enter the room, you're going to drop BGS specs until you get 20 damage. 20 damage is the cap. If you miss with the first spec, you hit like a 10, just spec again. And from then on, you're using Burning Claws on stab for the rest of the fight. Void Waker, if you have that, good too after you BGS. Let's go in. Drop a supply. Summon Thrall, double death charge. Hey,
Let's
I
go.
missed. It's okay.
Okay,
Okay, that's average. Well,
but
we're
I'm
probably
gonna
gonna
need
be
the
doing
lead
that.
bars. I
Oh,
definitely
I
don't have lead
forgot
bars.
to mention Shadow Step as well. Occasionally, she'll put like a little marker under your character. Just run all the way across her to the other side, and you'll dodge that attack. Boulders are dropping.
I
Stand next to
also
it.
decided
I
I'm
like
not
to
gonna
stand
use
on
the
the
divine
corner of a
rangings,
boulder, because in the case that
because
she
then I
does
don't
that
need to
shadow
bring
attack,
these, which means I can bring
like
more
that,
prayer.
and let's say she's still throwing the rock, I just stand over here and I'm on the other corner of the boulder. There is a point where speccing is not worth it anymore, probably at some point on phase 2. Hopefully the next spec lands. Okay, we swap into range gear. We're gonna bow for the cracked boulder. And I have boulder
I
dash
just
on, so
prefer
these are
like
going a
this,
little
fuck
bit
it.
faster, right?
See,
So
it
just
feels
take it
better to
easy.
me.
When it's 2 away, you can just take it slow, but I wait for it to touch me and then run up. You'll see I just barely make it. So that's your indicator to make it every time. Works
More
really
jumbo squids got bought. Wow. Okay, lead
well.
bar.
Melee, yeah. Don't run under Baba and click melee because it'll drag you back out and you'll get hit by the boulder. So don't do that. Very common mistake. I'm gonna sit on the corner of this boulder. She's about to throw the rock.
Oh shit, where'd those go?
And considering
I think I had lead bars previously, so it should just go in here. Yeah. Oh, I had lead bars. I'm an idiot. I just bought 5 and I had 46
I
already.
think I've never seen that happen.
Water runes, law runes, mahoganies.
Accidentally shot Baba there. That's okay. Just back up a little
What
bit.
happened to him?
We're probably just skipping it.
Oh, that's crazy. That's so funny.
Huh. I think I've never seen that happen.
Very funny.
Interesting.
Very funny.
Accidentally shot Baba there. That's okay. Just back up a little bit if you ever mess up.
Oh, another shit. Man, just sell your jumbo shrimps to me,
Okay.
boys.
Running
Put
up
them
to
on
this row.
market.
Wait for
Pick
it
'em
to
all.
touch me. Run.
Keep fin point.
And then attack. And we're just going to double spec.
Okay, we're gonna put our shit
Make sure
away.
your claws are on stab for the raid.
We're gonna
These bosses have,
re-grab
like,
everything
500
afterwards.
slash
Hopefully we
attacks, so
remember
it's
it
not
all.
gonna do anything if it's on slash.
We're gonna grab a hammer and a saw.
There you can
Grab
see the
5
shadow with
lead
the rock.
bars.
Just kind of run that way. There we go. Bob's
5
not too bad.
steel
You
bars.
0 brew in that room, which is ideal. 1 dose of restore. Not
10
too
mahogany
bad. I was
planks.
flicking Piety a
I'm
little
not going to
bit.
have room in
If
my
you're not flicking
inventory.
At all, you probably expect to use 2, maybe
Where the
3
fuck are my
doses there.
mahogany
Make sure you always
planks?
pick
I'm
up your
pretty sure
supplies
they're in
as well.
here.
It's
Here
really
they are.
common to forget a brew and just be screwed
And
up.
I lied, I have just enough room.
Okay, we're at the big bug. Not too much to keep track of here.
5,000
The main
water,
thing,
I
I'm running
believe?
overlords for this.
Yeah.
Maybe you aren't running overlords in your 300s. You probably don't want to, but let's say you're turning that on. It's not a super bad invo. It's very easy to run. She's gonna shoot
Lusty
bombs at you.
demon.
They are mage type damage. If you're standing in the center of it, especially with aerial assault, does a ton of damage. Hits you for like 70. Okay. I'm running aerial assault to show you how to deal with that. Every handful of attacks, she's going to do little flies
Man,
around
you
your
better.
after a few seconds,
Okay.
she's going to knock you into the wall and do a line of dung that's going to block you. You can't move anymore. You're going to use
I am gonna
this to
have
your
all my
advantage,
hotspots
okay?
filled
We're
here in
going
a
to
moment.
Block off these 2 rows. So we're going to stand on this
There it is,
tile
the
and this
ballistic
tile when
attractor.
that happens, and that's going to
60% of your cannonballs don't get used.
The other thing that she can do is she can shoot.
Let's take a moment actually and read this. So the ballistic, in order to build one player's, the ballistic facility. Wait, the ballistic is a boat facility that recovers 60% of cannonballs fired. Does that include my cannonballs, or does it only include mine, or does it also increase the Does it also recover the cannonballs shot by my crew? That's what I'm
A
wondering.
bunch of eggs out all across the room. The little, like, paler, like, less dark eggs explode
whatever.
on you and just do some damage if you're next to them, so you don't want to stand next to them.
No.
The darker eggs can spawn agile scarabs. The agile scarabs are just going to hit you for range damage. You're probably just going to camp range prey for the majority of the room. The eggs are guaranteed full damage from your melee weapons, so it can be worth tagging it with to grab some death charge. You'll see people in higher rate levels
Healing
using
it.
Kyrus, which I didn't.
I
using
heal them
Kyrus to
all with the
heal off of
Kyrus.
the eggs as well. Not
That's what I
terrible.
do.
Once you damage.
Because the ranged minion hits through prayer, so you always take some chip damage. So I generally I'll try to kill the eggs early for the first little bit with just a dagger, because a dagger with piety will one shot. I'll kill all the eggs in the room until I deal with both of the phases, and then after that I'll just top off with the partisan to heal up. Or even if I take a lot of chip damage, the first one, I'll do it before the second set of overlords shows up.
Jeffrey down to 0. She's going to summon with overlords 2 fellas and then 3 fellas. The ranged scarab is going to hit you for massive damage if you're not praying ranged, so you have to camp prey ranged. And the melee scarab she spawns is going to chase you down, but if he's trapped, he won't be able to hit you at all. If he's chasing you down, he's going to hit very, very accurately for like 30 plus. The last one, which is only going to be seen on phase 2, is going to be the arcane scarab. The arcane scarab slowly charges up these little red things around him. Once he fills up the full ring around him, he's going to shoot you with a mage attack that deletes
Sailor
you. Does a ton of
Jacob?
damage. The way to make him
Jacob.
not do that is by attacking him. If you hit him enough times, he's going to jump, go to a different part of the room. You're always going to focus the arcane first,
And
then the
Jittery
spinning
Jim. Let's
scarab,
get out of here.
and then the melee scarab. The reason you have to kill the melee scarab, even though he's trapped, why do I have to kill him?
Melee
What does that
scarab
do?
heals.
He heals Kefri.
You actually don't need to kill the melee scarab. If you bring it down to like one, like let's say you hit it and it's like almost dead, and you just swap gear and it's alive with 1 health, just leave it. It heals Kefri based on its health total. So if it has lower health total, you can just let it be. It'll still heal him a bit, but when it's at 1% health, it heals so little that it doesn't even matter. It really won't affect the kill time. Like you might save a second by attacking it, but you're losing out on time that you could just be attacking Kefri. It really depends though. I generally will, like, if it's low health and I do an attack and I'm like, that's a big number, that'll probably kill it, I'll just leave it.
Constantly, so that's bad. Kill him. Maging him is going to work really well. Meleeing the spitting scarab works well on that. You can also range, melee, whatever works on the arcane scarab. They all have low defense now, so you can hit them with just about anything. The last thing that's going to be happening is when those guys pop up, when the overlords pop up, swarms are going to be spawning and going into Kefri, and they go in like a clockwise formation. They're going to spawn and go into Kefri, and they're going to recharge your health for the next phase. What you can do is run around the room with your blowpipe, shoot them, and she won't heal as much. If you do this super, super well, only like 3 go in total. Healing her like 100, something like that. So it can speed up your raids a lot. You technically can let them all go in and still complete the raid, but I'm going to try to show you, at least on the first phase, how to tag them for the most part. The main thing to keep in mind is that Kefri is 5 tiles long and your blowpipe range is 5 tiles, right? So that means you can't shoot a swarm that's on the other side of Kefri. Your blowpipe, when you click
Really,
things,
they
kinda
need
has
to
a mind
increase
of
the
its own.
range on the
Doing its
cannon
own
too.
thing.
It's
So
it's
I'm
kind
gonna
of
try to roughly
lackluster.
show how to manually path towards the swarms and then
I'm an
click them
amulet.
so you don't get path wrong.
I'm an
Nice thing for the
amulet.
swarms as well. The Tombs of Amasket plugin can show numbers on the swarms for which one has spawned, like in what order. So the numbers, like the first one is spawned, second one is spawned, third one is spawned. Can be kind of
117.
handy. Specs for this room before
Shadow
we go in,
can't
we're
hit
gonna
like that.
immediately BGS.
Yeah,
BGS
Shadow
is
can't
very
do
low
that.
chance
That's
of
for
hitting, but
fucking
it's
sure.
still worth doing.
Holy
This
shit.
is the one room where Bone Dagger's actually better. Overall,
Big
BGS
damage.
is better for the raid, so we're bringing that. We're gonna dump specs until we get 20 damage. This lasts until the very end of Kefri, so it's really high value. If we don't land anything at the start, from then on, it's not really going to be worth it. So just Burning Claw after you've used the first 2 specs if you don't get 20 damage.
Are Grey
I'm gonna
Whites
need to
not
sip
aggressive?
Santi
I thought
because
they
I've
were
been yapping,
aggressive.
And my poison is, my anti has run out, but normally it would last long enough. We're going to do that as well. We're going to go in the room, drop some pots. Summon Thrall, Death Charge.
Dude, the
Oh, look
cannons
at
are
that.
actually
That makes up for the
insane.
Baba damage. We'll take that. And because Burning Claws can go on stab, they're pretty accurate here. Not
Where
too
you
bad.
going, shark bitch?
Okay, let's get the swarm on this line. So you never want to stand right next to Kefri. When she does that swarm, it'll knock you in the corner. Stand 2 tiles away, like right where I was standing, and it'll do a clean line like this. Now, one of the concerns is, if I do too much damage here, which I'm doing, with the BGS I've done way too much damage, what you can do is just wait until the next swarm special. So this is a little cursed, but I'm going to run around hitting these. Oh, see that hits you? Don't stand next to that. Don't be a doofus. I don't want to send the next phase until I trap this melee. So with Overlords, it can be a little bit awkward. If you're not running Overlords, you don't need to worry about it this much. You can get the second swarm later. There it is. Okay. We're going to swap to this. We're going to get the blowpipe out. Let's tag some swarms.
Oops,
I'm going to go up to this
didn't mean to
corner.
do that.
You can shoot the spitting occasionally. I can actually reach this all the way across.
Okay, this is getting a
Kefri
little
because
out of
it's
hand
in
here.
line with her. You're just
I'm
see
going
me manually
to pop
pathing in a
over
circle,
here.
basically. I can tag this with a long range weapon because it's really far. Start moving to the next one.
If I can reach that
Basically,
still.
You're just trying
Can't
your
reach
best
that.
to catch as many as you can. I'm not going to catch that one. It's okay. Click on this. Click on this. There we go. So like 3 went in. Not too horrible. Fang works okay on this guy. If you are bringing Kyrus, it's actually better to just hit him with Kyrus. It's one of the few things, like hitting things with Kyrus is good.
Maybe I
can
want
see it
Jittery
healing
Jim to
Kefri
fire
right
at
now.
will,
See our health is
actually.
going up. That's because of the melee. Eye is really, really, really good on the soldier because it has low defense. Now, on the second phase, I wouldn't tag swarms because it's really dangerous with the arcane. Just kill the arcane ASAP. Like, it's just not worth the risk. We're going to move our way up because the arcane's always going to spawn in this corner. If I got dung, I would have run up here. Okay, we're going to swap to Bofa because it's going to
Sharks are a drop.
Really, really annoying.
Do I have? I should have made space in my quiver. I could have put rune arrows in that.
And kill it.
Didn't know
Wow,
it dropped
no
them.
biggie.
Didn't really look at the drop table
Pretty
much.
good damage. Kill the spitting because he damages you a lot of chip damage. You're going to see I just kind of let the swarms go in on this phase. It's just not worth the risk of grabbing those. Double Death Charge is super good in this room. You can get it off swarms. You can get it off all of the overlords. Like, you're constantly death charging in this room. Amazing to have. This is probably the biggest reason you want double death charge. And now that's basically all the mechanics. We're just going to kill Kefri. She's going to launch us backward one final time when we drain all her health here. Now, this is something to look out for. I'm going to do it on purpose. Why can't I move? Okay, now I could. If she does swarms on you, like the bugs around you and is about to do dung, and you phase, you can't move. So that can
It's
cause you
awesome.
to get trapped. If you do it in this corner, it'll kick you out in the right direction. You'd be safe. But something to keep in mind, you can get screwed over by that, so never put yourself in a situation where that could trap
I'm
you.
bowfang. I just
Okay,
realized.
Make sure you always pick up your pods.
Shit
Some of you
damage. I don't
can't.
want
We're gonna
that.
Move on to the next room. You got a supply ghost here. Before we do that, there's some items we don't need anymore, right?
Oh, Mystic
We don't
Hat.
need the Divine
Love
Super
it.
Combat. Blowpipe we're not going to need either. That's not going to be useful to us. Bofa's going to cover us for range the rest of this. That was literally just for the swarms and monkey room. And then, this wonderful screen. Ooh, let me look at my chaos. Should I take chaos? I don't know.
Never
Don't
take
think.
chaos. Never
Stop thinking.
take
Click
chaos.
Stop
Power.
thinking, click
Always power.
Quick
Always
The
power
reason
and
you
then
do that is
life.
It gives you 2 salts. You don't have to worry about salt anymore in the raid. And if you don't have enough potions to get through the raid, you're like, everything went wrong. I don't know what to do. You skill issued. Still take power.
Skill issued. Still take power. Always take power.
Chaos is a big noob trap, I would say. It's gonna
Chaos
make
is
your raid a
the
lot
biggest
harder
noob
later.
trap. It's
Okay,
hilarious. I
this is
love
Zabak
watching
puzzle.
people
It's like the
take
shortest
it,
puzzle,
and I just
but
laugh
it's a
at
little
them.
complicated. It's a little bit weird what's going on, so I'm going to explain it. Basically, the way this room works is spikes are coming out of these that are going to hit you for damage. What you're going to do is run past these spikes, grab water from the waterfall up here, which you're going to grab with a jug, which is here. You're going to put this in your inventory, go use it on this waterfall to grab water and bring it back. If you get hit on the way back, you're going to lose half of your water, which is going to mean you have less water for this tree. You need 2 full jugs of water on the tree to finish the room. There's a really, really easy way to avoid getting hit, and I'm going to try to show it. It's a little weird and confusing. It's only like this in this room. And go ahead and grab the jug.
My
right off
entity
the top.
hider just
These
robbed me
tiles
there
I
of
have
seeing
show
something.
where the spikes
Oh.
are like 1 tile before. So if you're standing on this, it's going to be 1 tile
Fire.
before the spikes. Same with this
Fire!
one. Okay? You're going to see poison coming down as well. The poison you need to avoid.
Hey,
manually to
good.
avoid getting
Jittery
hit by
Jim
it.
went for the right
You wanna
one.
go down a
The
path
fact that he
that's
shot the one in the
Oh,
back means
spikes!
it's
There's a
like
trick.
coming towards
I'm standing
me.
in a monkey's tile. Run! Ow! Why did that hit me? What the heck? I always watch people do this and they don't get hit. Why is that? Because if you're moving before you hit the tiles, it doesn't hit you. So you need what is called a running start. It's very, very strange. Basically, as long as you were not standing still before you ran through it, these spikes can't hit you. See, I just ran through that. So that's how that works. That's how we avoid these. As long as you're running first, you run straight through it. So just try to avoid the poison when you run through. The poison still hits you, but you can cheat the spikes. Then, when you're running back from the waterfall, run straight through the spikes. Don't stop. And then you don't get hit by them. Easy. So that's how you do it every single time. The lizards come up and bite you if the tree is not watered, and they hit you really hard. They're like guaranteed to hit you. They mess up your day, so don't get bit by these. Would not recommend it. If you have watered the tree, the lizard will come up and start eating the tree and drain its health, and you'll have to get more water. If you're really quick on the trees, you'll finish the tree before it even reaches it. So you'll see people just completely ignore these. They give you 25 health of leeway, so even if a lizard spawns, you'll probably just finish the room and be good. Not too bad, not too bad. This is the
Onyx
big
bolt
crocodile.
tips.
The
That's pretty
crocodile's a
crazy.
easy room. You shouldn't use too many supplies here. So you want to try and avoid using supplies if possible. You'll use a little bit of prayer. Try not to get hit. You can avoid using brew entirely in this room if you do it really, really well. Basically, this big crocodile is going to spit some stuff above you. It's going to spit either a jug or a big rock above the room. It's going to go up here. And then it's going to explode and shoot towards you. The big rock is a ranged hit, and the big jug is a mage hit. It's going to shoot a little red energy ball at you. As long as you have your prayer up when this touches your character, you
Yeah,
will
these
avoid the
cannons are
damage
great.
entirely. and
Like
not get hit.
actually, the
Easy.
cannon
That's the
being
main
buffed, it
default.
actually feels good.
Sometimes with the invocations we have on, there's going to be a tiny little blood animation on Zabak's character. It looks like a blood barrage. This is.
It would be
one of
good
two
if they made it
attacks.
so we
It's
could
either
command a
going to
crewmate to get
just
this
hit you with
stuff,
a blood
though. If
barrage.
we could have
He
a
literally blood
crewmate
barrages
just like
you. He
harvesting
damages you,
shit,
heals him. If
that
you
would be
break it, you
ideal.
block it entirely. And
just
then,
puts it all to
once
the
he's done
cargo
that
hold,
attack,
but then
the
they
other
would
thing
have
you
to
can do
have
when you see the blood
fucking
animation
us be able
come
to
in
store
is
shit they
summon
don't want
blood
us storing in the
spawns.
cargo
So there's gonna
hold.
spawn 3 little tomatoes that are going to move towards you. If you stand on my red tiles here.
So firing at
or
will, yeah,
here,
is good.
if the blood spawns, because they always spawn in this area or this area, if the blood spawns
Okay,
spawn
let's get
opposite side
Cabin
from where
Boy
you're standing, let's say you're
Jenkins to
standing
repair
right here
some
and the blood
shit.
spawn spawn over here, they're gonna move all the way over to you, and then they're gonna they're gonna die right as they touch you. You don't even have to move. So it's really, really nice to stand on these tiles. Not only because the blood spawns can't hit you, but also because of when he does his next special attack, the acid attack.
I'm gonna start
which is for
collecting
both
my
specials.
shit.
It can't spawn acid in this area, so that can be kind of nice. These red tiles are safe from acid. They're safe from the blood spawns if they spawn on the other side. Now, sometimes blood spawns are going to spawn right next to you. Then you need to dance around. You need to dance around and not get hit by them, right? You have a 50-50 to not have to deal with them. Kind of nice. Would recommend just standing here at all times. Zabak I think it's roughly 15% damage you deal. I think it's like an exact threshold, like 18%, something like that. He'll do a special attack. He can do one of 2 special attacks. The first one is acid, 3 little barricades, or like a handful of barricades up here. Basically, like some stones are going to be at the front of Zabak. It's also going to spawn a bunch of jugs around the room. These jugs are full of water. You can push them. You can also, a lot of people don't know this, if you hold right click, you can pull the jugs and they'll go towards you. So you can send them in a direction. You can also stand diagonal to them and push them diagonally or pull them diagonally. A lot of people don't know this. They just think, oh, I can just push it in a straight line. You can do a lot of things. Basically, you're gonna
diagonals
push a
are
jug,
great.
You're going to shoot it. It's going to clear the acid out of the way. of the stones. You're going to stand behind them, and then Zebak is going to roar repeatedly. Does a ton of damage if you're not behind cover. So that's what you're doing. You're freeing up that cover. You're going to stand behind it. It's going to protect you. A lot of people struggle with this with Upset Stomach. Upset Stomach makes that water area it affects much smaller. Like
It's free. Just
3x3
get good.
instead of a 5x5, I think it is. The way you deal with this special attack at the beginning, wow, this just kind of all works out. Stand in this area because the solve for the first jugs will always be right here. Always. There will always be a solve for the first barricades right here with this jug. So if you're standing here, you go push, shoot, hide. Easy, done, solved, right? If you stand on the right side, it's sometimes covered in acid. You don't want to stand there. Stand on the left side at the beginning. He will actually do the special attack a second time in the fight after he does his next special attack, which I'm about to explain. So he's going to do his next special attack, explain how to deal with that. Then he'll put down more barricades. The solve for this, he's going to shoot the barricades a little further in the middle of the room. The solve for this is always in the middle of the room. So standing in this area.
There
First
could be
solve is always
multiple
gonna be this
solves
jump.
for the second one and the
Second
first
solve,
one, but there's
always
always
gonna be in
a
this area.
solve.
Second special attack, and he always alternates between these two special attacks. It's random which one he starts with, but he alternates. He'll shoot out a ton of acid, even more.
I'll start
acid
shooting
than
that
the other
one. I'll let him
and he's
shoot
gonna
this
do
one.
waves across the room that just slowly go towards you with a small gap. The idea is that you stand in the middle of this gap to avoid getting hit by the wave. The wave does a ton of damage, knocks you back. It can push you in the water, and you get eaten by crocodiles. No, don't be a swimmer. The gaps in the waves can spawn as far down as
Dude, the
below
damage
screen
you
line.
do
The
with a
screen line,
cannon
by the
is
way,
obscene.
Very helpful. Shows you the max distance you can bow for the boss.
It's
which is the
actually
main
pretty
thing we're gonna be
crazy.
doing in this room. The waves can be a little bit below this green line, which means
I
you
have
can
4
shoot
dead
Zebak
sharks. I
while
gotta
you're
start
dealing with the waves.
fucking.
Up to right in his face. So that's a wide area of range on the waves. So I'm going to show you a trick in order to skip waves. You can hold shift and right click them to add a tile indicator on them so you can see like where exactly they are on the screen. But basically what you're going to do is kind of similar to the Baba boulders we talked about earlier. Wait for it to touch you. Same thing with the waves. Wait for it to touch your character. You're going to step backwards a tile, so like with the direction the wave is going, and then run through it. This has the
Clean
same
these salvages
thing
and
as
see
the
what I
other
get.
room,
Arctic
that trap
pine.
room, the Zebak puzzle
Oh,
room,
raw
where
lobster.
we need a running start. This gives you a running start.
What the fuck? I didn't mean to turn that far.
But if you move first, you can go straight through it, which can save you in a pinch. At below roughly a quarter,
That was a big
Zebak
hit.
is going to enrage.
Pretty sure that was 100,
He's just
exactly.
going to rapid fire attack you. He's going to spam attacks very, very quickly. It's the same thing as before. Just pray against them. He's occasionally going to do that little blood animation. You can catch the Mage Prayer, but because it's a level 0 to a level 1 Zebak, which is important, I cannot catch that Mage Prayer. It's going to hit you. It hits you guaranteed. It's really annoying. It lines up with his attacks that are hitting you. So you just take some
You
chip
only
damage in
catch
his
it
face.
if you're
it's a
already
level 2
coincidentally
or 3
praying
Zebak,
mage.
which it might be.
Level
in your
2 and
raids, when
3
you get
Zebak
there,
is free.
It's a level 2 or 3. You can actually flick to Mage Prayer right before that attack hits you, and you can flick both. So you can actually catch the Mage Prayer. Unfortunately, at this level, it's not going to work. So we're going to take some damage at the end. He's going to attack quickly. We're just going to pray. Okay. Before we go in the room, make sure you hit your salt. This stuff is so broken, it gives you massive boost to your damage. Very useful. Also,
Good,
lets you
he's
room just
attacking
get your
another
stats
one
back
too.
now. So that's going to be nice. We're going to walk in with BGS. Zebak
Okay,
actually
not
has a
quite good
final
'cause it's
special
attacking
attack.
me.
If you are right in front of him, he can bite your head off. The way you avoid that is by doing this. Run up towards him. As soon as you swing, run out of the way. Run backwards. As long as you do that, even if he does the bite, you'll just straight up dodge it. And you're chilling. Same thing as with Kefri. You just BGS until you get 20 damage. So I got a 60 hit there. That's way over 20. We're good. I'm going to stand on this left side for when the blood spawns happen. Also, don't forget to summon a Thrall. Death Charge doesn't matter in this room. Hey, we're getting waves first. Okay. So on the very first
Okay,
wave,
let's get some
Captain
Captain Moy Jenkins working on this shit.
And we're going to go through the gap. I'll show how to do a wave skip on the last one. But ideally, you'd just be running up, dodging these. Okay, this is a little bit far away. Let it touch you, step away, run through.
And one more repair.
And that's all you do. It's not too difficult. If you mess it up, it can really hurt, though. So it's better to be safe
Why didn't
than
he
sorry
repair?
if it's not too
Oh,
big
I
of a deal.
got him to do wind
get
catcher
out
by
of the way.
mistake.
Hey, look at that. There's always a solve here. But this time I have to pull. Don't forget that you can pull jugs.
Okay, let's start pulling
That gives us
sharks. I got.
solve,
Oh,
always a
one of them
solve
just
in this location.
disappeared. That's a scam. They shouldn't disappear that
I'm just
fast.
gonna
That's
sit here and
annoying.
keep shooting him.
Okay, good to know. Can't let them sit too long.
Triple roar. And move back. See that blood animation? Ah, there's my blood spawns. Okay. Now,
That's
if he
dead.
pairs us with
Even
a
if it's
special
not,
attack like
yeah, I'll
this,
let him
it
go.
can be very, very, very helpful.
My
So it just takes some
soldier,
practice. You basically just
my
wanna run away
soldata
from
can
them
get it.
until they go away.
Yeah, I'm gonna start hitting that shark. This one's almost dead.
Okay, that last wave is kind of far away. You probably in your raid would just run for this gap. It's not that far, but I'll show another wave skip. And there you go. Did we skip the last barricades? I think I did. It is what it is. The BGS was big and I did too much damage. It happens sometimes. If the barricades spawned, they'd be in this general area. There's always going to be a jug here to solve by pushing it towards one of them. You usually have to push diagonally, so you want to be looking for that. You can see he's just attacking a bit faster. This is going to be a lot
There it
faster at level
is.
2 or 3, and insane.
Yeah, I gotta remember, once there's 4 sharks, I need to pull them up. I need to, or else I'll miss out on loot. And who knows, that could have been a fucking dragon hook for all I know.
We're at Akka. I've cleared all of my tiles.
The drops here are nice. The fact you get you get cannonballs, you get runite bolts, dragon dart tips, rune arrows, onyx bolts. Like, this is all decent shit. I gotta look at the rates though. It would be nice if I had it would be nice if I had a better ship though, that I could survive better with. If I had the redwood ship, it would be so much better damage. Oh, I'm bofing. My max hit with a bofa is 34. Oh god, yeah, no, the ship cannon's way better than a bofa. I don't know what the shadow's max hit on these, but I would assume that the shadow still is not going to be as better, because it's a 5 tick and I believe the cannon is 7 tick. So your shadow would have to be hitting like 80 plus here for it to be worth using a shadow over over your cannon. Because even the cannon, their cannons, your crewmates' cannons do dog shit damage. Any luck yet? No, I just got here. I'm not too worried about getting drops anyways. I'm just here to test the cannons, but they work really good. It's fucking great. I've hit like 117, I think was the biggest number I saw. And the prayers work too. I'm pretty sure ranging pots work, but I'm not 100% on that. Yeah, it's a little big, little big of a number. Now that that thing's almost dead, I'm gonna start shooting this one. I'll let my crewmate finish that one off. He finishes it off. Yeah, same. Ocean PVM sucked. Well, it was good at first because you could just use like the Eclipse Atlatl was what I used because the burn was insane. I would blow pipe things with a Tanzanite with the helmet so that it was guaranteed to spec or guaranteed to poison, and then I would Atlatl them down because the Atlatl was better. It was really strong. The only thing I don't like is I keep getting sharks. Oh wait a minute. I can turn the shark into fine fish offcuts, and those stack too. Hell yeah. Never mind. I love getting the sharks. Oh god, fuck that. That's crazy. That's awesome that you got that, but like, man, holy shit, that must have been a lot of work. Yeah, there's 100. $34. Okay, so the sailing XP you get is the amount of damage you do. 78, so I hit a 78 there. I did notice one thing that's annoying is the corpses from sharks disappear relatively quick. I was killing my 6th shark and then I saw a corpse disappear, so I had 5 on the ground and then, well, 5 floating in the ocean and then 1 disappeared, and that was not cool. They also, like, the damage is fine now, but they really should up the, cannon's, range. Like, a cannon shouldn't have 10 tile range. It should have, like, 15 to 20 tile range. Like, basically, it should be able to hit as far as your chunk can load. Like, if things can render, you should pretty much be able to shoot them with your cannon. That's gonna be dead. Oh wow, it's not dead. That's crazy. Whatever. I'll start shooting a different one and I'll let him finish it. Yeah, gear works here too. They like specified something about the void. So void armor works great here. You get 12% damage increase, which is fucking crazy. Just, you know, a casual 12% damage increase to my cannon that already can hit over 100. I literally don't know what my max hit is, but if I were to guess, probably like 120 something. That's dead. God damn, just thinking about it, green logging sailing, that's crazy. Like salvaging I get, like green logging the salvaging, that's pretty free, but green logging sailing, Jesus. But like fucking all the stuff from like the Krakens and shit, like oh my god. Really wish my ship was rosewood. Had a rosewood hull and a fucking whatever keel, that'd be so good, but whatever. I can handle the damage. Big 111, we take that. Huge damage. 91. Yeah, this feels way better than cannons did when I was last doing them. Felt like shit. Now they actually feel like worth using. The money's decent too. Like I honestly might not be losing money because I have because I'm using the like Ava's attractor for cannonballs thing. The 60% chance to recover them. Okay, being attacked by two at once is not great. And I turned and made myself be able to attack by more than two at once. Can I shoot this one? Not. And if I face like that, I'm being attacked by all three. Okay, I'm just gonna kill this one. My cannon, so I'm not at fucking... at risk of being killed by two at a time as long. Oh, he can hit with his cannon, but I couldn't hit with mine. That's crazy. Guess the angle I had was just shit. Big 101. Guess I could set up quick prayers. It's not a bad idea. And I turned off the prayer I wanted on. Nice. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna put on
we're
another
watching
video.
this, thousands of cults are operating all around the world. Some estimates suggest there are around 10,000 in the United States alone. And if you're imagining remote compounds and chanting under candlelight, well, sure, those do exist. But the most dangerous cults today look completely normal. They run wellness retreats, they sell online courses, they post motivational quotes that could slide right into your Instagram feed between a fitness influencer and a startup guru. And as you'll see, the deeper you look, the more the same pattern keeps showing up. A savior-like leader with special knowledge. Check. A promise that the world is broken, but only they understand why. Check. A loyal inner circle that will be saved if they follow the rules. Also check. In this video, 6 of the most dangerous cults still operating today in one form or another, starting with the one that looks the least threatening on the surface and ending with one of the deadliest ever.
Scientology gonna be one of them? 'Cause that would be funny.
The Shincheonji Church of Jesus.
Oh yeah, this is crazy.
The Shincheonji Church of Jesus started in South Korea in 1984, was founded by now 94-year-old Lee Man-hee. The core pitch of this organization is simple. The Book of Revelation is a code. Mainstream churches got it wrong, and Lee is the only person alive who can decode it correctly, being handpicked by Jesus to do this properly. Everyone outside of Shincheonji, he claims, has been corrupted by the devil. Shincheonji has branches all over the world, and they claim to have over 300,000 members worldwide. The church has its own calendar and would hold large-scale outdoor events filled with followers, all built around the personality, prestige, and purported power of its leader. Shincheonji's recruitment methods are especially insidious. They recruit new members in various places.
Let's get some chum spreader action going on here.
Centers, train stations, you name it. And they do so by offering what looks like a normal Bible study, a friendly, non-denominational group, sometimes framed as a campus club or a casual social club. So let's say you're new in town, you want a community, someone's nice to you, friendly faces approach you, they shower you with positive vibes and compliments, but all with the aim of luring you away from everything you know and everything you love. By the time you know what's going on, months have gone by, and you're already invested in their teachings, you've built new friendships, all while being isolated from your closest circles. Indeed, the true identity of the church and Lee Man-hee is usually revealed only after new recruits have completed several months of intense Bible training. Reporting describes members running on very little sleep and being pushed into a near full-time routine of church activity, sometimes from early morning to late at night, which makes it harder to think clearly or step back and ask, what the f is happening? And here's where Shincheonji truly gets...
Oh, am I not shooting him?
Followers are taught that
I was not
after
shooting
the
that
impending
thing.
apocalypse, only 144,000 true believers will be chosen and elevated into a special class of high priests, while everyone else will be left behind. The number is taken from chapter 7 of the Book of Revelation, which it interprets literally. But, you see, this presents a problem for Shincheonji members. The church has about 204,000 members, which means about 60,000 can't reach the elevated status. If that sounds like an internal bookkeeping problem, things took a much darker turn in 2020. In early 2020, a major COVID outbreak in South Korea was traced back to a large Shincheonji gathering held despite rising public health warnings. Many attendees were not wearing masks, and the event involved close physical proximity, conditions that allowed the virus to spread rapidly. Nearly 60% of the country's early cases were linked to its members.
Man, I'd be pretty happy if I got the dragon salvaging hook. That'd be sick.
Suddenly, the group was everywhere in the news. Reports stated that contact tracing efforts were halted because some Shincheonji members concealed their affiliation. South Korean authorities also accused the group's leadership of delaying cooperation, underreporting membership numbers, and withholding or deleting key documents during the investigation. But Lee Man-hee was ultimately found not guilty of breaking South Korea's virus control laws. He was convicted instead of embezzling 5.6 billion won, or about $6.5 million, along with obstruction of public affairs. He received a 3-year prison sentence, but with a 4-year probation period, meaning he avoided jail as long as he didn't reoffend. And
I got the one in the back locked away, so he can't even hit me.
Adapting. Recruitment shifted even harder online through messaging apps, social media, and carefully Bible study funnels. Former members have described being trained to scout potential recruits in chat groups and online communities. Almost
Why isn't he shooting? Why does his thing keep resetting? He keeps resetting to fire on Captain's thing instead of firing at will. Just on his own, he resets. Oh, whoops. Okay, it's just gonna drop it on the ground. Good.
Buddhafield. So let's imagine that you move to Los Angeles with the same hopeful, slightly unrealistic plan that has brought millions of people to that city before you. You want to make it as an actor. You want that big break in Hollywood. You want someone somewhere to tell you that you have something special. So, when you hear about a group that offers acting training, confidence, and personal growth, it sounds perfect. But fast forward a few years later, and your life looks
Ooh,
pretty
117
now,
again.
You're washing another man's
101.
money, you are cooking
Holy
all his
shit.
meals, you are living with people you've just met, and you're barely speaking to your family anymore. And somewhere along
Holy
the
shit,
way,
I hit hard. I literally like three-shot that thing.
transmit divine energy into your cells. What has happened to your life? If that sounds like the worst spa day imaginable, spa years, that's because it was. And it was happening inside Budafield. Budafield began in the early 1980s in Hollywood, which is honestly the most predictable place on earth for a cult to describe itself as a lifestyle brand. It was founded by a man born Jamie Gomez, who then changed his name to Michael Rostand, but later simply went by Michael. In 1993, after the FBI raid on the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas, Michael became convinced Budafield would be next. He changed his name to Andreas and relocated to Budafield in Austin. Before he became a spiritual teacher, Michael was a failed actor. He never got the career he wanted. He never became the star, though he did briefly appear in the background of Rosemary's Baby. So, well done for him. And instead of leaving Los Angeles like most people do when the dream collapses, Michael found another way to stay at the center of attention. He created a role for himself better than any that he would have landed in Hollywood. Michael reinvented himself as an enlightened, spiritually upgraded being. He claimed he had reached a higher state of consciousness and that he could transmit spiritual energy through physical touch.
Damn, the crystal
While
keys are
running
unlucky. I want to keep
Michael
it, but it's not feasible for me to keep it.
the teacher, and was sometimes called Reiji, or God King. Being near him, he said, could heal you, cleanse your trauma, change your life.
Oh, I think I've seen. Yeah, no, I've heard about this guy. Fucking Joe Rogan was making a comedy club, right? One of the places that he was going to one of the places that he was gonna buy before he bought the place that the comedy club is in now was the building that this guy owned that he ran his church out of.
The way to truly experience this was simple. You had to stay close, devote yourself, and serve him completely. Budafield presented itself as a community of creatives who wanted to be more grounded, more confident, more successful, more awake.
Pretty sure it's the same guy.
And ambitious
Absolutely crazy shit.
because Hollywood is full of people searching for something, and Michael was offering certainty. But once people were inside, members were encouraged to spend more time together.
116 or 114, I mean, big damage.
Most followers didn't get to keep the names they came with and were assigned new ones. Slowly, the group became their entire world. Still, Michael and his inner circle did not work more jobs. They didn't need to. The entire organization was funded by lower-level members who worked long hours to support Michael's lifestyle. And it wasn't a modest lifestyle, let me tell you. Members cooked all of his meals, cleaned his spaces, and managed his...
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same guy.
Groom and massage him, even tuck him in at night. It's like a big child. And all this was part of the spiritual service that the members were doing, part of the spiritual growth that they signed up for. Michael convinced members...
Fire, my friend. Shoot that bitch.
He was doing something mystical and unexplainable.
60 more rune cannonballs. I haven't gotten any dragon cannonball drops yet. Not surprising though. I don't expect to get one. Or maybe one, but I don't really expect to get them.
They were unburdening themselves in a safe spiritual space.
I do expect the dragon hook. 1 KC dragon hook didn't happen, so it's got to be like 101.
Pay for it. Well, according to former members, they'd been promised a way to connect with God through all of those spiritual practices. The illusion held for years until the story finally came to the open with the
There it is, Big 83.
documentary Holy Hell. The film traces the moment everything started to fracture inside Budafield when a former member sent a mass email in 2006 to the entire community after uncovering a crucial detail. Michael wasn't channeling divine energy at all. He was, in fact, a licensed hypnotherapist. The miracle.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, this is the same guy. Joe Rogan's the building that he was talking about in Austin. Joe Rogan almost bought that place for his fucking comedy club.
Suggestion and control deployed inside a closed environment where obedience was treated.
Or maybe he did end up buying that one, and that is where it is. I can't remember.
It was revealed
I don't really care. I just thought it's funny that like he's gonna buy like a fucking cult place, basically. It's crazy.
The allegations surfaced that he had sexually abused several of his impressionable male followers during their time in the group. He frequently broke up couples claiming their energies and incompatible. Women were encouraged to leave their male partners and redirect their devotion toward the group, and often toward Mikhail himself. And according to former followers, if a woman became pregnant, she was pressured to have an abortion because Mikhail taught that children and personal enlightenment didn't mix. Once the
That's
information
wild.
spread, naturally, members began to leave. But Butterfield did not end. Mikhail relocated with his remaining followers to Hawaii, where he, to this day, reportedly holds yoga classes on
What?
the streets.
They still exist in Hawaii? What?
In what
That's
you might
crazy.
call a fitting twist of fate, or just a strange coincidence, Judith Darlene Hampton was born out.
Yeah, these are close enough. I don't want to waste casts to pull them
A
in.
year before the town became infamous for its UFO lore. 3 decades later, in 1977, she was standing in a kitchen in Washington State when, according to her, something extraordinary happened. At around 2:30 in the afternoon, she claimed a glowing figure appeared in front of her. By then, Judith Hampton had begun calling herself Jay-Z Knight or Judy Zebra Knight, and claimed the glowing figure was Ramtha, a 35,000-year-old 7-foot-tall warrior from the lost continent of Lemuria, a mythical civilization said to have vanished long before recorded history. Now, it's hard to overstate just how absurd that claim is. Is it, but within a year, Knight began holding public channeling sessions where she claimed Ramtha was speaking directly through her body. Witnesses described a dramatic physical transformation during those sessions. They said her posture would shift, her face would harden, her voice would drop into a deep, masculine tone. The scene, frankly, was absurd on its face. A middle-aged woman convincing rooms full of adults that she had literally become an ancient warrior king. Yet by 1988, that belief had become an institution. Knight founded the Ramtha School of Enlightenment in Yale, Washington. It became a full-scale operation with classes, retreats, and advanced teachings, all built around one central idea. If you wanted truth, you needed to hear it from Ramtha. And access wasn't cheap. People paid hundreds, sometimes thousands of dollars to attend events where Knight would enter trance and deliver messages as this ancient warrior. The core teaching was deeply seductive. Ramtha taught that every human is their own god. Reality, followers were told, is shaped entirely by thought. The group slogan captured it neatly. The brain is
Big
in the
fucking
body is
hits.
beaten.
We love
Your
it.
life was falling apart. It was not because of bad luck, illness, or circumstance. It was because your thinking had failed. And that is where Ramtha's teachings became dangerous. Former members and critics have described how medical care was often discouraged, and illness was described as a spiritual imbalance. Instead of medical help, followers were urged to rely on belief, energy, and Ramtha's guidance. Ramtha's teachings also included a steady stream of paranoia and fear. Followers were warned about secret elites, engineered viruses, vaccines, plagues, and coming disasters.
Holy
But
shit.
one detail stands out
Some
because it was
crazy
just
shit.
so bizarre. Knight taught that lizard people lived inside mountains.
Oh, but that's real. That's real. That's
These
not.
creatures were real, dangerous,
Holy shit.
and that anyone who left the teachings could be hunted or even eaten by them. As if channeling a 35,000-year-old Atlantean warrior wasn't wild enough, Ramtha eventually went full unfiltered YouTube comment section. In leaked clips, Jay-Z Knight, deep in her Ramtha persona, ranted that Mexicans breed like rabbits and that Jews should have earned enough cash to have paid their way out of the expletive gas chambers by now. Which brings us
Jesus
to
Christ.
jaw-dropping
Holy
plot twists
shit,
and
she's so
cultists.
racist.
At one
It's
point,
crazy.
Knight was a donor to Barack Obama. Then,
What?
in 2006, Ramtha popped up in a video praising Donald Trump, complete
Holy
with
shit.
UFOs apparently heralding his arrival like some kind of intergalactic messiah. Alright then. So yes, within one spiritual timeline, Ramtha went from hope and change to build the wall, and somehow aliens were on board for both. And just to make things even weirder, during the pandemic, a giant glowing Q mysteriously appeared on the school's gate, prompting speculation that Ramtha had taken a hard left into QAnon. Financially, the school became a multi-million-dollar business, and followers are encouraged to return again and again, always chasing the next level of awakening, the next
Big hit.
teaching, the next step toward becoming fully divine. Remarkably, the cult never actually collapsed. Today, Jay-Z
What?
Knight is in her late 70s and still teaches from her compounds in Washington. The movement claims over 6,000 followers and reportedly has satellite groups in more than 35 countries. The operation continues.
That's wild.
Retreats, recordings,
Fucking
online
wild.
content, and devoted believers who still accept the central claim that somewhere inside their compound, a 35,000-year-old warrior is speaking through one woman's body. And thousands of people are paying to listen to women talk about lizard people living inside mountains. What the Superior universal alignment. Superior universal alignment, sometimes referred to in reports as superior universal lineage, was a Brazilian occult group that became infamous for the horrifying crimes connected to it in the Amazon region around Altamira in the late 80s and early 90s. Between 1989 and 1993, a series of brutal crimes involving the abduction, mutilation, and murder of boys in the Altamira region of Brazil.
And he's back on shoot. Okay, they need to fix that. It just resets to defaulting to shooting at the captain's thing instead of firing at will, because I'm not touching that. Just doing it literally on its own.
The ages of 8 and 13 were abducted, with some murdered and others found mutilated or severely injured. Several victims were never recovered, and survivors were left with life-altering physical and psychological trauma. The cult emerged in the early 1980s, and O is tied to a woman named Valentina de Andrade. She promoted a mixture of occult beliefs and UFO-style mythology, rejecting Christianity and claiming that mainstream religion was built on lies. Some accounts describe her as teaching that Jesus was not divine in the usual sense, but an extraterrestrial messenger, part of a hidden cosmic story. Alien Jesus. But Andrade's movement pushed an even darker idea that certain boys, especially those born after 1981, were possessed by the devil. Oh no, I'm one of them! Here's where the story becomes even more unsettling. Despite the evidence of abuse, Valentina de Andrade was ultimately acquitted of all criminal charges. The court rules that prosecutors could not prove she had directly ordered the mutilations, despite her central role in shaping the belief system. One of the more chilling pieces of prosecution evidence was a video showing Andrade giving her husband a gun, during which he was heard saying, "It has bullets of gold to kill little vampires." Still,
What the fuck?
Superior Universal Alignment collapsed as an organization after the investigation. There are no registered entities and no visible leadership structure.
That's crazy.
Former members have confirmed that SUA-related materials still circulate privately. The group's website, while no longer publicly accessible or promoted, can still be found if you dig deep enough. Aum Shinrikyo, or Aleph. The year 1995. Tokyo, Russia. Millions of commuters stepping onto packed subway trains expecting the usual routine.
Oops.
Ready to get on with their day. Within minutes, though, people begin choking, vomiting, losing consciousness.
Oh,
On
yeah.
the different subway lines of the world's busiest underground systems, members of the cult Aum Shinrikyo left punctured plastic bags filled with liquid sarin nerve gas and proceeded to exit the trains calmly. 13 people are killed, nearly 6,000 are injured. It becomes one of the deadliest chemical terror attacks.
Yeah, this shit was crazy when it happened. I remember this happening.
Was Shoko Asahara, born Chizo Matsumoto. He was partially blind, a failed businessman, and a former yoga instructor who reinvented himself as a spiritual savior. Why is yoga always so involved in cults? What's up with yoga? After a trip to the Himalayas in 1984,
Because yoga has a lot of things to do with energies and, yeah.
and Christ.
It leads itself to that type of bullshit, functionally. It's not yoga's fault, it's people wanting to exploit it, but yeah.
Or go on then.
It's pretty funny.
Not right now. His ideology was a carefully stitched mix of Tibetan and Theravada Buddhism, Hinduism, Nostradamus' prophecies, and apocalyptic Christianity. Central to it all was Shiva, the Hindu god of destruction. Asahara taught that the world was heading toward an inevitable apocalypse because, of course, there's always an apocalypse caused by moral decay and global conflict. He claimed that only his followers would survive this apocalypse. More disturbingly, Asahara taught that suffering itself is spiritually valuable, that pain could reduce bad karma and prepare a person for what was coming. In practice, that belief became a perfect excuse for cruelty. Inside Aum, beatings, isolation, sensory deprivation, and forced confinement were all reframed as training, supposedly necessary steps on the path to enlightenment. Asahara pushed the logic even further, claiming that killing non-believers could be a kind of mercy, freeing them from the bad karma before
There's
the
no
apocalypse.
religions that are like
In
that.
1990, Asahara ran for a seat in the Japanese parliament. He received
I just hit
low
127.
loss.
That might have been my hit with
Convinced that
the
election was rigged,
other person's hit too, but
unpopular, he became paranoid,
I noticed that if we attack on the same tick, it'll combo our damage. The sailing XP will be like the same, like comboed, and you can't really tell the damage.
In 1994, the group carried out a sarin gas attack in Matsumoto in Japan. They were also linked to the murder of a former member and the attempted murder of a lawyer investigating the cult. The 1995 subway attack was carried out by 10 high-ranking members. Afterward, Japanese authorities launched a massive crackdown. Aum's compounds were raided, Asahara and senior leaders were arrested, tried, and eventually executed in 2018.
From the outside, it looked like the cult was finished, but it wasn't. If we take a step back to the late 90s, Om Shinrikyo formally dissolved and re-emerged under a new name, Aleph. The group publicly renounced violence and distanced itself from the attack, but internally, much stayed the same. Asahara's teachings continued to circulate, his recordings were preserved, and the organizational structure remained largely intact. Today, Aleph is still active in Japan. It operates legally as a religious organization, but remains under constant government surveillance. Estimates suggest the group has over 1,100 active members. Speak, the cult had international branches in Russia, the United States, and Germany. As of recent reports, a new leadership structure has emerged. Asahara's second son has reportedly stepped forward as a next-generation guru, whatever that is, within the group. In fact, he appears to have been the de facto leader of the group for nearly a decade, with his mother believed to be involved in operations behind the scenes. Quite the family affair they've got going on there. So as we saw, the most dangerous cults don't look like cults at all. They look like self-help, just with better branding. They offer transformation, purpose, and absolute truth, usually with a subscription fee and a charismatic leader who doubles as a spiritual guru and part-time influencer. And the people who follow them, they're not necessarily gullible. They're just humans searching for answers or looking to find their purpose in life. So if someone claims they've got a hotline to God, they're an ancient space being, or they know about the end times, just think twice before signing the waiver. Thank you for watching.
Okay, this is kind of like, I feel like this is good. Like, this is a moneymaker. I'm not losing money. I guess it depends how many rune cannonballs I've used up until now, but I don't think I've used many. Let's see. Yeah, it seems like I'm saving 60% as well, maybe. I'm not sure. I definitely saved 60% of mine, but I'm not sure if the crewmates get saved. Okay, 118. I've hit big. Big hit energy. Dragon harpoon. Okay, dragon salvaging hook. Fuck. The chum I'm getting is really nice too. Getting like a little bit of chum from sharks is great. I also don't think I'm not sure if prayers affect the my damage. I really don't know. Gear does, but I don't know if I don't know. Prayer feels like it doesn't. Not sure. See, I only hit a 15. Normally if I'm like let me operate. I'll let him shoot. Okay, and now I'll shoot this one. 46, I'll hit a 46. But if I attack at the same time, the sailing XP combines, and I can't tell how much damage I actually did. It's basically the combined damage between mine and the hit.
Things have been banned throughout history, often for good reason, often not. In today's video, we're going to look at a whole bunch of them. So without further ado, let's start with the Beatles.
Ooh, Dragon Med. Oh yeah, I wanted to look at these things fucking drop table.
Instead was somehow more insane.
So they have dragon metal shit, so broken dragon hook, dragon metal sheets, large dragon keel parts, dragon keel parts. The large dragon keel part would be huge.
And a day in the life was banned over its supposed.
You drop cannonballs, Fremnik salvage.
That changed in July
up to a dragon longsword and dragon med. They're all the same drop rate. This is dangerous.
By that point, Beatlemania was at full blast, and the Beatles were the biggest band on the planet. Getting them to perform in your country in the 1960s was like hosting the FIFA World Cup. On the day of their show, a reception at Malacanang Palace had been arranged by First Lady Imelda Marcos, but the Beatles failed to show up. You see, Brian Epstein, their manager, had a long-standing rule that the band did not do official type events, so he had already turned down
Dragon Dart tips, Onyx bolts.
Tiny problem. Apparently nobody in
Runite
the
bolts,
Philippines is all that
rune
bad.
arrows,
So
coins,
expected the biggest band on earth to show up,
and then the gem
because
drop table.
The Beatles were busy sleeping after a late night party on a
They can drop
now,
elite
in
clue
any other
scrolls
country,
too.
This would have
Wow.
been filed under mild scheduling problem. But in the Philippines of 1966, under Ferdinand Marcos, failing to show up for the First Lady was seen as a national insult. According to a palace spokesperson, the Beatles had spat in the eye of the First Family. They still played to roughly 80,000 fans that day, but when they woke up the next morning, all hell broke loose. Word of the incident got out, and newspapers in the Philippines blasted the band on front pages for snubbing Imelda and her children.
That's
turned
crazy.
So bad so quickly that the band's security protection that had been there before suddenly vanished, and even the hotel staff stopped helping them. In a matter of hours, the biggest band on earth went from being international superstars to essentially enemies of the state. Oh my god, Imelda, chill the f*** out. The drama continued
That's
at the
so
airport, where their
childish.
entourage was shoved, harassed, and roughed up as they tried to leave. Escalators were reportedly switched off, forcing the crew to carry heavy instrument cases and amplifiers. Members of the group and their team later said that they were hit and kicked, and Brian Epstein was reportedly punched in the face and kicked in the groin. John Lennon later mocked.
That's
the officials'
crazy,
claim
dude.
that they were being treated like ordinary passengers, pointing out that ordinary passengers are not usually physically attacked for missing brunch with the First Lady. Not a lot that I'd agree with John Lennon on, but bang on, mate.
Yeah,
Even
really
boarding the
though.
plane didn't
100%. That's so
the
fucked
government
up.
official came on board.
I
and
can
demanded
shoot this
that
one more
Epstein settle
time.
a vague,
Actually, it's a
unexplained
waste. I should
tax.
just cannon that. If I
They're
hit
out
any
Caponing
big
his
number.
ass, but after about 45 minutes,
Wait,
the
wait,
plane
what?
finally
Oh, he's
took
on.
off to loud cheers
Yep,
from
they
the
need to
entire
fix that.
entourage.
They need to
Now
fix
let's
that.
rewind for a second. The Beatles failed to attend a palace event, and the response was to remove their protection, unleash public outrage, and make their exit feel like a low-budget coup against 4 men with guitars. A slight overreaction, you might say. The incident helped push the band to stop touring altogether. They still went ahead with their 1966 US tour and played their final live show on the 29th of August 1966 at Candlestick Park. By that point, though, touring had become such a circus and Manila had gone so badly that the band was done with the whole thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have
Dungeons and
to.
Dragons.
I'm gonna have to add that into the video.
In the
Let me-
1980s, Dungeons & Dragons, or D&D, was a wildly popular tabletop role-playing fantasy game where players sit around the
Roommate.
table, create characters like
Off
wizards,
back
warriors, or
to
thieves, and go on imaginary adventures using
check
dice, maps, and a whole lot
captions.
of shouting over each other. If you've seen Stranger Things, that is the game the kids are always playing in the basement before the plot turns into actual monsters and government labs. But because it included magic, demons, monsters, and teenagers who were a little too excited about imaginary worlds, a lot of adults were convinced that D&D was not just a nerdy game, but a gateway to Satanism, suicide, witchcraft, and moral collapse. A huge part of that panic could be traced back to
Absolutely
real
insane shit.
tragedies that got twisted into cautionary tales. In 1979, 16-year-old prodigy James Dallas Egbert III disappeared from
Egbert?
Michigan State University.
Oh, man.
Private investigator William Deere learned that Egbert
I'd disappear too.
publicly pushed the theory that the game had something to do with the disappearance, even though he later rejected that link himself. In reality, Egbert had entered the university's steam tunnels during a suicide attempt and then went into hiding. He was struggling with depression, loneliness, academic pressure, and drug addiction. The story exploded in the media.
Big 106.
The idea that D&D had lured a teenager into steam tunnels became one of the first big myths attached to the game. Not entirely sure what steam tunnels are. Sadly, Egbert died in 1980 from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and even then, some people still insisted on blaming D&D.
Pretty sure university campuses will have the like steam pumped through pipes and stuff under the campus to the different buildings to heat shit up. It's basically the power generation. They just pump the excess heat from steam through the tunnels. I think that's what it is. I'm not 100%.
High school student Irving Lee Pulling died by suicide. His mother, Patricia Pulling, became convinced D&D was responsible and claimed a curse placed on her son's character during a game run by his principal. Somehow, she thought
fuck?
this was all real. So she sued the principal,
What a
sued DSR,
retard.
sued the company behind D&D, and after those cases were understandably dismissed, she founded BADD, or BAD, in 1983, which stood for Bothered About Dungeons and Dragons.
What a
Nowadays, views
fucking
are a lot
dumb
more evolved.
lady.
Most people see D&D for what it is, a f***ing game, a storytelling hobby, and for a lot of
Jesus
players, it's just a good
Christ.
excuse to
Holy
spend
shit.
time with their friends. Blue jeans. In most countries, blue jeans are about as politically threatening as a sandwich. They are the default setting of modern clothing.
feel like I've
In
heard
North
of this.
Korea, though, blue jeans have long been treated as
Yeah.
a symbol of Western, especially American culture. That suspicion has deep roots. Reporting on North Korean fashion controls has long described blue jeans as taboo, with the colour and fabric tied specifically to the image of the United States. Denim jeans had effectively been off limits since the early 1990s because they were seen as a symbol of US imperialism. So this was not just a random modern dress code quirk or one of Kim Jong-un's passing obsessions. Jeans had already been coded as politically wrong for decades before the regime's newer crackdowns on anti-socialist or capitalistic fashion.
Dangerous
That wider
ships.
crackdown became more visible again in 2021 when North Korea started a fresh campaign against things like skinny jeans,
Oh,
certain
ship build-
hairstyles, and
ship
other markers
building.
of what the regime called a capitalistic lifestyle. The state was trying to stop North
Helm
Koreans,
flat
especially younger
armor
ones,
10.
from copying South Korean, American, or broader foreign styles that were increasingly reaching the country through media and outside cultural influence. In that
So a
context,
tiger shark's
blue
max hit is a 9, a
because they
great white
suggested
shark's max hit is a
another
15, so I
world
wouldn't be able to
is
hit
exactly
for
what
more than a
closed
5.
systems
If I
like
did
North
that, that would be
Korea
cool.
Hate people imagining. The funniest proof of how seriously this gets taken arrived in March 2024. North Korean state television airs an edited version of the BBC gardening show Garden Secrets with Alan Titchmarsh. And when Titchmarsh appeared wearing jeans, the regime
They
blurred the bounds.
blurred the jeans. They blurred the
music.
jeans out. That's
Weddings are usually where
crazy.
People get to choose the music. In Turkmenistan, apparently, even that's negotiable. In early 2024, officials were telling couples and wedding hall owners that foreign music was effectively off the menu at wedding receptions. Instead,
Crazy.
the playlist had to be dominated by Turkmen songs, and in one of the most wonderfully over-controlled details in this entire list, it also had to include songs by former President Gurbanguly Berdimuhammedov.
Oh,
According to locals, couples were
Gurbanguly. Fucking, this was the guy, Archer made fun of this guy. Like a lot. They were really good with it too.
verbally warned when registering for marriage that receptions should feature Turkmen music and be held in a Turkmen style. At that point, it stops sounding like a wedding and starts sounding like the world's most awkward government-sponsored playlist. The bride wants something fun, the groom wants something romantic, and the state apparently wants a 7-minute track by the ex-president. And this was not some isolated burst of weirdness. Turkmenistan has a real history of this kind of thing. This is also the country where black cars were effectively pushed out in favor of white ones. Over the years, dark-colored cars, especially black ones, were restricted from import, and owners were pressured to repaint them white. White was reportedly the preferred color of the leadership and fit the carefully polished public image of the regime. Turkmenistan had other bans at the same time. Under Saparmurat Niyazov, the state banned things like opera, ballet, Timothy Chalamet would be pleased, and even lip-syncing, because, this literally happened like 2 days ago when I'm recording this. It's probably wildly out-of-date reference by the time you're watching this. And even lip-syncing, because apparently even pre-recorded vocals were a threat to public order. TV shows about time travel. Picture a TV executive in China in 2011. He has a hit formula on his hand. Take a modern woman, knock her unconscious, throw her into the Qing dynasty, surround her with princes, silk robes, palace backstabbing, and enough romantic tension to power a small city, and watch the ratings roll in. And it worked. Audiences loved it. Shows like Palace and Scarlet Heart, both domestic Chinese productions, turned this whole historical time-slip craze into a real thing. And then the government decided to ruin the party. The crackdown came in 2011.
Illegal.
Chinese regulators
Jail.
went
Straight
after
away.
a specific genre of domestic TV dramas where modern characters dropped into imperial China and started flirting, scheming, and rearranging history for entertainment. Regulators said that the problem was that these dramas treated the past too casually, relied on bizarre
Ooh, a raw
plots
tuna. I
and
wonder what it'll
motives
turn
like
into.
Superstition, fatalism, reincarnation, and feudal thinking. Now, to be fair,
Dog shit,
people
fish
were
off
not
guts.
getting arrested at the airport for reading The Time Machine, and China did not launch a war on every story involving time travel. The 2011 move was a censorship crackdown on film and television content, especially domestic TV dramas in that trend. It was a content control issue, not a general criminal ban on thinking about the past too creatively. More recent reporting points to
A big
broader
105er,
and
holy
easing in drama
shit.
regulation to boost content supply rather than a simple permanent blanket ban on anything involving time travel. Jogging. Jogging is one of those activities that is usually seen as a harmless virtue. Wake up early, put on some expensive shoes, suffer a little, and feel superior by 8 a.m. In Burundi and Sierra Leone, though, authorities managed to turn
In Sierra
good cardio
Leone?
into something that
Illegal!
resembles a
You're jogging! Break their
threat.
kneecaps!
In 2014, President
Fucking holy
Pierre
shit.
Nkurunziza group jogging
Crazy.
was banned in Bunjabora because
Group
the
jogging
government
specifically. Stay away!
cover for political meetings
I'll
and
shoot.
opposition organising.
Don't jog near
This
me.
was not totally invented out of thin air. Group runs in Burundi had become social and sometimes political gatherings, especially in a tense climate where the government was already growing more authoritarian. But the response was still wild. Police broke up joggers, and opposition supporters accused of using jogging as a cover for an illegal demonstration were handed life sentences in March 2014. Sierra Leone's version in 2017 was less apocalyptic but still absurd. Police announced an immediate ban on group jogging in the streets, saying that the runners were menacing, obstructing traffic, insulting
Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that.
pounding on vehicles, playing loud music, and even snatching property. Well, then they're not jogging, are they? They're stealing. So the issue in both countries was that jogging in groups had become a cover for something else. Political assembly in Burundi, disorderly street behaviour in Sierra Leone. That gives both bans a little more logic than they first appear to have, but still, it takes a special kind of state nervousness.
Okay, cannons are 8 ticks, so yeah, the Bofa is not better than a cannon. The cannon just has better DPS. I think a Shadow might have better DPS, just barely, but I don't even think it does. The max hit on these cannons is insane. It makes for crazy DPS.
Thai coins and banknotes carry the image of the king, and public disrespect toward the monarchy is taken very seriously.
Oh,
both
God.
socially and legally. Stepping on money can therefore be interpreted as stepping on the king's image. This is tied to Thailand's lèse majesté laws, section 112 of the Criminal Code, under which insulting the monarchy can carry a sentence of 3 to 15 years in prison. This does not mean every accidental touch of a coin leads to prosecution. It means the act is connected to a much more sensitive legal and cultural issue than most visitors expect. The practical rule is simple. If a coin falls, do not pin it down with your shoe, pick it up with your hand. But not every strange ban comes from moral panic or dictatorship tantrums. Sometimes the state has a real point. It just arrives there in the weirdest possible way, which leads us to the next entry.
Yeah, I'm gonna go resupply on repair kits after this. What the
In
fuck?
2011, the French government brought
I
in
stopped
national
prayer
school
flicking. I was
meals
so
with
shook
limited
by
sources of
ketchup being
cafeterias.
banned.
Under the official rule, kids couldn't grab ketchup whenever they wanted. It had to be served only when it actually fit the meal. Now, to be fair, this was not just France waking up one morning and choosing violence against tomato.
Nah, that's not surprising that it was France, though.
Part of a bigger push to
Crazy.
improve school nutrition. Officials wanted more balanced
Ooh,
meals, better
Elite
portions,
Clue Scroll.
and less random sugar and fat getting dumped onto lunch by children.
No
was not
way!
an ideal
No
decision.
fucking way! I actually got it! I got the broken dragon hook! That's hilarious, dude! What was that? What was that?
But this is where it gets ketchup was not fully balanced.
146.
Allowed with French fries.
Oh man, I'm so good.
This sauce is
I am so great.
culinary civilization,
G-R-A-T.
except when served with one food
Holy
most likely
shit.
to make children ask for
Fucking
ketchup in the first
right,
place.
dude.
Even better, the fries were limited too,
Woo.
and students could only have them once per week. So ketchup was not exactly banned. It was
Yes.
more like
Oh
being
my god.
put on the
I don't even need it. I'm
The
max
truth is so
max
strange.
sailing, but hey, I could fucking use it for
Children could not be trusted with
when I'm going for the
Honestly,
clogs, I can
kind of
fucking
down
salvage with it.
France on this one. Like, all you want is ketchup as a kid. And yeah,
Let's fucking go. Where's the salvaging thing? There's a salvaging thing here.
France's education guidance still points schools to
36 KCD hook.
So if you're a French student hoping to freestyle ketchup onto a perfectly innocent lunch, the state
Oh man.
says no. Weird baby names.
Oh, Astral Runes from the Fremnik
Baby
salvage?
name
That's
laws
interesting.
sound ridiculous until you remember there are parents out there naming their children things like whatever the Elon Musk called his child. Also,
Elite.
people have
Okay,
called their
I'm
children
one
Aquaman
elite, and then I
Moses
will go do elite
Pilot
clues.
Inspector.
Or I'm gonna keep doing this. I'm actually gonna pause here. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna record this YouTube video. I guess I could stop recording and start recording again too. That way I could have it all in a bunch and it wouldn't be as big of a file for me to look through. But when I stop recording, yeah, it's gonna remux the recording, so that'll take a moment, but it'll be worth it. It'll save me some time. I don't know if potions work though. Like, I kind of want to figure out if potions work. Does Gearscape have the... No, there's no way they... Let's see. Dragon Cannon. Let's see if it says anything about... Oh, they fire every 7 ticks? It didn't seem like it. I'm just going to make the assumption that ranging pot. Nah, let me pull up what they said about it. Kind of have like a rough script here, not really a script, but just like what ideas I want to touch about this. I'm gonna add more ideas here before I actually do it, but let's see. Scroll down here. No, not the lot. Okay, here. So start they apply to buffed cannon. The goals. Ensuring that a player using a cannon is on par to the DPS of traditional combat plus 2 crew members using cannons. It is. It's really good DPS. It actually, so this is the thing too. So their goal here is to ensure that to close the gap between cannons and player gear, ensuring that a player using a cannon is on par to the DPS of traditional combat plus 2 crewmates using cannons. So that means a 1 crewmate and 1 player using cannons is superior DPS to 2 cannons and one equipped player using traditional combat. Because 1 player using a cannon is equivalent, is what they say. So that means you're doing more DPS if you have yourself and your character and a crewmate running a cannon. So I'm gonna put that as part of the Jax. Today Jax released an update on making ships, make them actually strong. Okay. Stated goal. And then I'm going to copy paste this in quotations. Oops. This means that's not so much point of that. I really want to make sure I get that across because that's like the most important part. The max hits are insane. So to clarify further, cannons and cannonballs now have new stats applied to them called heavy ranged accuracy and heavy ranged strength. They work as expected. They add bonuses to your heavy ranged combat with cannons on top of existing stats. However, crewmates do not benefit from these stats. Oh, cool. They're also, ship combat can feel overly intense against some high-level creatures, particularly as they currently fought in multi-combat areas. To address this, we're working on introducing single-way combat encounters for the Vampire Kraken, Armored Kraken, and Great White Shark. The Great White Shark, just having done it, I don't think it's that big of a problem, but the other ones, yeah, the Armored Kraken and Vampire Kraken fucking rinse. Hopefully they'll release it in 2 weeks. They're not doing an update next week, so hopefully it gets released after that. I'll single combat for Empire, Armored Krakens and Great White Sharks. Honestly, my biggest issue with with ship combat is that my crewmate swaps back to attack the captain's target. I don't do that. Like, I don't set that up. Whoa, what happened there? I hope that hasn't been like that long. I don't think it has. The VOD on Kick while it's live. Nope, don't care. Shut up, lady. How long ago did that happen? Okay, that just happened. I just clicked that by mistake. Okay, shit happens. I swapped to a different scene. It's an all-in-one scene. It's meant for certain shit. It's meant for playing video, like just normal games that aren't windowed, full screen shit. We've also tackled an issue where the player's worn gear wasn't contributing as expected to the damage calculations. They've enabled ranged modifiers such as void armor and ranged prayers to work in canon combat, meaning worn ranged gear will now correctly apply its stats to the overall damage. See, that's all it's... I don't know if potions affect it, though. I really don't. I wish... I wonder if there's a calc. The DPS calculator, but it doesn't actually... Yeah, it's unfortunate. We need, they need to add something to, signify what your max hit is with your cannons or something. I'm just going to make the assumption that it doesn't, but I'm going to say that I'm using them to test and that it could affect. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it affects accuracy. I'm pretty sure prayers work because, like, I'm getting the numbers are colored from it, but I'm really not sure. At the very least, I would assume I'm getting the accuracy from prayers. Okay, they got new ranged accuracy and ranged strength stats. New stats. And then ranged heavy accuracy. Or wait, no, it's heavy ranged accuracy. Cannons. Deep ranged. Strength. And balls. I'm gonna have the wiki open and I will just read certain things off the wiki because it'll be easy. Crewmates don't benefit from this. Crewmates don't gain. Christ. These benefits. Reduced HP. Reduced HP on lower level creatures. Fixes and changes in relation to the above changes. We've adjusted bounty. Okay, bounty XP reduced by 25%. Feels bad. Should have increased total amount of drops for bounty. XP per hour. Okay, for the boat combat, I feel low. Yeah, and then they also tackled the issue. Yeah. Contributing to damage. Oh, ranged prayers work. Actually, ranged prayers do work. I just don't know if potions do. Or gear stats are contributing damage calculate weren't contributing. Weren't contributing to damage. Oh, there was something up here about stats. Clarify. Cannibals now have new stats applied to them. Oh, above here. So we buffed cannonballs and cannons when our goal close the gap between. Oh, cannonballs now have new stats applied to them. With cannons on top of existing stats. What does that mean? On top of existing stats? Does that mean like my range affects cannons damage? Shit. I wonder if there's anything that says how it can. Was 7 tick attack speed. Cannons can be pitched into things. While an anchor is dropped, you operate sailing. Balls can be recovered. Yeah, 60. I don't see anything here about the damage. Oh, no, there is a calculator here on the site for it. Cool. Dragon, visible range level of 112. Peril Dance Bitter, yes, I have that. I specifically made sure I got that. And fired by a player. Cannon max hit of 65. That's not true. Yeah, they changed. Okay, so they haven't updated the calculator. But clearly ranged. Okay, so pots count too. Tunes also apply. Okay, I gotta do a few things before I actually I'm gonna record this video, so I will be right back. When I do get back, I'm actually no, I want to separate my audio, so I'm gonna restart my recording with Audacity as well. Actually, I think I can pause it and just restart it, and it'll separate the audio into multiple tracks. I think that's how it works with Audacity. I'm not sure. I'll fuck around with that. I'll learn. If it's a pain in the ass, it's going to be a pain in the ass, and I'll have to deal with it. I'll just have to write down where I start and stuff. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes, and maybe I'll do a giveaway. Yeah, I'll do a giveaway when I get back to you. I'm not sure how I'll do it. Maybe I'll come up with a hide and seek really quick or something, but I'll do something. Be cool. Be like 10 minutes. I haven't eaten yet, so I'm probably gonna go eat something. That'll probably be it. 10 minutes, approximately 10 minutes. Could be up to 15, but shouldn't be. Hop on the BRB screen, and I'll be right back. Oh, jeez. I am full. That was a large amount of food. I don't normally eat that much, but I figure I'm fucking stream like 12 hours straight without eating. I might as well eat it. Okay, turn off the BRB. Herb. God damn. I think I should probably go do higher level things for the video though. Ship combat. Okay, vampire krakens. But max it at 14 on me. Pretty crazy. They do drop dragon metal sheets pretty commonly though. Bunch of alks. Bunch of herbs. Cannot drop the inky paint. I thought they would drop the inky. Oh, they do. They drop the inky paint. Okay, I'm gonna go do vampire krakens. You see the inky drop right though. Yeah, vampire krakens are the. Okay, I'm gonna kill some vampire krakens. They seem like a bit of a pain in the ass, but that'll be good for the video. Let's grab some fresh supplies. 6 pots will be more than enough. I'll put the fish offcuts away. OSRS cannon. Sailing. Let me do crewmate. Visible sailing level. Is that my sailing level? 99. Crewmate. Jittery Jim. Pearl dance. Yep. Cannon is dragon. Cannonball is rune. So his max hit is at 39. I think that's correct. Do like a sailing level of 9. Oh, it does reduce. Okay, interesting. Stealth Krakens are new. Yeah, I'm doing vampires. Okay, make sure everything's good. I need to get to the place, and then I can do the thing from there. Mahogany repair kits are kind of I have one more ironwood repair kit. I'm just gonna bank it. Also gonna bank my potions for now, just so I can carry more repair kits at a time. Want to load it up quick.
Day, a child must be given a
Wanna
first
finish
name
this
and a
video?
surname within 6 months of birth, and if the first name is not already approved, the parents must apply to have it accepted. Now, people often
That's
tell this
crazy.
story as if Danish parents must choose from exactly 7,000 names or beg a priest for mercy. That version is a bit mangled.
Actually
There is an
crazy.
approved list, but if a name's not on that list, parents can apply to get it approved, which is probably for the best considering that some of the band's names include Pluto, Monkey, and wait for it, Anus. Sweden takes a slightly different route. Under Sweden's name,
Nah, it's crazy. I think you
reject first
you should be able to
names
name
if
your
they're
kid whatever
likely
the
to-
fuck you want, and your kid should be able to hate you for as long as they want because you named them a shitty thing. It should be encouraged by the state for kids to hate their parents if their parents name them something retarded like anus.
Cause discomfort to the person using them, offend others, or are obviously unsuitable as first names. Which means somewhere in Sweden,
go.
a tax authority has to look at baby name applications and decide whether a human child should go through life answering to something ridiculous. That's a
Oh yeah,
real
let's
job.
up my
These
ship
laws exist because
HP.
both countries are trying, at least officially.
Oh
to
wait,
protect
actually,
children
I
from
think it's
names
better for me to
that are
get a
offensive,
crewmate to do it. I
confusing,
repaired for
or just
30. He should repair for
uncalled for.
36 or
Fair
something.
enough. But in Sweden, Google
I thought
was
their
accepted as part of
deck
the child's
handiness
name, as
overdid
well as
it.
Metallica and Lego, which makes the whole idea of the state protecting children from absurd names feel a little less airtight than advertised.
Thinks it's
Maybe it was
bullshit.
a busy day at the tax office. So, is this a dumb ban?
It's
Not
Google.
completely.
We're
There
going
is
to
some
name the
logic,
child
but it is
Google.
still
Sounds like a
funny that in
very
parts of
Danish
Europe,
name.
naming your baby can involve the same kind of administrative process that you might expect for building
Fuck's
permits
sakes. Feels bad.
or paperwork.
Poor kid.
Chewing gum. Singapore is famous for its clean streets, major attractions, and impressive.
Singapore is crazy. I've heard of this one. Singapore in general is crazy, dude. Like, people from other countries, they will execute them for bringing drugs into the country. Even small amount. Even if it's like an amount that's like, oh, it was clearly a mistake. Like, there's like somebody has like a nug of weed in their pocket or something. It's like jail and then murdered. Die. Like, what? That's crazy. Like, confiscate it and ban them from the country. That's all you need to do. You don't need to kill them.
And in 1992, Singapore banned the sale of chewing gum. Now, you might think that they made this move because of some.
I know. So they reversed this ban, but it can only be used. Well, kind of. It's still banned for recreational chewing, but it can be used for like anxiety or something. There's like you can get prescribed chewing gum. It's
health
fucking
hazards
nuts.
like choking or other dangerous things like that. But no,
Wait,
it was simply because people
that's
kept being
enough?
disgusting with it. Used gum was showing
Actually,
up
no,
on
I'll grab one more.
keyholes, elevator buttons, mailboxes, bus seats, public spaces, and officials were
Literally
especially
one
furious
more.
after gum stuck on an MRT train door sensor
1, 2, 3, 4,
caused
5.
service disruptions. Naturally, the media made it sound like chewing gum in Singapore would get you publicly stoned. But chewing gum itself was never actually illegal. The ban was only for its sale and import, but illegal
Yeah.
gum trafficking could still bring a first offense fine of up to
Illegal
100,000
gum
Singapore dollars
trafficking.
and 2 years in prison. What's
Illegal
funny is that
gum
most countries
trafficking.
will ban a public nuisance by
Crazy.
emptying trash cans, handing
Okay,
out
I can
prizes, or
fast
maybe
travel.
running
My
an
boat
ad
will be
campaign
fine.
asking
I just want to go to
people
Port.
behave like civilized adults.
Excuse me, Port Roberts. It'll be
Singapore looked at
quicker.
the same problem and turned the dial up to 100. By the 3rd of January 1992, the sale of chewing gum was illegal. Sellers were not even told to slowly run down their stock. The
No,
ban
just
was
done.
immediate.
Throw it out.
Total war apparently was declared
Crazy.
on orbit. Now, to be fair, the ban did not stay completely frozen in time. In 2004, Singapore partially relaxed it after the US-Singapore Free Trade Agreement.
Yeah, this
Certain
is
therapeutic,
the
dental, and nicotine
yeah.
gums
Like I
were
said,
allowed
it's the therapeutic shit. It's
through pharmacies under
yeah.
controlled conditions.
Pharmacies
So in a
under
few moves,
control. It's
Singapore
crazy.
turned
It's crazy,
an
dude.
Public nuisance into one of the most famous examples of government overkill in modern history. Not many countries can say they fought chewing gum and won.
I fought the
Dying without
chewing
a
gum.
burial plot.
I won.
In February 2008,
Crazy.
Gerard Lalonde, the mayor of Sarpiranx in southwestern France, issued a decree stating that anyone who did not already own a burial plot in the village cemetery was forbidden from dying in the commune. Well, he just unlocked immortality, didn't he? He also promised severe punishment for offenders, which is a wonderfully confident thing to threaten a dead person with.
Not allowed
The
to
reason behind
die.
it is that Sarparang
Stop it.
Cemetery had run out of space, and a judge had rejected the villagers' attempt to take nearby private land so it could
Oh, I thought I
be
might
expanded.
like get
The
off
law
of
was
it if I did
furious and
that.
used the
Interesting.
decree as a protest. If the courts would not let him create more room for the dead, then fine. The living would simply have to stop dying. So the decree was essentially meant to embarrass the system that had created the problem. So yes, Sabarang's
But
really
is there
did
single
ban
combat
dying,
areas
at least
here?
on paper, not because the mayor thought people would obey, but because
No, there's a
absurdity
multi-line,
was
but
the
there's
only tool
not
left
actually
to get
multi.
anyone's attention.
I'm
And it
guessing the
worked,
ground
in a
here is
sense.
multi,
The decree
maybe?
got enormous attention and turned a tiny
Or
village
is single? Like if
cemetery
you're over here, you're in
into an
single on the
international
ground?
story. Sadly, in a cruel twist of irony, Mayor Gerard Lalonde passed away in December 2008, only 10 months after issuing the ordinance.
Where the
In
fuck are these
2011, the
vampire
cemetery was
krakens?
finally expanded and the controversial law was
Ah,
revived.
okay. Those are pretty close. I'll head to those.
Fully sighted masseurs. South Korea has a law so unusual it sounds invented. If you want to be a licensed masseur, you generally have to be blind. The rule was first introduced in 1912 during Japanese colonial rule
That
as a
can't be
way of
real.
giving visually impaired Koreans a protected livelihood. That basic logic survived long after colonial rule ended. The profession was treated as one of the few stable jobs the state could realistically reserve for blind workers in a labor market where discrimination against them was and remains severe. In 2008, when sighted practitioners challenged the rule, South Korea's constitutional court upheld it, saying the law was justified because it helped guarantee blind people means to earn a living. The legal fights.
You know what?
didn't
That's kind of true, but it like what? Every blind person, you're blind. The only job you can have is as a masseuse. Like what?
In 2006, sighted
That's
masseurs
crazy.
briefly won a ruling striking the monopoly down, but the National Assembly quickly passed new legislation restoring the exclusive licensing system. Then the courts kept backing it. Later rulings in 2018
That's
and
fucking crazy,
2021
dude.
again upheld the law, with the Constitutional Court saying, in effect, that the right of visually impaired people to make a living outweighed the job choice claims of sighted workers. By 2021, the court was still defending the system on the grounds that blind people had far fewer employment options. Some reports estimate
That's true, but you're providing these blind people with less employment options by making that be one of the only they can do. It's
there were
crazy. It
about
shouldn't be like that.
7,100 licensed blind masseurs in 2008, but demand for
Marlon Schultz,
massage
man,
services
that
in
thing
South
moves
Korea
fast.
is
You do
much
need
greater.
Redwood to keep up with that.
Media estimates put the
Either
number of
that or
unlicensed
have like your
sighted
wind in your
masseurs
sails the
around
whole time.
200,000.
Crazy.
That created a huge grey market. Many sighted workers.
I kinda
sought
can't wait to do
alternative
Marlon.
Often by avoiding the word massage and calling their services sports massage or something similar. Practicing massage for profit without a license can bring criminal penalties, including up to 3 years of prison time and a large fine of up to 30 million won, or about $25,000. So South Korea ended up with a century-old
no,
welfare
no,
policy,
no,
a repeated constitutional battles, a black market that back rubs, and a legal system that turned massage into one of the strangest labor disputes in the country. Wearing high heels.
Okay, see,
Athens
this
wants
is
to
a
be the
problem.
Acropolis. Sensible
I'm
plan.
gonna
But
have
for
to talk
reasons
about this too.
known only to you and the gods, you decide this is perfect.
I'm gonna start recording right now. Let's pause this, start recording that again, and see how that works. That'll be interesting. Okay. Let's. Okay, so I'm just gonna. I'm gonna have to cut this and split this out. This is a problem with sailing. Is I can't reach this. He can reach me. We need the ranges on cannons increased. It doesn't need to be crazy, but like this shouldn't ever be a thing. I shouldn't. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to hit here. Let's see. Can I hit it with a Bofo? No. So it's just outside of 10 tile range. This just shouldn't be a thing. Nobody should have to worry about this when they're sailing. Let's move a little closer. Pew pew. Okay. We'll leave that going. I'm gonna pot up. Okay, let's start the actual video now. Blah 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 blah. State. Okay, so that's how I'll start. Let's move this over here. We're top with the top of chat, but that doesn't matter because it's Okay, first things first. Let's set him to fire at will so that pops up during the video, and I can do that. Okay. Hello YouTube. GM. Today, Jagex released an update to the ship cannons. I'm gonna do that again. That was shit. Hello, YouTube. GM. Today, Jagex released updates to ship cannons to make them actually strong and actually feel impactful. Their stated goals were ensuring that a player using a cannon is on par to the DPS of traditional combat plus 2 crew members using a cannon. So say somebody equipping a Shadow, full Ankh, and they have their 2 crewmates shooting something. It should be equal DPS to just one person manning a cannon, like so. So this means that if you're running a cannon yourself and your crewmate is running a cannon, you should be doing more DPS than if you're running a Shadow and having 2 cannons, for example. Maybe the Shadow is in a point where it exceeds the DPS a little bit, but just in general, traditional combat and two crewed cannons versus 1 player manned cannon and 1 crewed cannon. The 1 crewed cannon and 1 player round cannon should be doing more DPS than most traditional combat and 2 cannon combos. We've had new stats added to cannons. They have added heavy ranged accuracy for the cannons and heavy range strength for the cannonballs. Going from bronze to dragon, it's 30. From bronze to dragon with the heavy accuracy on the cannons, it's 30, 40, 60, 70, 85, 110, and 150. Dragons being at 150, of course. For the cannonballs, they've added a new thing called the heavy range strength for cannonballs. From bronze to dragon, it's 15, 30, 40, 50, 65, 80, 90, and 100 heavy strength. One thing to note is granite cannonballs are included in here, and they're the 65 strength between mithril and adamant. There is no granite cannon, so that's of course not there. Sea creatures, they've changed the HP. It won't have an effect here at these vampire krakens I'm killing, but at smaller things, they've reduced their health at lower levels to make it more thematic. For example, they buffed some birds, and the birds were a little strong, so they've changed that to make them not quite as obscenely powerful. They have reduced, I'll just name off a few. So the Turns had 46 HP, they've reduced it to 22. The bull shark has been reduced from 128 to 81. A frigate bird from 121 to 79. They've done, it's generally around like 30-40 damage or health reduction. It's a very good change in my opinion. I feel like they were pretty crazy. A bird being able to take the amount of damage they could take was a little excessive. Okay, they've also reduced bounty XP, which is, in my opinion, not a very good change. They've reduced the XP that you get from turning in a bounty by 25%, so you're getting significantly less sailing XP, and but the kills are quicker, so you get significantly less sailing XP but quicker kills. I don't have a problem with less XP, but the way they did it isn't good. They should have made it so that the drop rates on, say, a vampire kraken, you get a vampire kraken ink sac or a vampire kraken tentacle. Instead, they should have reduced the or increased the amount or reduced the commonality of the loot, made it less common, because when you see big XP number or number that used to be big and it's not as big anymore, you're not gonna be like excited about that. Big number good, small number bad. XP per hour would still be going down. Like, let's say they made the XP per hour reduced by 25% just through the other method I was naming. Well, it's still a lower XP per hour, so they still achieve their goals, at least what I assume their goals are. It just feels less bad to see a smaller number. So they also fixed an issue where gear stats weren't contributing to damage. So basically, I'm gonna say that one again. That one was shit. Some of the other ones were shit too, but I can cut them. I don't want to cut everything though. They fixed issues. They also fixed issues where gear stats weren't contributing to the damage dealt by cannons. They now contribute. They now. Oh my god, I'm super good at talking. Holy shit, the damage is actually crazy. Okay, they fixed issues where cannons weren't having gear stats applied to their damage. I need to get out of here. Holy shit, these are really dangerous. Holy fuck. Oh, that's mean. Whatever. Okay, okay, so they fixed issues where gear wasn't contributing to the damage dealt. They now contribute to damage properly. So if your gear has range strength, presumably it increases your damage dealt by your cannons. The gear also, they also enabled the use of void. They also enabled void knight armor and ranged prayers doing increased damage. So basically beforehand, your gear, like your void gear and prayers weren't affecting your cannon's damage and accuracy, and now they do. Very, very good update in my opinion. It makes cannons much more impactful. They also stats have applied to your cannon's damage for a while. They made it so that your stats. Let's rephrase that. Stats also apply to your cannon's damage, so having ranged level will affect your cannon's damage. So drinking a ranged potion also helps you do more damage. It's very good to use. Okay, so yeah, they one thing that has been hasn't been addressed yet, I don't believe, and it, at the very least hasn't been fixed, is the crewmate on your ship. I have him set to fire at will right now. He will eventually swap to firing on cannon's target on his own. So this has many different settings. Follow captain's target. Wasn't sailing further away. Interesting. Right now I have my crewmate set to fire at will. If I click this, it'll make it so that he follows captain's target. This will change on its own after a certain amount of time. It will automatically hop back to fire on captain's target, unfortunately. I had it happen many times when I was doing great white sharks earlier. It's quite a problem, probably should be fixed. In 146 great white sharks, I had it happen probably about 6 times, maybe more. It's very annoying. Definitely needs to be looked at and fixed. They said that in the future they want to let me fucking say that again. They stated at the end of their blog that in the future they'd like to bring in single combat areas for Krakens and a few other things. We have the Vampire Kraken, the Armored Kraken, and the Great White Shark. They don't have an ETA. They're aiming to release it in the coming weeks. They'll probably release it maybe with leagues coming out or the week after, more than likely. Depending on if we have issues with leagues that they need to tackle first. Their specific statement was they're also aware that boat combat can feel overly intense against some high-level sea creatures, particularly as they're currently fought in multi-combat areas. So they're going to try to introduce some single combat Krakens and such, which is a good idea in my opinion. So overall, that's generally the gist of what they've done to update. I will now discuss more my personal feelings about how things feel with or more of my personal feelings, I guess, about how these updates actually really feel. So primarily, the cannons feel really good. They were horrible to use beforehand. Now they actually feel very good. I hit 111 there. You might have noticed big damage. One thing you might have noticed there, I hit a 69 and a 15. My total, this sailing XP is generally how much XP that, or how much damage you're going to do is that sailing XP number. There is a problem though, where these two your sailing XP will combine if you're, yep, okay, see, it's swapped back now. Stop following captain's target. Nope. How about fire at will? So if these are attacking on different ticks, you'll see I get 2 sailing XP things. 87, you can see that's my damage. I'm hitting an 18. I hit nothing. He hit a 12. His, for some reason, his isn't quite accurate, but that's really fine. I just really want to know my damage because my damage is much higher than the crewmates. The crewmates can hit up to 40 or so, I believe, maybe a little less, while I can hit up to, I want to say 120. I've seen 118. It's hard to tell because if you're attacking on the same tick, it'll sometimes, like, you can't tell actually. And I've definitely attacked on the same tick. This is another problem. We need to have the range expanded on cannons. There's no reason I shouldn't be able to hit this. It's a little foolish. Overall, though, the cannons do feel actually useful now. They're actually, like, I'm enjoying ship combat. It doesn't feel like a slog. You can actually hit. You can also, like, ranging pots, prayer pots to last longer. If you really want to last really long, just start one tick flicking your prayers, and you're never going to run out. Very free. You can sit here with infinite prayer, infinitely killing things, getting tons of supplies. I've also noticed the ballistic attractor is very effective. That's 60% saved. Doing my great white sharks, even if I get rid of this, I didn't use even close to this much in cannonballs. I made money for sure killing krakens or killing great white sharks. It was good money too. Not like there's better XP methods out there, but if you enjoy sea combat or you want to farm your own cannons, your own hooks, whatever you want to do, it's actually feasible and doesn't feel bad anymore. It's very nice, the updates they've done. I think they've done a very good job making cannons feel good. They actually feel very strong. They hit very hard. You can see I hit an 88 there. That's not even big. I blink at that. It's nothing. The big damage, like there, 117 plus a 20 from my guy. Very big damage, 86. That Kraken went down very fast. It's very, very good using the cannons now. They're very strong. I didn't bring an herb sack. I'm a fool. $108. Big damage the whole way through. 103. Hitting small numbers does feel bad, but there's so many big numbers that it doesn't even matter. Over half of your numbers feel good to hit. You can hit 50, like anything from 50 to 120 feels great to hit. I think that's pretty much it. So I'm just gonna end the recording here. How do I end something like this? Okay. I think they've addressed a lot of the issues here with sailing, and specifically with fuck. I think they've addressed. I think they've addressed a lot of the issues with sailing combat and made it feel much better. Cannons feel great to use. You can use gear if you want to. You can do a lot more, basically. Very nice. The only real problems I have with it are the range is not long enough on the cannons. They need to increase the range. They need to fix the crewmates swapping back to following the captain's target instead of firing at will. And they've already said they're going to bring single combat for certain tasks or certain creatures, and that's great. That needs to be a priority. Hopefully they get that done soon, like they said they would. Other than that, it's a great update. Cannons, amazing. If you don't have them, get them. They're worth having now. If you want to do this type of combat, I guess. If you have no desire to do ship combat, then don't do it. It's a waste of your time. But if you enjoy the ship combat, maybe think about getting a cannon. This is why Fire at Will is great. I can kill 2 creatures at once. Perfect. If you enjoyed the video, fuck man, I'm so bad with the. Okay, if you enjoyed the video, like and subscribe, and I should write something for that. I'm so bad at like off the top of my head. Okay, cool. Let me just pull this thing here really quick. Okay. If you enjoyed the video, like and subscribe and push the bell so you can be notified whenever I upload new content, which will be once a week at the very least. Cool. Let's stop recording. I'm gonna stop recording here as well. That has a pocket in the middle of the audio. It has audio 1.2. I think I can export these into. That's what that. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to fuck with it. Not used Audacity very much. Done remuxing. Cool. I'll start recording again. Very good. Let me go into my Big Chungus drive. Put that in there. Oh, whoops. Shit. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Hilarious. Big 111. Oh yeah, okay. It's in footage, I think that's where my default shit goes. Yeah, okay. Let's title this something better. Ship combat fixed. I have to edit that, so I'll probably be finishing the stream earlier today, but that's fine. I was gonna finish early anyways, but I definitely have to now. Mystic fire staffs from these shitbags? Hell yeah. I wish I brought my herb sack. That would have been nice. If I have to, I can mute shit and voice over because the way I recorded it, so. Hey, let's put on some chill shit. I want to listen to the rest of the weirdest bands.
Bad call. In Greece, wearing high heels at ancient monuments can get you fined up to 900 euros. The rule was introduced in 2009 to protect archaeological sites from damage because
Good.
narrow heels can chip, crack, and wear down fragile stone surfaces. These are places that have already survived a few minor events like invasions, earthquakes, and the collapse of entire civilizations. Getting stabbed to death by tourist footwear was apparently not how Greece wanted them to go. And honestly, the ban almost raises a better question than the rule itself. Who was doing this often enough that Greece had to
Yeah,
write it
really,
down?
though.
Ancient ruins are uneven, steep, slippery, and full of hard stone that was not designed with fashion in mind. This is not a red carpet. It's a 2,500-year-old hilltop monument, but enough people must have shown up dressed like they were heading to cocktails after the Parthenon that the government, somewhere along the line, had to look at the Acropolis and conclude that one of the threats to Western civilization
Crazy.
was stilettos.
I hit this one?
Dancing after midnight.
I cannot.
In post
Oh, no, I can. It didn't say that I can't reach it.
Flirt after midnight, probably make several bad life choices after midnight, but for a long time, you weren't really supposed to dance. The rule came from Japan's 1948 Businesses Affecting Public Morals Regulation Act, known as the Fueiho Law. It was originally aimed at controlling nightlife tied to prostitution and other public moral concerns. Under that system, dance halls and clubs needed special authorization, and dancing was heavily restricted late at night. In practice, the law meant that dancing
Crazy.
after midnight, and in some areas after 1 a.m., was effectively illegal unless a venue met the right licensing conditions. For decades, the rules were ignored.
Japan
Around
loves their
2010, police started
licenses.
enforcing them much more seriously, especially in places like Osaka and Tokyo. Clubs posted no
And I'm
dancing
back to
signs, and some venues had
not
security
fire at
signs
will.
stopping people from moving too much. Japan had reached the point.
I think I
where
just-
sending
I don't have a
another
plank
was
sack,
fine,
so
but swaying
I
to
can't
the
even,
music
like,
could become a
not
problem. The law was
alching
finally
these is the best thing I can do.
2015, with changes taking effect in
If I had a plank
2016.
sack, I could at least fill a plank sack with mahogany.
They allowed dancing late at night if they met conditions such as brighter lighting and location requirements. Feeding pigeons. You travel all the way to Venice in 2008, one of the most beautiful cities ever built, full of canals, art, history, and absurdly expensive stonework. You admire a statue for about 3 seconds and then watch a pigeon redecorate it from above. After enough
That's an
years
issue.
of that experience, Venice finally stepped in. In 2008, feeding pigeons in St. Mark's Square became illegal because tourists kept turning one of the most beautiful squares on Earth into an all-you-can-eat bird buffet. For years, tourists would buy grain, hold out their arms, and suddenly look like minor saints in a storm of wings. By 2008, the city had had enough and banned the sale and distribution of bird feed in the square, with fines starting at €50. Venice was spending a fortune cleaning pigeon filth off historic stone. The birds were leaving droppings all over St. Mark's Square, and officials said that they were also damaging marble statues and historic buildings by pecking into tiny gaps in the stonework to get at food. Some estimates put the cleanup and repair cost at north of €300 per Venetian taxpayer per year. And here's another fun detail. Venice is said to have around 100,000 pigeons, the largest pigeon population in Europe. That's roughly double the city's human population, by the way. So what started as a charming tradition, over time turned into a really, really expensive one. Building sandcastles on the beach. You're on a beach, the sun is out, the sea is right there, and your child, or your inner child, decides that there's only one sensible thing to do: build a sandcastle. In Eraclea, that can get you
There's no way.
This was one of several bizarre Italian
That's
local
crazy.
laws that made headlines in 2008 when mayors around the country started cracking down.
Oh, I
on
didn't realize there's
behaviour in
3
the
corpses there. Did I lose a corpse? I think I just
Eraclea,
lost one. Fuck's
Building
sakes.
sandcastles on the beach was forbidden, with reports putting the fine at €250. Jesus. Sandcastles apparently could obstruct the passage, which is a magnificent sentence. Picture a giant medieval fortress blocking a military road. What the authorities meant was that on a busy beach, piles of sand and little structures could get in the way of walkers and beach traffic. That's what makes this whole thing so absurd. A
Very dumb.
sandcastle is one of the least threatening things a human being can build. It has no roof, no plumbing, no long-term planning, and a life expectancy of about 4 minutes if the tide feels ambitious. Yet Eraclea still treated it as a civic nuisance, serious enough
Very
to
dumb.
warrant
Very dumb.
through fines. To be fair, the broader context was not completely random. Italian mayors at the time had been given stronger local law and order powers and started producing a wave of bylaws aimed at tidying up public behaviour. Eraclea just happened to land on one of the funniest targets possible. Out of all the threats facing a beach town, it chose to focus on temporary castles made of wet sand. That is either brilliant.
That's crazy, dude. Like, I live on the coast. Like, that would be insane. Like, people not being able, like, people, like, there's
Opening
Like, they can't build castles. Okay. The more dangerous thing is when people at the beach decide to just dig a fucking 3 foot, 4 foot deep hole. Like, that happens. People do that. It's crazy. And they're like, no, it's no sandcastles. Nothing about the fucking
In
massive
Switzerland,
holes people will
you
dig.
cannot just buy one guinea pig and call it a day, which is adorable, obviously. It sounds like a law written by someone who looked at a lonely little fluffy potato and decided correctly that this was unacceptable. The reason is that guinea pigs are social animals. They squeak, huddle, and operate with the emotional energy of tiny, anxious roommates. Leaving one alone for long periods is like putting a deeply social animal into solitary
Aw, I didn't know that.
Swiss animal
That's
welfare laws
brutal.
reflect that. Law treats
Yeah,
isolation
no,
as
that's
bad
actually a
and
good thing.
official
It's a
guidance
weird
has long
law,
made
but
clear that guinea
it
pigs,
should be the
along with
way.
certain other social species, should not be kept alone. So yeah, Switzerland more or less bans loneliness for guinea pigs. And on that one,
But not for humans.
and that's all for today. There's a pattern.
I'm not even a guy who likes guinea pigs or like rodents and stuff like that for pets, but like, poor thing, poor little guy, he just wants a friend.
Somehow ended up using them to declare war on condiments and pigeons. Thank you for watching.
He's not firing at will. Okay, no, he is. I think vampire krakens are probably a loss. I'm not sure. 330k. I'm using quite a bit of fucking repair kits. They are cheap. They're only mahogany. But I think vampire krakens probably aren't worth killing. Until they do single combat, then maybe it would be worth it, but... That's interesting.
Knowledge is dangerous. Knowledge is power when used in the right hands, but knowledge can
Ooh.
also be a death
Ooh, a
sentence.
snap
Most threatens
seed. We
power
love it.
forces. Across the world, reporters, whistleblowers, activists, and opposition politicians all too frequently meet a grisly end under deeply suspicious circumstances because of what they know and what others fear might be revealed. Many of these tales...
76, we like that. Big damage.
Ripped from a John Grisham novel
Okay.
because of their
If it doesn't die, my
outlandish
crewmate will
storylines,
kill
but
it.
each one is entirely true. Some sound like far-fetched conspiracy theories, while others are beyond...
One hit
all
crate, there it is,
reasonable
that's
doubt.
dead.
But they all share something in common. A
108.
life cut short because they were seen as a danger. A death that was preferable to information escaping. And we'll start with number 1. Alexander Litvinenko. Alexander Litvinenko was a man whose fate hung in the balance from the moment he left Russia in 2000 and settled in
The
the
cum
UK.
spreader.
A former officer with the FSB, the organization spawned from the KGB, so
What?
serious stuff, Litvinenko was born in the Russian city of Voronezh in 1962. His career began in the military before being recruited into the KGB's military
Earth
counterintelligence
runes.
section. His official
Oh, wait, no.
title
What did
was
I get?
intelligence officer, but most people would have simply referred to him as a spy. In 1994, Litvinenko met Russian oligarch Boris Berezovsky and began an investigation into an assassination attempt on him earlier in the year. He later became a part of Berezovsky's security detail, and yes, apparently it was okay in Russia to work for the intelligence services and also moonlight for the rich. But it was his connection with Berezovsky that set everything in motion. Firstly, he traced the assassination attempt back to high-ranking Russian officials who had been working
Shocker.
in conjunction with the Sonetsova gang, a bunch of nasties involved in the cocaine trade, money laundering, kidnapping, murder, you name it, they were into it. I mean, bad, not good stuff. At this point, Berezovsky was one of the richest men in Russia, and let's just say that he knew things about things. He was privy to sensitive information about Russian privatization deals and also how state assets were divided when the Soviet Union collapsed. But let's be honest.
Holy shit. Yeah, he knows way too much.
Counting a few people.
I'd kill him, dude. I'm just kidding.
Berezovsky was involved in
Christ.
some of the early shady dealings, but when corruption and organized crime exploded and he stood against them, well, he became a marked man. Litvinenko's investigation into the assassination attempt led him going directly to Putin, then the director of the FSB, to inform him of widespread corruption within the FSB and other intelligence services. Putin's disdain and disinterest was clear. Litvinenko left the building with no doubt that the tangled mess went all the way to the top. His response was bold. A press conference where he publicly named names linked with the Berezovsky assassination plot. He was fired the same day and ordered not to leave Russia. But the wily spy, in
Fuck that. You leave Russia instantly.
Nancy and his family snuck out of the country.
Yeah, absolutely. Fuck that. I would be gone too.
He was eventually granted asylum in the UK and became a British citizen in 2000.
And he
while
was
remaining
executed.
sharp
Is this the one who was executed with like the fucking, like he got like uranium to death or something?
along with Berezovsky, who had also fled to Britain. The allegations Litvinenko made publicly were extraordinary. The 1999 Russian apartment bombings were not carried out by Chechen terrorists, as officially stated, but rather by the FSB as a false flag operation. Putin had personally ordered the assassination of Russian journalist.
I'm guessing you meant to put a G. Yeah, I'm all good.
2006. And also that Russian security services were behind numerous
All goo,
attacks across
all
the
goo.
world, sometimes with the use of deadly poison. And that last one.
Just finished doing some recording for a YouTube video.
On November the 1st,
And then
2006,
also, I got a
Litvinenko held
dragon
several
hook
contacts in
earlier.
central London. One meeting
Oh,
took
it's
place
hidden.
at the
That's why.
Pine Bar of the Millennium Hotel in Mayfair with
Oh,
two
I know.
Russian nationals.
Got a dragon
Andrei
hook from the
Leroy,
Great White
Dmitry
Sharks
Compton,
earlier.
And the second with Mario Scaramella, an Italian academic who claimed to possess intelligence about threats to Russian dissidents. Within hours, Litvinenko felt unwell.
He's in
and eventually
cannons.
rushed to
They're
hospital.
actually
Doctors were
super
baffled
good
as
now.
his health declined dramatically.
Hit like
His head
I've
began
hit
to
up to like
collapse, organs began to
118,
fail,
120.
it was only going to be a matter of
I just hit
time.
116.
Litvinenko knew the Russian system and
It's
suspected
really good.
poisoning, but instead of going quietly, he invited members of the media into the hospital, and images of the sickly, frail man fading away made front-page headlines around the world. It was a horrifying and very public.
I mean, this is the thing with this loot is it's not 112 KC, it's 112 claims. So,
been poisoned with polonium-210, a
but a
isotope
while.
requires access to state-level nuclear facilities. This isn't something you find.
It depends. You can get like
British police
you can do a
traced
1 to
police
8 clear in like 10
across
minutes.
London, many of which correlate with the
And if you just
movements of
claim 1 to 8s over and over, you make a. Oh no, wait. I did like the boss when he first come out. I did him for like 2-3 weeks straight,
Vladimir Putin.
and then I've done a little bit here and there, and then I was doing it for like the last week, and I got a pair of boots and an Eye of a Yak in like the last week or two.
Had fled to the UK and was assisting Swiss investigators in exposing a massive Russian tax fraud, collapsed and died while jogging near his Surrey home in 2012. Initial findings suggest.
Generally speaking, though, if you like grind it,
indicated traces of a rare
Oops.
plant toxin.
if you grind it well, you could probably expect a drop a week, if not more. Depends how good you are, how deep you go.
There was nothing open
If you're
about
doing
what
1 to
happened in the
8,
UK in
a
Salisbury
drop a week is pretty reasonable. If you're doing 1 to 16, probably like 2 drops, maybe 3.
Were found unconscious on
Really
a park
depends on how
bench
good
in
you
the
are.
city. The weapon this time was a military-grade nerve agent known as Novichok. While both survived, a British woman later died after coming into contact with the discarded nerve agent container. We can only begin to comprehend what's actually going on behind the scenes in Russia, but it's long been clear that those who know too much and who have a falling out with the ruling elite have a habit of meeting an untimely demise. Number 2. Gary Webb. From scandal and corruption in Russia to exactly the same in the United States, Gary Webb, an award-winning reporter working for the San Jose Mercury News, was generally considered a man of great integrity. Born in California, he cut his teeth in journalism with various papers across the country before landing a job as an investigative reporter in San Jose, where he developed a reputation for firm, honest journalism. All good so far, no trouble. But in 1996, he began working on a series of pieces that came to be
104. The max hit on cannons is so good now.
Here's a good place to
It feels so good. 101. I just 3-shot that thing.
Rather we forget. In the 1980s, Nicaragua was a mess. The Contras, a right-wing guerrilla movement, were
Such
locked in
good
a
DPS. Way better than using gear now.
Ronald Reagan was not a fan of anything with a whiff of communism, and the United States was itching to help the Contras. However, Congress passed the Boland Amendments, which banned the US from directly funding the Contras, and so it required some creative wheeling and dealing. The other side of the story was in Iran. This is the Iran-Contra affair. Iran-Contra. And now at this point, the US and Iran were mortal enemies, thanks mainly to the storming of the US Embassy in Tehran in 1979, after which
There it
50
is.
American hostages were held in
Oh, he's still
captivity
alive?
for
Jesus, this
400
is an unlucky kill.
But
I just keep
politics is
missing.
nothing but complex. We'll be coming back
These
to
things
that.
have high defense. I was fighting Great White Sharks earlier, barely missed.
There's long been a theory that the
Here, I'm
Reagan
probably missing, like,
campaign was
10, 20% of the
far
time.
cozier with the Iranian government in 1980 than we might think. And if that piqued your interest, the October surprise plan will blow your mind, so keep watching. But back to Iran and the Contras. The US actually wanted to sell arms to Iran as a way of greasing the wheel that they hoped would lead to American hostages in Lebanon taken by Hezbollah being released. Obviously, the US couldn't openly sell arms to Iran, so
Oh,
it
whoops.
also required some creative
Using the
thinking.
BOFA. Yeah,
These
that's like
two
half my
seemingly
DPS.
disconnected
116.
stories came together
Dude,
in a
that's why you use the
bizarre
cannon.
way when Israel started
Even that
giving
31
US
is like
weapons to Iran, or
decent
which
damage.
Iran replenished.
54.
Iran, in turn, thanked the United States, very discreetly, of course, with above-market payments for the weapons. These were then, of course, used to fund Contra efforts in Nicaragua. Outrageous? Yes. All absolutely true. This actually came to light in 1986 and caused a huge scandal that was quickly swept under the rug, but 10 years later, Gary Webb began looking at a different aspect. His series, The Dark Alliance, suggested that proceeds from crack cocaine sales were also being used to fund Contra efforts. with
Jesus
freedom
Christ.
sentiment. Freeway, Rick
Crack
Ross,
cocaine
Oscar
sales, like, and
Gandhi.
this is like the real Rick Ross, the guy from New York who was like selling crack cocaine for the CIA. This is like that level of shit. Like the US just using crack money to fucking fund shit. That's nuts.
Flagged on, and Norwin
Yeah,
Menzies.
no, yeah, Freeway Rick Ross. Yeah, the real Rick Ross. Freeway Rick Ross. I'm just realizing that's one of the things that he said.
Ricky Ross,
Ricky Ross, yeah. Hell yeah.
And Norwin Menzies.
This
In
is such a.
Webb's own
They
words,
need to
quote,
fix this though. There's
"For
no
over
reason I
decades,
shouldn't be able to hit
Francisco
something if it can
Bay
hit me.
drug ring sold tons of cocaine to the Crips and Blood street gangs of Los Angeles and funneled millions in drug profits to a Latin America guerrilla army run by the US Central Intelligence Agency. Explosive is not quite a big enough word for that kind of allegation. Strangely, other papers were slow to pick up on the story. There was no social media at this point, and news could travel slowly, even if it was news that many people wanted to see. Eventually, big names, including
Strangely.
the New York Times, Washington
Sounds
Post,
just about
and Los
right to me.
Angeles Times, waded in and essentially disparaged Webb's reporting. Even his own newspaper eventually published a response saying the series may have been inflated, but that the core story remained accurate. Webb was quietly reassigned.
Ooh, let's go.
sidelined. He soon resigned
spreader.
and compiled all his research into a book, Dark Alliance, the CIA, the
And
Contras,
my thing has
crack
reset to
cocaine
not free
explosion,
firing.
published
Lovely.
In 1998. However, his career and reputation never recovered. On December 10th, 2004, Webb was found dead in his Carmichael home with 2 gunshot wounds to the head. His death was ruled a suicide, despite the coroner admitting.
Two gunshot wounds to the head. Suicide. It's like that thing where like somebody was talking about Hillary Clinton like, I don't know, 10 years ago, and they had like 2 shotgun shots to the back of the head. Like, what? Yeah, that was suicide, totally. Yeah, 100%. I am not suicidal, by the way. I'm very happy with my life.
2 suicide shots was a bit strange. Rumors
2
quickly
suicide
circulated that he
shots
may
is a
have been
bit
killed in
strange, just a
retribution
bit,
for his
just a little
reporting.
bit.
Regardless of Senate reports and internal government investigations that claim there was nothing to see here in respect to the Dark Alliance series, there's long been a suspicion that Gary Webb was onto something. Did the US government, and in particular the CIA, know about these drug deals and were
course they
tolerated
did.
or facilitated them because the Contras were a key part of US Cold War strategy in Central America? Was the whole crack epidemic simply a byproduct of the US fear of communism? Well, Gary Webb
Yeah.
certainly thought so.
Yeah, it was.
Number 3, Patrice Lumumba. In the 1960s, waves of independence were sweeping across Africa and the Congo, which had long been under the vicious rule of the Belgian monarchy and then the Belgian state, and well, it was itching to spread its wings. In 1960, it elected its first Prime Minister, Patrice Lumumba, a well-respected intellectual man born in 1925 who had become a pillar of the independence movement. There was great hope, but there was also the dark tentacles of colonialism and the insidious stain of capitalism.
hentai?
greed,
The dark hentais of colonialism?
Belgium had given the Congo its independence, but let's be honest, as with most of Africa, it was done begrudgingly. European countries were
Love it.
shattered shells of their former selves after World War II and could no longer maintain colonies in an official sense. But they could maintain their business interests in a very unofficial sense. Belgium retained deep economic interests in the country, particularly in the mineral-rich Katanga province, and plenty of others were sniffing around, hoping to get a slice of the great uranium, copper, cobalt, and diamond pie that was the Congo. Lumumba, quite understandably, pushed for greater freedom for the young Congolese nation and made it clear that natural resources needed to be used to build a strong nation. Sounds perfectly fair, but tell that to the fat cats who had been long looting Africa. To make this even more complicated for Lumumba, the United States was not a fan. Lumumba was far from a communist, but he also didn't pander to the other side. He was actually fairly neutral and considered a centrist. But in the Cold War, you had to pick a side, and this is where Lumumba's naivete cost
Unlucky.
him dearly. He was an honest, kind-hearted person who genuinely wanted to help the Congolese people rather than enrich himself, but sadly, history is littered with such figures, often found with a knife in their back. Problems exploded almost immediately, and these were initially described as localized issues within a newly independent nation. But there
Jesus,
were almost
that was
certainly strings being
just
pulled from
clap
abroad.
that Kraken.
On the 5th of July 1960, just 4 days
Clapped
after the
him like
country's
cheeks.
Declaration of Independence, General Emily Janssens, a Belgian man and commander of the Force Publique, gathered his forces at Camp Leopold II. A feverish excitement was sweeping the Congo, but Janssens wanted his Congolese troops to retain their order, so he wrote something on the chalkboard at the front that ignited the entire conflict. Before independence equals after independence. The wording enraged the soldiers, who sacked the mess that evening. The following day, more soldiers joined the rebellion, and several Belgian officers were killed. While Lumumba steadied the ship quickly, it was a catalyst that led to the Katanga region declaring independence, almost certainly with Belgium's backing, and Belgian soldiers re-entering the country under the pretext of protecting European citizens. Lumumba appealed to the UN, got nowhere,
good
and appealed to
pretext.
the Soviet Union for help, which infuriated the United States. It now entered an unfortunate setting known as being between a rock and a hard place. In September 1960, President Joseph Kasavubu dismissed Lumumba from office. Shortly after, Army Chief Joseph Mobutu seized power in a coup. The ex-Prime Minister was arrested, but escaped shortly before being apprehended again.
Crickets,
Transferred
crickets.
to Katanga,
We love it.
savagely beaten, and then murdered by firing squad, reportedly in the presence of Belgian officers. His body was later exhumed, dismembered, and dissolved in acid. Because what the What
Why
is the dark
not?
truth behind Lumumba's death? Some powerful people wanted them to never see the light of day. Declassified documents later
Fucking
revealed that
Nixon.
Western intelligence agencies had discussed plans to remove Lumumba from power, which in hindsight was about as obvious as it gets. In the early 2000s, a Belgian parliamentary inquiry accepted that Belgium was morally responsible for Lumumba's death, while the United States also acknowledged it had known of a plot against him and wasn't involved.
Big 103. We
And,
love the
we'll let
damage.
you make up your own mind about whether that's true. Either way, the Congo has since plunged into a new kind of dark hell that few, if any, nations on the planet have ever experienced, all while multinational corporations continue to bleed the country dry. Lumumba knew exactly what was happening, and he paid the ultimate price. Number 4. Dorothy Kilgarlin. The JFK assassination remains one of the great enigmas, although recent reports seem to have finally rubbished the theory that it was a lone gunman, Lee Harvey Oswald,
No
who shot
shit.
the president 81
No
meters,
shit.
265
There's a
feet,
reason it's
north
called the
of
magic bullet.
Texas Depository. The exact details? We're still not sure. It's very murky indeed. Questioning this traditional narrative is now a matter of common sense, but in the years after, and in the wake of the Warren Commission which investigated the assassination, doing so was dangerous. Yet some still did so. Dorothy Kilgarlin was a reporter and TV personality known to millions.
Oh,
Born in
no.
Chicago,
Oh,
she
dude,
lived
I'm
in
making a
Actually
net.
studied
I'm making net
Brooklyn,
positive
where she
rune
started
cannonballs
working
here.
as a
Actually,
reporter. She was good, tenacious, hardworking, diligent, and
That's
part of what
crazy.
she wrote for the New York Journal American
the rune cannonball
was
situation here is great.
in
So I'm not.
146
I probably am
instances
making a bit of money then.
Much of it was
If I'm
really
making a net
gossip.
positive rune cannonballs,
stuff, but people loved it, and she moved into radio and eventually TV with a long.
It's just barely positive, though.
The popular show Whose Line Is It? On the 22nd of December 1963, President Kennedy's motorcade turned into Dealey Plaza in Dallas, Texas, and those fatal shots rang out. JFK slumped forward. You know the story. On the same day, Lee Harvey Oswald was arrested, and 2 days later, while being transferred, he was fatally shot by a man named Jack Ruby. JFK's killer. The goal was coming to him. Justice, right?
no.
Convenience? President Johnson ordered a full investigation, which became the sprawling Warren Commission, which concluded in 1964. And it basically set out the traditional narrative. Lee Harvey Oswald had acted alone and had been a remarkably accurate shot. But while most drank the Kool-Aid, not everybody was buying it. Dorothy Kilgarlin began investigating the case, and in her opinion at least, some things just didn't add up. She argued that key testimony had been ignored and that the official narrative left significant gaps. She questions how Lee Harvey Oswald could have fired 3 shots with such precision in such a short time, and whether the so-called single bullet theory was physically plausible.
Magic
Kilgallen was
bullet.
also skeptical about the ignored or downplayed witness accounts from Dealey Plaza that suggested shots came from multiple directions. In short, the Warren report had more holes than a block of Dutch cheese. She felt that investigators had settled on theory without adequately exploring others. She was also able to interview Jack Ruby, and what he told her only further fanned the flames of her suspicions. Kilgallen later hinted that Ruby suggested he had not acted alone, and that powerful interests were at play, though she never published a full account of their conversation. She did, however, imply that Ruby feared for his life and believed the truth about the assassination would never fully surface through official channels. Kilgallen wrote a series of
unfortunate.
articles on the topic, including excerpts from the sealed sections of the Warren Commission, where Ruby insisted he was not a part of the conspiracy, yet contradicted himself repeatedly. She pointed out that the timelines just didn't make sense. The angles were strange, and the whole story the Warren Commission was presenting to the US public was shaky at best. The response was what you might imagine. Members of the government denounced her leaks, and undisclosed sources, and the FBI visited her home for.
What's crazy to me is how many people still nowadays will like say, like, because there's been questions about it for the longest time, and people saying like it's impossible. People still nowadays are like, no, the official report is exactly what happened. There's no way they would lie in an official report about an assassination of a president who was trying to make huge changes to the economy that would have repercussions for many countries around the world. Like, it's fucking crazy.
Working on a book that would present new evidence about the assassination. And, well, you can probably guess what happened next. On the morning of the 8th of November 1965,
Unlucky, hit the
Kilgallen
gem
was
drop
found dead
table.
in a Manhattan townhouse, reportedly the result of alcohol and barbiturates, an accidental overdose. Yet strangely, she was on a bed in a room that wasn't her bedroom. Just as with the assassination, she had spent so long reporting on, things were very suspicious, but everybody quickly moved on. And the book she was working on, well, it
Disappeared.
entirely.
Shocker.
Number 5, Jeffrey Epstein.
This one's crazy because it's so recent.
On this topic without mentioning the name everybody is talking about, and the name many hope never gets connected to them. Watch out, everybody. Jeffrey Epstein. There is so much being said about this man that it's difficult to separate facts
Christ.
from blatant loonyism. You don't need to go far to find theories linking him with Satan worship, the New World Order, and the
Oops.
Mafia, so let's try and stick to the facts as much as possible. Jeffrey Epstein was born in New York in 1953, and his first proper job was being a school teacher. He soon moved into finance, first with Bear Stearns before forming his own company, Intercontinental Assets Group Inc. in 1981, which eventually morphed into J. Epstein & Company. Throughout the 1990s and into the 2000s, he made a huge amount of money that wasn't always entirely clear how. There was a lot of financial advice for billionaires, there was some complicated deals, and a lot of bank trails that will take years to completely unravel. But it was during this point that he began schmoozing celebrities, politicians, and the movers and shakers of this world. People were invited to his homes in Florida and New York, or to the now infamous Epstein Island, also referred to as
St. James.
the Island of Sin, depending on
Little
who
St.
you
James
talk to.
Island is the
What
actual
happened
name of the
there, I
island.
suppose, is still technically debatable, but there are scores of testimonies that allege women and sometimes underage girls were abused there and effectively lent to visitors for their pleasure. They often talk about arriving
107,
there on a private
big
plane,
damage.
nicknamed the Lolita Express. If things couldn't get any more creepy, often with little idea of where they were going, who was there, and indeed how long they would be away. In 2006, Epstein was arrested in Florida on charges of abuse and with minors, but quite remarkably, he reached a controversial plea deal that allowed him to serve minimal jail time while avoiding federal prosecution.
And he's not on
Apparently,
fire at
before
will.
he divulged, part of the plea was to keep the other co-conspirators out of the limelight. And let's just say it how it is. If a man working a minimum wage job gets accused of sex with 36 underage girls, he's going to go away for a very long time. Epstein got 13 months with extensive work release. It was a joke of a sentence that was preceded by a joke of a prosecution case that screamed, "I've got powerful friends." After he was released, things continued pretty much the same way until he was arrested again in 2019 on federal charges for the minors, and his name began circulating widely. Suddenly, everybody was talking about Epstein and wondering who else was connected. But then, he killed himself.
Yeah, killed himself.
Theories about a body swap out or even murder. However, the only proof seems to be the astonishing incompetence of prison staff and the odd coincidence that the cameras were shut off in that part.
There's also I don't know if it's true. I'm not a fucking coroner, but there was a coroner he had his coroner that said he killed himself, and then they showed images of the body. And the body has, like, when you hang yourself, right, which is how he killed himself, the rope is going to get pulled to the top of your neck, most likely. Like, maybe it wouldn't in some circumstances. But he had strangulation marks closer to the bottom, like, closer to the collarbone, rather than the jawbone. And it's like, it just doesn't make logical sense. But like I said, I'm not a coroner. I don't know. Maybe there's lots of cases of hangings where the rope stays closer to the collarbone. I don't know. It just it's really weird. That's what I've heard. That's like the smoking gun for it being a fucking murder. I don't agree.
But it's
I have no idea.
impressive. So what do we make of all of this? Who was Jeffrey Epstein? And what did he really know?
A monster.
In 2017, a former senior White House official reported that Alexander Acosta, the U.S. attorney for the Southern District of Florida, who had handled Epstein's criminal case, told Trump's first transition team he was told Epstein belonged to intelligence and to leave it alone, and that Epstein was above his pay grade. Other theories suggest it could have been a massive blackmail operation targeting some of the world's biggest names. In 2018, Epstein implied to a New York Times reporter in an off-the-record conversation that he had a treasure trove of incriminating information about powerful people, including drug use and activities. If that was the case, take your pick of any number of people who might have been perfectly happy for Epstein to get what was coming to him. In recent months, we've had several announcements and large releases of documents that link a lot of names. You know them, we don't need to go into them, but the real meat
Ooh, that's a lot of mahogany.
is still missing. We don't know how far the system spread, who was definitely involved, or how it was all done.
Oh, lovely.
Jeffrey Epstein took all of that to the grave. Number 6. Boris Nemtsov.
Okay, I need to focus on repairs for a minute, and I need to get myself into a better position here because this is just getting ridiculous.
Who had, in fact, once been a confidant of Putin, walked across a bridge with his partner in Moscow, close to the Kremlin walls. Suddenly, a man appeared behind them. He pulled a gun and fired 4 shots into Nemtsov, who was dead by the time the paramedics arrived. In late June 2015, 5 Chechen men were found guilty of murder. They claimed, been paid 15 million rubles, or $253,000 for the hit, although either they wouldn't or couldn't explain who had paid them. So, who was actually behind the murder of Boris Nemtsov? The official narrative was that it was done in retribution for Nemtsov's criticism of Islam, with what had happened recently in France with the Charlie Hebdo murders paraded as obvious proof. But most saw this as unlikely. To many who looked into the case, the reason Nemtsov was dead was much closer to home. Boris Nemtsov was born in Sochi in 1959 and studied physics at the State University of Gorky. From an early age, he was political with a strong sense of activism. After the Chernobyl disaster in 1986, Nemtsov led a protest movement in his hometown against plans for a new nuclear power station. During Russia's first free elections in 1990, he ran for the Supreme Soviet of the Russian Republic, representing Gorky, and won. He became a firm favorite of Boris Yeltsin and gradually worked his way up the government, eventually becoming the Deputy Prime Minister of Russia in 1998. During a meeting with Bill Clinton, Yeltsin referred to Nemtsov as his anointed successor and how differently the world would have played out had that been the case. Instead, the Russian stock market crashed, tarnishing Nemtsov's reputation and paving the way for the Putin era to begin. Nemtsov had since formed the Union of Right Forces, a new liberal democratic coalition, was elected deputy speaker in the State Duma, or the lower house of parliament. Over the next decade, Nemtsov's political career meandered, but he remained a staunch opponent of Putin and his anti-democratic actions. He attended public rallies, openly supported the political figures abroad that the Kremlin loathed, particularly in Ukraine, alleged that up to $30 billion had been stolen from funds allocated for the Sochi Olympics, and signed numerous documents denouncing the Russian president. He was arrested 3 times. If there was anybody walking the tightrope in Russia, it was Boris Nemtsov. That Sochi Olympics allegation was incendiary across Russia. In the years following the 2014 Winter Olympics, Nemtsov and Leonid Marchnyuk claimed it had all been a monstrous scam. The real reason for the colossal $50 billion cost, making them the most expensive Winter Olympics in history, was that 30
Crack on with those Krakens.
Contracts, no bid deals, and companies linked to politically connected insiders. The Kremlin denied systematic wrongdoing, but investigations and independent reports
I'm gonna
pointed
get
to massive
100
overruns,
Kraken kills,
procedures
and then I'm
with
going
terrorist
to
and
go
mafia
do
arrest,
some do.
which all fueled suspicions of large-scale embezzlement. Nemtsov also pointed out that hosting the Winter Olympics in the subtropical environment that Sochi sits in was beyond absurd, and
Beat.
it's difficult to argue with that. Doing all of this in Putin's Russia is, frankly, either idiotic or heroic, or perhaps a combination of the two. In the months leading up to his murder, Nemtsov became increasingly paranoid and confided in an old friend, Yevgenia Albats, editor of the New York Times, who later said he was trying to convince himself and me that they wouldn't touch him because he was a former member of the Russian government, a vice premier, and they wouldn't want to create a precedent. He was scared because what he was investigating at
Ooh,
the time
119?
was even bigger than Sochi.
Big
In
number.
March 2014,
Big
Russian
number.
forces moved into Crimea and annexed the region in response to President Yanukovych being forced from power in Ukraine, an act that Moscow believed had Western hands all over it. What followed was the war in eastern Ukraine, officially armed separatists fighting against the Ukrainian government. However, Nemtsov found more. His discovery that Russian soldiers were operating and dying in the region,
116,
despite the government's clear denials, was seen as nothing less than treacherous. He began putting together a report that he intended to make public, and then he was shot in the back 4 times. Putin decreed the murder an outrage and pledged to lead the investigation personally, and yeah, I bet he did. Despite the convictions, there are still plenty of questions about Nemtsov's murder. Nobody really believes he was killed because of comments about Islam, but inside Russia, you have to be careful with those kind of views. Many have a strong suspicion of who ultimately ordered the hit, but they dare not link his name to such an act. Number 7. Danny Casolaro. What if there was a vast
What?
interconnected conspiracy that linked major
Dude, this is so
scandals,
stupid.
governments,
They really
intelligence
need to fix
agencies,
this shit.
arms dealers, and even drug cartels? What if the US government were really helping to sell crack to pay for weapons, and Iran agreed to hold off releasing the hostages in 1980 to improve the chances of Reagan winning the presidential election at the behest of some unseen power? It sounds outlandish, and either you're watching this and tutting at the absurdity, or nodding along like you've suspected that all along. The idea served as the basis for The Octopus, a research project and story compiled by independent reporter Danny Casolaro in 1990. Now let's begin by saying the octopus conspiracy theory is just that, it's a theory, and while we might all
more
want to jump on
cannonballs,
the
let's go.
shadow organization bandwagon, let's just ease into this. Much of Casolaro's work stated that a single hidden power structure linked multiple major scandals of the 1970s and 80s, and much of it started with the Inslaw scandal. Inslaw was a small Washington-based company founded by William and Nancy Hamilton in 1980. Their flagship product, Promise, prosecutors' information
Oh my God.
system,
Ouch.
helped prosecutors track cases, defendants, evidence, and court activity in a single database. It was actually pretty groundbreaking at the time, and it was leased to the Department of
Love
Justice.
that.
in
Just started
1981.
anti-flicking
However,
for no
a
reason.
dispute arose when Inslaw accused the DOJ of upgrading Promise
Cannon.
illegally,
Or
and
not
then
cannon,
passing it out to
fucking
other
Bottled Storm, I
agencies.
think.
In 1987, a bankruptcy court ruled that the DOJ had acted improperly and awarded damages to Inslaw.
Yeah, Bottled Storm.
But this decision was later overturned. But not because the opposite was proven.
I'd like Dragon
because
Metal
a
Sheets or
judicial
Bottled
loophole
Storms.
said the case had gone through the wrong kind of court. This doesn't reflect
Either would be
particularly
sick.
well on the DOJ, but it doesn't really point to any conspiracy either, until the backdoor allegations surfaced. Inslaw and later witnesses claimed that Promise had been modified to the extent that it could be used to covertly access data far beyond its original purpose. To make matters worse, and this is partly what Casolaro was investigating, the US then sold the modified Promise to governments around the world to be used in intelligence gathering as well as monitoring financial systems. But we're still not quite finished. The last part of these allegations stated that the US government had secretly installed a backdoor monitoring code so that they would receive all the data being gathered by countries that had bought it. And from here, the scope spreads far and wide, hence the name Octopus. Casolaro tied the Promise scandal in with other scandals of the era, including the crack cocaine Contra link. and the
116,
October surprise.
big.
In the closing months of the 1980
That's dead.
presidential race, a rumor began to circulate that never quite went away. It was vague, but basically that members of Reagan's campaign team had secretly encouraged Iran to delay releasing 52 American hostages until after the election. Most believed that if Carter could secure the hostages before the election, he would win. If he couldn't, Reagan would sweep into power. And sweep he did after election day came and went without any hostages.
Dude,
released.
that's
And then once you know
oh.
it, all 52 hostages were freed minutes after Reagan was sworn in. The timing was badly carried out.